Chapter 601, The Arrogant Fire Sect Hollowed Out the Foundation of Great Zhou. 3. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Gan Tian mobilized the soldiers from the surrounding counties to seal off the roads around Springwater Lake County. Even the passes upstream and downstream of Springwater Lake were heavily guarded. He had already mobilized all the military forces in Fengnan County. He had created a trap for the members of the fire sect that had nowhere to go. At the end of September, the cool breeze blew through the sky, and the white dew fell, and the cicadas chirped. The eagle then sacrificed to the bird and began to kill it. The people near the Springwater Lake woke up early that day. They brought their own stools and walked out of their homes. They came to the shrine where Li Yueming was worshipped. At this moment, the courtyard where Li Yueming was completely different from the past. Not only did the courtyard become twice as spacious, but there were also all kinds of exquisitely carved pavilions. The small bamboo forest outside the main courtyard was always shrouded in smoke, and incense was coming from all directions. Although the overall layout still looked like the outline of a small courtyard, the charm was no different from those well-known Qi practitioners' Taoist temples. It was because he could feel the true fate of heaven and earth pouring into his body. Li Yueming was interested in this mysterious path. Therefore, in these years, other than cultivating every day, Li Yueming's spirit would also do something for the people around him. For example, if someone wanted to have a child, Li Yueming would take care of them for health reasons. For example, if someone was seriously ill and could not be cured, Li Yueming would more or less remove some pain for them according to their specific conditions. Of course, it was not that Li Yueming was unwilling, but that he was powerless. After all, people would always suffer all kinds of hardships in this world. Some suffering was self-inflicted, and some suffering was unexpected. But no matter what, Li Yueming was neither a bodhisattva nor a savior. All he could do was to reveal some of his so-called immortal methods to alleviate his urgent needs. As for wanting to take whatever he wanted here, that was definitely impossible. However, in this real world that was even more hellish than hell, what he did was enough to shine. In just over a year, his reputation as the so-called immortal of Springwater Lake had spread from the region of Springwater Lake to the towns and counties near Springwater Lake. This was because there was no need to offer gold, silver, or silk to pay respects to him. The people who were taken care of by him spontaneously renovated and expanded his courtyard. There were even wealthy businessmen who wanted to erect a golden statue for him to thank him for his achievements in saving the suffering people in the world. However, all of them were rejected by Li Yueming. This period of relative peace lasted for more than half a year, until more than 2 months ago. Su Xian, who had changed her appearance and become the fire sect's saintess, received the news. She changed her identity and finally came to Spring Lake to find Li Yueming. After discovering that Li Yueming had become a god worshipped by the local people, she immediately began to crown him as the fire sect's supreme god. If it had been a year ago, Li Yueming might have refused. After all, it was good enough for the fire sect to be in Su Xian's hands. He only needed to stand behind the scenes and control the overall situation. It was not suitable for him to stand in front of the stage and show his face. But now, Li Yueming felt the benefits of stealing the fate of heaven and earth from his harvest in the past year. Li Yueming could forget about the others. He had gained more favor from heaven and earth. Just the speed of drawing qi into his body was already many times faster than before. Even when Li Yueming tried to open the 6th human body treasure, many spiritual lights suddenly appeared after he obtained more heaven and earth fate. This was only the effect of the heaven and earth fate on the surface. As for the other hidden effects that he couldn't see clearly, there were countless of them. This thing was used by the world's consciousness to nurture the chosen ones. It was the core source material of the world's consciousness. Every time he stole a wisp of it, it would be an earth-shaking change for a person. Therefore, Li Yueming did not reject Su Xian's suggestion. Instead, he began to integrate with the fire sect as one. After all, in this fantasy world, the land was incomparably vast. Many ordinary people would never be able to walk out of their own land. In order to expand his influence, other than waiting for time, the most effective way was to create a bigger commotion. As for the subsequent repelling of the soldiers and the looting of the documents and records in the county government, it was the first action after the fire sect merged with Li Yueming. As for the purpose, LT was very simple. It was to replace the already rotten Great Zhou government and voice out the grievances of the people. Li Yueming was prepared to uproot the foundation that the Great Zhou relied on to survive from this angle. At that time, Li Yueming would have the Star Moon Army in his hands. He could tear apart the Great Zhou Army's defense line on the battlefield and secretly use the fire sect to dig out the foundation of the entire Great Zhou. Under the merger of internal and external forces, as long as the Star Moon Army could attack Hejing, the work of taking over the Great Zhou's territory would be extremely smooth. It would not give the other countries time to extort. When the dust settled, even if the other countries wanted a share of the pie, they would have to consider whether they could pay a price that matched it. Chapter 602, The Gear of Fate Begins to Turn. 1. Year 7836 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. A violent peasant uprising began to erupt around Fengnan County. In less than 2 years, the system established by the government for nearly 10,000 years was torn apart by the fire sect in an organized and premeditated manner. All the official organizations in Fengnan County were basically expelled or eroded. Even the governor of Fengnan County, a rank 2 official, had died in the riot. This news shocked the entire world. One had to know that this was a second-grade official, an existence that controlled an area. From the beginning of the establishment of the vassal state in the era of the emperor of the ancient Tian family until now, among the officials killed in the uprising, the governor of Fengnan County, Gan Tian, was undoubtedly the highest level. Apart from being shocked, the Great Zhou Imperial Court finally felt that something was wrong. A few years ago, wasn't the fire sect still preaching in the southeast and southwest of the southern barbarian territory? The power they possessed was not enough to support them to do such an irrational thing, right? But now, why was he so daring to swagger his hand near the land of fish and rice in the belly of the Great Zhou dynasty? However, no matter how shocked the officials were, they were still shocked. The Great Zhou immediately came up with a countermeasure. After confirming the location of the incident, the imperial court mobilized all the military forces from the other 8 counties and 3 continents around Fengnan County as quickly as possible. He was prepared to suppress the forces of the fire sect in Fengnan County and kill them all. However, it was worth mentioning that in this war, there was no sign of the emperor's army. Although the decision-makers inside and outside the court kept their mouths shut, almost everyone could guess that it was because the war of the past few years had emptied the government's financial reserves. As a result, the imperial court was unable to provide too much funding and soldiers. The scale of this war was not large. A few years ago, when the war was fierce, such a small-scale internal war might not even be qualified to be noticed by other countries. But now, they were stuck at the critical moment when the various countries had finally extinguished the flames of war and were ready to lick their wounds and recover their strength. Therefore, even though it was only a small-scale internal war, it still attracted the attention of many countries. Other than the Great Zhou, almost all the other countries had the attitude of watching a good show. At this moment, in the distant northwest, in northern Glacier Town, all these years, apart from going out regularly to relax, he had been able to enjoy his life. Li Yueming spent most of his energy on cultivation. She would only wake up and watch occasionally when there was some information that she was concerned about. However, if he encountered any information related to Northern Glacier Town or the Star Moon Army, he would not care about them. In other words, ever since he resigned from his position, Li Yueming seemed to have really disappeared from this world. He completely removed himself from the Star Moon Army and no longer cared about the Star Moon Army and everything in Northern Ice River Town. In the beginning, almost everyone was at a loss. After all, when Li Yueming was in power, he had extremely strict control over power and punishment. Her existence was like a mountain, pressing down on the chest of every member of the Star Moon Army. As the second-generation heir, she had left a deep impression on all the members of the Star Moon Army. Although he had adapted to it with the passage of time. However, the Star Moon troop was still marked with Li Yueming's traces. However, this trace was not as eye-catching as the founder, Li Yueming. And now, when he heard that an uprising had broken out in the Great Zhou dynasty, Li Yueming's eyes, which had been calm for many years, suddenly flickered. Even Li Ruyu, who was reading the letter outside, was stunned when she saw this scene. How long had it been since second sister was moved? When had she ever been so spirited and mischievous? How valiant was he when he was dressed in red and galloped on the battlefield? Perhaps in the beginning, Li Ruyu could still count the details, but after so many years, even Li Ruyu was already numb to it. But now, Li Yueming's eyes were once again filled with the usual vigor. To Li Ruyu, this was definitely a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. The familiarity came from the memories in his mind, but the strangeness came from the span of time. Li Ruyu was afraid that this scene was just her own illusion, so she asked nervously, "Second sister, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Li Yueming didn't answer these questions that she didn't think were important. Her clear eyes repeatedly glanced over the words on the letter. After a long while, she raised her head and said, "Sister, how's the construction of the Great Zhou's Dragon Subdue Pass and Tiger Subdue Pass going?" Li Ruyu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "This is a super impregnable pass that has stood tall for nearly 10,000 years. Even if the Great Zhou dynasty spared no expense, it would not be so easy to restore it. Naturally, it can't be repaired so easily." At this point, she paused. After thinking for a moment, she said nervously, "Sister, don't tell me you want to take advantage of the chaos in the Great Zhou to attack the pass." Chapter 603, The Gear of Fate Begins to Turn. 2. This is a great opportunity. Why not? Li Yueming nodded. Seeing that she really had this thought, Li Ruyu couldn't help but clench her fists and whispered, "But you should also know, right? The current situation of North Glacier Town." Li Yueming didn't respond. She didn't care about the darkness in her eyes. Li Ruyu gritted her teeth and continued, "No matter what, the current Northern Ice River Town can no longer be as undefeated as it was in the past. If, second sister, if you still want to realize the dream that your little brother failed to achieve, now that you stand up, perhaps there's still time." When Li Yueming announced his departure from the Star Moon Army and Northern Ice River Town, he did not mention it to anyone in advance. Even though Li Ruyu, Li Nanfan, and the others who heard the news immediately rushed back from all directions, they were still unable to stop Li Yueming's iron like will. A year or two after the incident, even she couldn't find Li Yueming's whereabouts accurately, let alone ask him why. Helpless, Li Yueming could only leave the West Garrison Pass and return to North Ice River Town. He asked Huang Li for a job and returned to his position as the logistics manager of North Ice River Town. The reason why he had worked so hard and disregarded everything. He only wanted to use all the power he could to slow down the dream country that the Li sisters had spent so much effort on. But even so, it still couldn't stop the situation from worsening. After Li Yueming left, the entire North Glacier Town was in chaos. Not to mention whether the third-generation leaders led by Ding Yi, Huang Li and the others could suppress the reincarnators of the other two factions. The Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army had already changed their original taste because of the two consecutive leaders in a short period of time. Although the number of soldiers in the Star Moon Army was still increasing year after year, the Star Moon Army was still in a state of chaos. However, their actual combat strength was constantly decreasing. The contradictions and conflicts of interest between the upper echelons had caused the originally clean and honest officialdom in the Northwest to become more and more turbid. After all, Northern Glacier Town was able to implement a relatively fair politics in the Northwest because Northern Glacier Town itself was pure enough. Everyone was willing to weave their dreams and demands into a rope. He tied it to the man named Li Yueming. The two sides were existences that would rise and fall together. Later on, Li Yueming disappeared from this world because of an assassination attempt. Li Yuexing was ordered to seize the power of the Star Moon Army. Although the Star Moon Army and North Glacier Town were no longer willing to give their dreams to Li Yuexing was Li Yueming's biological sister after all. In addition, she had enough political standards, so she did not overthrow Li Yueming's policies and development direction. She was still firmly maintaining and strictly implementing them. Only then did everyone reluctantly not take back the dream they had given up. They reluctantly believed that Li Yuexing would lead them on the right path. Li Yueming's policies and the development of North Glacier Town were like a dream for everyone. Then, with Li Yuexing's retirement, Northern Glacier Town should wake up soon. Children who loved to dream could not hide in their dreams forever. They had to wake up and face the unknown tomorrow. That's why Li Yuya was so excited when she heard Li Yuexing say that she was going to attack the Great Zhou Pass. The Li family had 2 women and 1 man. She was the eldest daughter, so she should be the one to protect her younger brother and sister. However, she was the one with the least talent. She had understood it a long time ago. Whether it was her second sister or her little brother, they were existences that an ordinary person like her could not touch in her entire life. But even so, she was still putting on a brave front. Since it was impossible to achieve talent, it might be possible to rely on hard work. Therefore, she was always racing against time to read the most books and learn the most things. She always wanted to show her dignity as a big sister in front of Li Yuexing and Li Yueming. However, as he grew older, Li Yuya finally realized the unfairness of life through repeated failures. Even if she was unwilling to admit it, she had to admit that some things could not be obtained by hard work. Just like strength, just like intelligence. She couldn't understand why Li Yuexing, who had always been the most determined, would give up on Northern Ice River Town at that critical moment. He also couldn't understand why Li Yuexing didn't participate in all the decisions and developments of Northern Ice River Town all these years. Seeing this, she felt pain in her heart. She desperately wanted to do something, but she could only be like a clumsy child, doing her best to smear on unimportant things. Li Yuya's face was already covered in tears. Only she knew how much effort and price Li Yueming and Li Yuexing had paid to keep the big ship of Northern Ice River Town sailing. Because of this, she could not understand why the person she should have cared about the most was indifferent at this moment. Li Yuexing pursed her lips and didn't say anything. What was he saying? It was as if saying anything was unnecessary. Some things were too deep, so deep that even a talented underling had to be careful. He was afraid that he would fall off the cliff and shatter if he was not careful. Telling Li Yuya would not do her any good other than giving her unnecessary psychological pressure and a huge danger that could be described as a catastrophe. After a while, Li Yuexing looked up at her older sister who had some grey hair on her temples. Her cold eyes finally melted a little and she said gently, "Sister, how is Ling Er?" Chapter 604, The Gear of Fate Begins to Turn. 3. Li Yuya combed her hair. However, when she mentioned her son, her voice couldn't help but become a little lighter. She smiled and said, "Ling Er is very talented. As long as he is given a little more time, he should be able to help." Li Yuexing smiled, but her eyes were still deep. Time? Time. How good would it be if she and her little brother were given more time? The two of them had a lot on their minds, and the atmosphere in the house returned to silence. For a moment, they were speechless. Li Yuya also fell silent. After a long time, she said, "Sister, if you want, there is still a group of people who dare to fight in the Star Moon Army. Even if they can't destroy the Great Zhou, it's not a problem to give them a ruthless blow." "Sister, do you really think the Great Zhou is our enemy?" Li Yuexing smiled. "Moreover, I don't need to fulfill the dreams of the Star Moon Troop. After all, they were given souls. Isn't it, little brother? I'm not dispirited. I just want to improve myself as much as possible. Even if we fall out, I can help this little brother increase his confidence. Although there were many things he couldn't tell Li Ruyu. However, Li Ruxing was still a man of flesh and blood. He didn't want Li Ruyu to be kept in the dark, nor did he want Li Ruyu to continue to waste her body day and night. Therefore, after some deliberation, she more or less revealed some information. Li Ruyu pursed her lips and said nothing. It was impossible for her to not notice this at all. After all, with the Star Moon troops' current strength, even if they could not unify the world, they should be able to protect themselves. Whether it was Li Ruxing or Li Yueming, whose life and death were unknown, there was no reason for them to hide behind the scenes. Now, he had received some hints from Li Ruxing. Although she still could not understand the twists and turns, she was not as confused as before. Li Ruyu lost interest in asking further. She bent down and gently blew out the oil lamp that was emitting a faint yellow light in the room. She stood up and walked to the door of the room. Just as she was about to step on the door, she suddenly stopped and turned around. She looked at Li Ruxing in the darkness and said, "No matter what, Northern Glacier Town carries too many dreams. When you are not around, I will do my best to protect you." No one spoke in the darkness. Only the extinguished oil lamp emitted the last wisp of smoke. Year 738 of the Great Zhou King calendar. Not only was the fire sect that had caused such a huge commotion not wiped out by the armies of the surrounding dozens of counties and continents, but it was even spreading to the surrounding areas of Fengnan County. After discovering that the internal army was unable to suppress the unrest, the capital of Great Zhou finally could not hold it in any longer. He gritted his teeth and sent out 300,000 troops directly under his command. Under the leadership of a heaven-level guardian in the heavenly tribulation realm, he wanted to completely suppress the worsening situation in the central region. When they heard that they would send out a heaven-level guardian at the heavenly tribulation realm, almost the entire Great Zhou was moved. Heavenly tribulation realm experts were all transcendent existences. How long had it been since he last fought in this world? He remembered that the last time a similar existence attacked was when he attacked and killed the leader of Northern Ice River Town, Li Yueming, right? Northern Ice had developed to the point where it threatened the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, but the Great Zhou dynasty only sent a heaven-rank priest to attack. Now, just to deal with a heretic who had caused chaos in several places, the power that the Great Zhou had mobilized was actually even more terrifying than when they dealt with Northern Ice River Town. When they heard the news, countless people went into an uproar. After all, this matter itself was already puzzling enough. Coupled with the exaggeration of some people with ulterior motives, it added a strange attitude to it. Of course, there were also many sharp people who tasted a special taste. Going back a few decades, the Great Zhou was still in a relatively complete period and had enough confidence. Therefore, even though they knew that the North Glacier Town was a huge threat, the Great Zhou did not panic. Instead, they dealt with this matter in an orderly manner. But now, after the War of the Six Countries and the attack of the Star Moon Army, the Great Zhou was visibly weakened. Now that such a large rebellion had occurred in a few grain-producing areas in the country, it had not been extinguished in time. The Great Zhou, who felt fear, naturally began to become hysterical. They had sent out such a grand formation, even using chi trainers at the heavenly tribulation level. In the end, it was not to launch an external war, but to deal with a group of heretics. Rather than saying that it showed the strength of the Great Zhou, it was better to say that it completely exposed the Great Zhou's strength on the outside but weakness on the inside. If the Great Zhou had a little more confidence, they would not have gone to such great lengths. Or rather, if the Great Zhou had been a little stronger, it would not have been possible for such a huge commotion to occur. At the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes woke up from their long slumber in the void. It opened its huge eyeball that was like the setting sun and watched everything. It muttered, "The War of the Six Countries, the conquest of the world, was the Great Zhou the first to fall. Interesting, very interesting. This boring world hasn't been interesting to me for a long time." Chapter 605, The Battle of the Apocalypse Shook the World. 1. In order to eliminate the heretics that were spreading like locusts in the country, the hysterical Great Zhou sent out an unprecedented grand lineup. A heavenly level elder in the heavenly tribulation realm led dozens of consecrators and 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Central Army, ready to destroy the fire transmission sect's life force with the most violent means. Apart from protecting himself, this move also contained the intention of shocking the world. He wanted a group of people with ulterior motives to see a Great Zhou that was completely different from normal. As for exterminating the fire sect, in fact, it was just a chicken to be used as an example. It wasn't the main strategic intention. After all, whether it was in the eyes of the Great Zhou or the people of the world, although the rise of the fire transmission sect was a little strange, it was still in the face of the power of the heavenly tribulation realm. Even the guy who was hiding behind the scenes and planning everything shouldn't be a concern. However, under such circumstances, a shocking scene appeared. As a warning to others, the chicken that violated the heavenly laws and was killed by the Great Zhou dynasty. When they heard that the core army of the Great Zhou was approaching and that an elder in the heavenly tribulation realm had entered Fengnan County, they were shocked. Not only did the fire sect not scatter and flee for their lives, but they also did not cry and live in fear. Instead, they began to build fortifications around Fengnan County, as if they were not afraid of the upcoming thunderbolt. When the scene appeared, everyone was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even know if he should praise the fire sect for their courage or whether they were reckless. Damn, what's wrong with this world? It's really monstrous. The Great Zhou has mobilized 300,000 core soldiers, and the leader has even mobilized a heavenly tribulation realm elder. This force could even start a war with a country. Now, it was used to deal with a native heretic. What the hell was the fire sect? He was still building fortifications at the brink of death? Did they think that they could defeat the Great Zhou's army with a group of untrained soldiers and illiterate people? I can't understand this wave of operation, but I'm indeed shocked. Am I the only one who feels that something is strange? The fire sect couldn't be that stupid, right? In the beginning, the war between the fire sect and the Great Zhou was still within everyone's understanding. But now, with the Great Zhou making a big move, they did not play by the rules. This matter began to gradually exceed everyone's understanding. If the Great Zhou's mobilization of troops was to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, the goal was to intimidate the world. Then, shouldn't the fire sect flee in all directions when they realized that the situation was not good, and try their best to preserve their strength in order to revive in the future? How could they build fortifications and fight head-on with the regular army? However, before the group of people could find any information from these strange imaginations, an even greater chain reaction appeared. After discovering that the Great Zhou had mobilized the Central Army to suppress the fire sect around Fengnan County, North Glacier Town, which had not made any movements at the border for many years, suddenly mobilized an elite force to attack the Dragon Crouching Pass, Tiger Crouching Pass, and Fusion Pass, which were still being rebuilt. The Great Zhou naturally had a certain level of defense against this, but they were still stunned by the sudden appearance of a large number of Star Moon Army elite troops. If the three passes were still there, they might still be able to deal with the Star Moon troop. However, the problem was that the three passes had been burned down by Li Yueming and his men many years ago. At this moment, all that was left were the defensive fortifications that had been briefly repaired over the years. They were naturally powerless against the elite troops of the Star Moon troop who had awakened their military spirit. After this news spread, the world was once again in an uproar, and countless rumors spread. Hasn't Northern Ice been divided into several parts over the years? I didn't expect that I would be able to unknowingly mobilize an elite army to attack the Great Zhou. This is going to be a good show. The Great Zhou mobilized their troops to destroy the Fire Passing Sect, but before the war with the Fire Passing Sect could start, Northern Ice River Town took the lead and started to make things difficult for him. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel like Northern Glacier Town is prepared for this? If I remember correctly, the fire sect appeared 5 years ago, right? That so-called Holy Maiden's origins were unknown, and even to this day, there was no accurate explanation. Don't believe that such a scheming woman would be a nameless person. Either she has a great background, or there's an invisible big hand controlling everything behind her. Besides Li Yueming from Northern Ice River Town, the only other woman in the world who can accomplish such a great feat is the saintess of the fire sect, right? These are all heroes among women, role models for our generation. If I could spend the night with any of them, I would die without regrets even if I had to die the next day. Fellow deist, I advise you to be careful of your words. Be careful that the walls have ears. Is there a possibility that the holy maiden of the fire sect is Li Yueming of Northern Ice River Town? I heard that Li Yueming went into seclusion after she resigned from her position in North Ice River Town. I haven't seen her walk around outside for so many years. Was it because she had sneaked into the Great Zhou? Judging from the time, it's just right. Chapter 606, The Battle of the Apocalypse Shook the World. 2. That's impossible, since Li Yueming resigned from his position in Northern Ice River Town, he had not been involved in any specific affairs of Northern Ice River Town. If this was also part of the plan, then the sacrifice of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army was too great. Who knows? How much does this have to do with us? Let's just keep our eyes wide open and watch. Perhaps in these few years, we will witness a miracle that our ancestors have never seen before. Without a doubt. At this moment, the Great Zhou was the center of attention. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. They wanted to know if this country that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years could survive as peacefully as it had in the past when it was surrounded by internal and external enemies. At the same time when the Star Moon Army attacked the three passes in Fengnan County, south-central Great Zhou, the guest elder, Gni, appeared in the sky above Springwater Lake Town with an ashen face. Underneath his feet were the elite troops of the Great Zhou. There was naturally no suspense in the battle between the members of the Fire Sect and the elite regular army of the Great Zhou, even if the Fire Sect had built many fortifications and occupied a certain geographical advantage. However, the difference in strength between the two sides caused the situation on the battlefield to be completely one-sided. At this rate, Gni would only need half a month to wipe out all the Fire Sect in Fengnan County. But now, the situation on the battlefield was clearly one-sided. Gni gritted her teeth in anger. There was no other reason. The guy who commanded the Fire Sect also knew that the Fire Sect could not defeat the official elite troops of the Great Zhou. Therefore, the so-called fortifications they dug were not conventional fortifications such as trenches and barricades, but bottomless caves that extended in all directions. This dam operation caused the war to change from the initial expected positional warfare to the current whack-a-mole mode. Gni's army swept through the nearby land again and again, but they could not completely destroy the core strength of the Fire Sect in the end. This made him even more annoyed than when he went to Northern Ice River Town to kill that demon-like junior. After all, Li Yueming was in the light and he was in the dark. It was easy to find the target. But now, in this war, the other party was hiding in the dark while he was in the light. The other party had the initiative. The feeling of having nowhere to vent her strength made Gni extremely angry. The Great Zhou sent 300,000 troops. The goal was to put out the rebellion of Zongnanjun as quickly as possible and resolve the possible food crisis of the Great Zhou. But now, these 300,000 soldiers had not fulfilled their initial ambitions. He was forcefully dragged here by a bunch of bumpkins, unable to advance or retreat for a moment. In addition, Northern Glacier Town had stabbed him at the critical juncture. The discomfort he felt could not be told to outsiders. While he was distracted, Gni waved her hand, and a deep pit dozens of meters deep was blasted into the ground that was covered with tunnels. Dozens of members of the Fire Sect were sent flying by the huge shockwave and shattered into puddles of blood in the air. The members of the Fire Sect who had survived the disaster only raised their heads to look at Gni, who was standing in the sky like a god, and it was enough to make their hearts break. At this moment, they all wished that their mother would give them 2 more legs to fly around and escape along the tunnel. Gmi spat. With his strength, using it to kill a group of ants was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Even if he were to face 100,000 elite troops with a sole army, he could easily defeat them with his own strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire sect had dug too many tunnels over the years, causing him to not know where to start for a moment, he might have already been unable to resist the urge to personally fight. He closed his eyes and exhaled. After destroying the basic tunnel again, GNI was finally unwilling to continue doing such boring work. He landed on the ground and said to the commander of the army, "There's no need for so many soldiers to deal with the fire sect, so just transfer 200,000 troops back. The Great Zhou's national strength is empty, and Northern Ice River Town and other countries are still eyeing them covetously." Hearing his words, the commander naturally had no objections. He nodded respectfully and said, "Great Elder is right. I will now order the withdrawal of 200,000 troops in batches. As for His Majesty's decree, I'll have to ask Great Elder to draft it on his behalf." GNI nodded. A pair of cold eyes swept across the land. After a while, he suddenly looked at a man in black who did not have much of a presence in the corner and asked, "Have you found the nest of the gophers? I'm not staying here to play house with you. If the person behind the fire sect isn't strong enough to have divine apertures, all the people in charge of this information will have to pay the price." I heard his cold words. The man in black broke out in cold sweat. Reporting to the Great Elder, in order to find out who the mastermind behind the fire sect is, our internal guards have already lost several directors of the returning origin stage. Someone who can do all this silently is definitely not an easy person. First Elder, please give this subordinate a few more days. The Chief Secretary has already taken action. I believe that we will be able to find out the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes very soon. Hearing this, Ji-bai did not deny it and snorted coldly, "Humph, I hope so." Chapter 607, The Battle of the Apocalypse shook the world. 3. He had sent First Elder Ji, who was in the heavenly tribulation realm, to deal with the fire sect here. Other than deterring other people with ulterior motives. In fact, it was also to capture the people behind the fire sect in one fell swoop. After all, the rise and expansion of the fire sect had been too smooth. Without the support of a powerful Qi practitioner, it would be impossible for it to expand so quickly. Just as the Great Zhou began to shrink its military forces and mobilize excess forces to defend the borders. On the other side, the Great Zhou internal guards who had been investigating for a long time finally sent back information about the location of the core of the fire transmission sect. This piece of information was brought back by the Chief Secretary of the Internal Guards, who was at the level of the Divine Aperture. Before this, the Internal Guards had sent out several secretaries at the peak of the Giwan realm to investigate. However, in the end, there was no news at all. From this, it could be seen that the strength behind the fire sect could not be underestimated. After receiving the news and confirming the exact location, GNI immediately rushed out of the camp impatiently. Although he had killed quite a number of fire sect believers to vent his anger, how could the pleasure of killing ants be better than killing their nest and capturing their core members? GNI's speed was extremely fast. Judging from the power of this world, he was considered one of the strongest individuals in this world as he was in the 9th tribulation of the 12th tribulation ascension. Therefore, he only spent less than half an hour to arrive at the spring water lake. According to the information from the internal guards, the small island in the deepest part of the spring water lake was the headquarters of the fire sect. The Saintess and the higher UPS were all there. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a mysterious expert who was called the God of Fire by the mortals. According to the judgment of the Internal Guard Division head, the so-called God of Fire was the strongest person hiding in the fire sect. It was also the source of all the turmoil in the central and southern regions of the Great Zhou over the years. GNI did not hide. In fact, at their level, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. After all, those who could reach the heavenly tribulation were already connected to heaven and earth. As long as they were close to each other. In his perception, it was as if a god that was glowing all over had suddenly appeared in the darkness. There was no way to hide, let alone sneak attack. When Gni approached the small island in the lake, she could already feel the aura of a god in the human world. To be honest, Gni was in disbelief. There were probably not many people in the entire world who knew more than him how difficult it was to cultivate the heavenly tribulation realm. The spiritual energy in this world was limited, and so was the luck. In order to become a heavenly tribulation cultivator, not only did one need to absorb an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy, one also needed to have an unimaginable amount of luck. Nothing less. Under normal circumstances, a chi refiner at the divine aperture realm wanted to break through the heavenly tribulation. He had to use time and opportunities to build up. Just like that, when breaking through, because he was stronger than the rules of the world allowed, he had to suffer the condemnation of the world and the baptism of lightning. The survival rate was not even 30%. Under all kinds of harsh conditions, there were very few heavenly tribulation experts. Therefore, when he came here this time, he had always thought that Li Yueming was a guy in the divine aperture realm. At most, he was at the peak of the divine aperture realm. But now that he was really close to Li Yueming, he knew that he was wrong. And it was a huge mistake. Because what appeared in his perception? It was clearly a powerhouse in the heavenly tribulation realm who was in the same realm as him. From the aura, the other party should have just broken through and did not have as much foundation as him. However, the life force that was leaking out like it was daytime showed that the other party was not a peak stage divine aperture expert that he was familiar with. Instead, it was a young man who had never appeared in his sight before. No. That was not right either. The aura of this young man, he felt a sense of déjà vu. After realizing that he was approaching, there was also a figure flying in his direction from the core island of Springwater Lake. When the two of them met, Gni finally saw the true face of the figure not far away. Her eyes immediately widened as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He pointed at Li Yueming, his body trembling as he said, You, how is that possible? Looking at the skinny middle-aged man in front of him, Li Yueming revealed a few white teeth and smiled, as expected, It's you again. Last time, you chased me for 20,000 miles and killed me until I had no way out. You probably didn't think that I would come back one day, right? Chapter 608, Pursue Gni, Burning Sun. 1. Many years ago, the heavenly tribulation expert who had been entrusted by the emperor to go to northern Glacier Town to kill Li Yueming and chase him down for nearly 10,000 miles, allowing Li Yueming to escape from northern Glacier Town to the depths of the 100,000 mountains was Gni, who was currently standing on Springwater Lake. That assassination was probably the biggest crisis that Li Yueming had faced since he started his career. If it wasn't for his powerful physical strength and the fact that he was trying his best to squeeze out the treasures of the human body. In addition to using his perfect genetic body to constantly change his body structure to extend his life, Li Yueming's journey in this public reincarnation dungeon had probably ended long ago. It was not easy for him to escape from the pursuit. Li Yueming's body was almost completely drained. Even half of the human body treasure was destroyed. Fortunately, Sushi had led them into the earth vein divine spring and used the energy of the divine spring to repair some of their bodies, which allowed them to retain enough fighting strength. Even so, Li Yueming's body had some hidden dangers from using his perfect genetic body to evolve his body. From this, it could be seen how much pressure Gni had given Li Yueming back then. Now, decades had passed in the blink of an eye, and everything had changed. The gap between the two sides had also narrowed. Li Yueming finally found a chance to avenge the 10,000 miles of pursuit. However, the smile on his face was different. Gni's expression was not calm at all. He stared at Li Yueming with his eyes wide open, unable to speak for a long time. At this moment, only Gni knew how shocked she was. The last time he saw Li Yueming, Li Yueming was only a chi refinement realm cultivator. Although he had managed to escape his pursuit by relying on various small tricks and strange powers that he could not understand, he should have been shriveled up by then. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to survive in the 100,000 mountains, let alone escape safely. How could he be like this now? Not only was he standing in front of him perfectly fine, but he had also already broken through the heavenly tribulation realm that he thought was like a natural moat. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. But now, such an unbelievable thing had happened in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming's face didn't change much and the aura on his body was too similar, I would probably believe that this Li Yueming in front of him was fake, rather than believe that Li Yueming had really escaped from the 100,000 mountains. Fortunately, I was not an easy person to deal with. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down. He stared at Li Yueming with a pair of cold eyes and asked, "How did you do it?" Li Yueming didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to talk to him. I thought for a moment before saying with uncertainty, could it be that when you were being chased by me back then, you still had some trump cards up your sleeve and weren't completely exhausted?" Li Yueming didn't deny it. Seeing that he really had no intention of revealing anything, I muttered, "You must have obtained some fortuitous encounter. There is indeed something strange in the depths of the 100,000 mountains." After he finished speaking, I finally gave up the idea of getting more information from Li Yueming and said seriously, "Anyway, no matter what, it was my fault for not killing you last time, but I definitely won't do it this time." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and the aura of a heavenly tribulation expert on his body burned fiercely. The mist above the entire spring water lake was dispersed by an invisible force, and the deep green lake water became unobstructed under the illumination of the huge spiritual energy. Li Yueming didn't hesitate either. He also took a few steps forward and said, "Old man, I really don't know if you're reckless or audacious. Last time, you couldn't kill me even though we were 2 realms apart. Now that you and I are both in the heavenly tribulation realm, where did you get the confidence to be my enemy?" I did not speak. His skinny hands clenched into fists. Suddenly, a huge palm of spiritual energy appeared on the lake and squeezed toward Li Yueming. Under the influence of the enormous spiritual energy, the calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted like a tsunami. Countless ripples changed rapidly, and the waves surged and swallowed everything. Li Yueming's response to this was very simple. The human body treasure on his body circulated rapidly. He also stretched out 2 hands to block the oncoming attack and tore the virtual giant palm condensed from Ji's spiritual energy in the middle. The moment the virtual giant palm was broken, the majestic spiritual energy was torn into pieces by Li Yueming. From afar, the spring water lake no longer looked like a calm lake, but a turbulent sea. The 2 sides had only exchanged blows once, and they had conducted a preliminary test. They didn't even use their true abilities. However, just this alone was enough to cause a great deal of destruction that could make ordinary Qi practitioners flabbergasted. Chapter 609, Pursue Gni, Burning Sun. 2. On an island in the lake not far away, a group of people including Su Xian witnessed this scene. Li Yueming had actually resisted the attack of a great heavenly tribulation realm expert, and he had broken through it with his own brute force. All the believers of the fire sect could not help but kneel on the ground and pray in Li Yueming's direction with a fanatical attitude. When the giant hand of spiritual energy exploded and the endless wild wolves were about to blow everything around them away, Suxuan stood up and blocked the island from being submerged by the waves. Instantly, all the believers who were kneeling on the ground became even more devout. At this moment, in their eyes, Li Yueming was the true god of the human world. And Suxuan was the only saintess who followed the true god. With these 2 existences in the fire sect, they would definitely be able to realize the ultimate ambition of everyone being equal and everyone living in peace and contentment. In the sky, Li Yueming and Gni were testing the waters. Gni's expression had already turned extremely ugly. In the end, after failing to gain the upper hand against Li Yueming, GNI did not continue to probe. Instead, he suddenly erupted with all his strength and forced Li Yueming back temporarily. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and ran. Just like what Li Yueming said. In the past, when Li Yueming was only at the void refinement realm, he had chased after him for nearly 10,000 miles but still failed to kill him. Now, both sides were already at the same realm. How could he possibly be a match for Li Yueming, who was a monstrous junior? Therefore, when he saw the moon and the Mingli, other than the disbelief on his face, the other party was still in the middle of the stage. The emotion that rose the most in G-Nit's heart was not anger, but fear. That's right, when GNI saw Li Yueming, the thing that rose in her heart the most was fear. Decades ago, when he was chasing after Li Yueming, Li Yueming's monster-like strength and strange vitality had already deeply shocked him. There was clearly such a huge gap between the two of them, but he had chased after Li Yueming for nearly half a month without being able to kill him on the spot. In the end, they lost their way after chasing into the depths of the 100,000 mountains and could not find Li Yueming's corpse. At that time, he was already afraid, but he had been deceiving himself to comfort himself. After that day, no matter who asked him, he swore that Li Yueming was dead. The only reason why they couldn't find the corpse was because it had been devoured by wild beasts. However, only he knew what kind of existence Li Yueming was. Who knew if he really died? As long as he didn't appear in the world, there was no meaning in living or dying. But now, facing Li Yueming who had been reborn, the fear in the depths of G-Nit's heart grew like a wild grass. Li Yueming naturally wouldn't agree when he saw that he was prepared to flee. He had stayed here for several years. The biggest reason was that he wanted to sit on the fishing platform and eliminate some of the core high-level chi refiners of the Great Zhou. The previous few experts of the Great Zhou's inner guard had died in this manner. Now that he had caught the biggest fish in history, there was no reason for him to let it go. Therefore, Li Yueming immediately chased after him without thinking. In terms of speed, the two were not on the same level. Li Yueming was not only a chi refiner, but also a cultivator with a treasure of the human body. The unlimited genetic body could also strengthen certain parts of his body. It was simply too easy to catch up to GNI, a pure chi refiner. Because of this, the chase between the two did not last long. About 10 minutes later, GNI stopped in midair with an ashen face and looked ahead. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or fate, but at this moment, the location of the two happened to be the main battlefield of the battle between the Fire Sect and the Great Zhou army. Therefore, the moment GNI appeared, many Qi practitioners on the battlefield immediately sensed the huge energy source in the sky that was burning like the sun. They could not help but stop their attacks and look up at the phenomenon in the sky. When he saw that it was GNI, the morale of all the soldiers of the Great Zhou army was greatly boosted. After all, G-Nit's identity had already spread throughout the entire army on the way to the new army. Everyone knew that this skinny old man was the great elder of the Great Zhou guest group. He was a top-notch Qi practitioner in the heavenly tribulation realm. In this world where one could not come out from the dead and ascend to the gods. The heavenly tribulation realm represented the strongest combat strength that ordinary people could come into contact with. It was also the strongest existence imaginable in the minds of all the Qi refiners. He was the uncrowned emperor among the Qi refiners. Now that such a powerful existence had appeared on the battlefield, there was no doubt that the gophers under their feet were going to be in big trouble again. In contrast, the moment the members of the Fire Sect saw GNI, their faces immediately turned pale. During this period of time, the Fire Sect had suffered heavy losses. If it was an ordinary believer, in a battle where there was no hope or chance of victory, it would probably not take more than a few rounds of impact before they would have scattered and fled. However, Fire Sect was different. The reason why they were able to fight bravely all this time, other than the sect's description of a beautiful paradise on earth, the other party was also very excited. Chapter 610, Pursue GNI, Burning Sun. 3. It was more because there was really a supreme god in the sect overseeing it. They believed that under the leadership of the gods and the saintesses, they could move from this purgatory-like world to the paradise on earth guided by the doctrine, so they could grit their teeth and persevere. However, as the imperial court increased its strength in suppressing the bandits, the troops they sent out became more and more powerful, and the cult did not have enough inspiring military achievements or hope that could be seen and touched. The minds of the fire sect's believers had already been shaken. In addition, GNI was also making frequent moves. His godlike figure that controlled everything was the sharpest blade that shook the will of his believers. After all, if the imperial court also had gods, how could they defeat everything and establish heaven? Now, when he saw GNI appear on the battlefield again. Finally, the believers of the fire-passing sect, who were already tensed up to the limit of the divine level, broke down. Some people gave up fighting and threw their weapons on the ground. They were immediately stabbed to death by the elite soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty who reacted. Some of them were hiding in the holes they had dug, holding their heads in their hands and looking terrified. They were deeply afraid that GNI in the sky would casually wave her hand and take the lives of hundreds of brothers like in the past. Woo! The battlefield was filled with cries and howls. The collapsed fire sect was a stark contrast to the morale of the Great Zhou soldiers. Not far away from the Great Zhou military camp, there were a few Qi practitioners who were also consecrated by the guest group. When they saw GNI appear on the battlefield, their faces lit up. After all, GNI had left his own base to wipe out the fire sect's lair. Now that he had returned to the battlefield, there was no doubt that he had killed the core higher UPS of the fire sect. From the start to the end, it had only been 2 hours, right? Was this the strength of the heavenly tribulation realm Great Elder GNI? As expected, it lived up to its reputation. However, just as the group of foreign elders was about to fly up and ask about the situation, they were shocked to find an unpredictable figure suddenly appearing behind GNI. How should he describe it? The figure was emitting a dazzling golden light. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. With just a glance, the Qi practitioners with slightly lower realms felt as if their vision was about to be taken away by the light. The golden sun chased after GNI and appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Moreover, it had blocked GNI's path without any error. All the foreign elders were stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what had happened in just a few seconds. However, GNI did not provide them with any information. After his cold eyes swept across Li Yueming, a strong sense of fear appeared in the depths of GNI's pupils. He resisted the urge to flee. GNI lowered his head and looked at the members of the guest group who had come with him. He ordered, "You guys stall him, I'll be back soon." His voice was as calm as possible. However, as long as he focused slightly, he could feel the trembling in it. However, the members of the guest group obviously did not notice it. Or rather, the current situation was too strange, so much so that their brains could not analyze what was going on. Therefore, when he heard GNI's order, a group of people subconsciously rushed over, wanting to stop Li Yueming from moving forward. However, just as a group of guest members rose into the air and stopped in front of Li Yueming, GNI, who was originally calm, instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, leaving behind a group of even more dumbfounded guest members who looked at each other. Li Yueming's expression was very cold. His eyes that were like surging lava swept across these people and said softly, "How pitiful." After he finished speaking, the golden light around Li Yueming's body seemed to explode as it pierced through the few Great Zhou honored guests in front of him. It was only when the golden light pierced through his body and the aura of an ancient beast on Li Yueming's body bloomed without any scruples that the group of foreign elders knew what had happened. It seemed like First Elder GNI had abandoned them as cannon fodder. But where did such a monster-like thing come from? With unwillingness and bewilderment, dozens of foreign elders were turned into ashes in an instant. Li Yueming passed by them without even blinking. Old monsters like GNI, who had cultivated for many years, were all elites among elites. It was normal for them to do something that ordinary people would find despicable when necessary. This world was very realistic. Most of the Qi practitioners who had accumulated resources for cultivation had achieved nothing. As for the old monsters who stood at the top, most of them had black hearts. Otherwise, how could they stand out among the thousands of cultivators? Becoming a supreme expert that no one else could reach? If he didn't hurry up and kill him, he didn't know what this old fellow would do. It was not easy to seize this hard-won opportunity. Li Yueming would not allow any accidents to happen. The scene in the sky happened too quickly. It was so fast that even the Qi practitioners could not figure out what had happened. Everyone only saw Gni suddenly appear on the battlefield. They didn't know what was following behind him, but Gni actually took the initiative to ask for help from the guest members. The guest members had just reacted. Then, with a whoosh, a destructive light exploded in the sky. The entire world seemed to have been paused. When everyone regained their vision and looked again, not only was First Elder Gni gone, but even the foreign elders who had just soared into the sky had also shattered inch by inch, turning into ashes and disappearing from this world. All the people participating in the battle below the battlefield could not help but stop their attacks. They asked with a blank expression, "This? Who can tell me what happened?" That's right. Who could tell them what had just happened? The foreign elders were all top-notch elites among the Qi practitioners, and the weakest among them were at the void refinement realm. What was it that made them turn into ashes in an instant? They did not even have the time to say their last words. No one could give an accurate explanation. However, everyone, including the members of the fire sect, knew that something big had happened. First Elder Gni aside. Just the deaths of these foreign dignitaries were enough to cause a huge earthquake in the international community. From now on, the prestige that the Great Zhou had accumulated for tens of thousands of years would completely dissipate in this war, leaving only a weak appearance that looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chapter 611, An Astonishing Monstrous Combat Strength. 1. On the battlefield, the people who had witnessed everything just now were all at a loss. They couldn't understand what had happened to make the foreign elders disappear in an instant without even making a sound. This scene deeply shocked them. It was as if the pause button had been pressed in an instant. After an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, the sound of people kneeling down came from the underground tunnel that extended in all directions. Countless members of the fire sect knelt on the ground with their eyes closed and their faces full of piety. They shouted at the same time, "May the God of Fire live forever, and may the world be free of chaos. We will follow closely behind you and build an eternal and equal country." As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the fire sect who were kneeling on the ground all bowed down one after another, as if their entire bodies were buried in the soil. This sudden phenomenon left many soldiers of the Great Zhou imperial court at a loss. At this moment, he looked at the devout believers not far away. Recalling the scenes from earlier, the soldiers felt a chill from the beginning to the end for the first time. A smart person cried out, "Just now, the golden sun that had just appeared in the sky and killed a group of guest elders was a god worshipped by the fire sect." The moment these words were said, the entire battlefield fell silent. People recalled the breathtaking scene in the sky just now. That existence was like the sun on earth. Just looking at it made people unable to open their eyes. Could it be that the other party was really a god worshipped by the fire sect? After all, rumors had it that the god of the fire sect was the incarnation of the golden light. So it was really a god who was walking in the world and chasing after Great Elder Gni? No wonder First Elder Gni had lost her composure and asked for help from the elders of the guest group. He thought of this possible conclusion. All the elite soldiers of Great Zhou present could not help but feel the urge to retreat. The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for 15,000 years. Until today, no one had seen the legendary ghosts and gods. However, they believed in the saying that there was a god within 3 feet of them. Now, if the golden sun in the sky was really an existence that was no different from a god, Didn't that mean that they were now enemies with the gods? Even if they had more guts, they wouldn't dare to do this. Seeing that the soldiers' fighting spirit on the battlefield was gradually weakening, the commander behind him had no choice but to call off the troops. In the sky thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Li Yueming once again blocked GNI's escape route. At this moment, GNI's expression was already very ugly. It had turned from a livid green to a pitch-black color. He felt that he had overestimated Li Yueming's strength. Therefore, in order to ensure that there were no accidents, he did not even escape directly. Instead, he took Li Yueming to the sky above the Great Zhou Army's camp and immediately summoned the other members of the guest group to be used as cannon fodder to delay Li Yueming's footsteps. According to his original plan, as long as he could successfully reach the sky above the tent and get the guest members to be cannon fodder, even if he couldn't defeat Li Yueming, he could still buy some time. Don't underestimate this moment. For experts in the heavenly tribulation realm like them, they could dash a very long distance in a few breaths. He only needed to stall for a moment to let GNI escape far away. In fact, his plan was going very smoothly. He rushed to the sky above the camp as fast as he could and successfully gathered the members of his guest group. He thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not expect Li Yueming's combat strength to be so terrifying. Moreover, the way they fought was much stranger than he had imagined. Even an experienced heavenly tribulation cultivator would have to spend a lot of effort to eliminate a large group of guest experts. In the end, in front of Li Yueming, they could only hold on for less than 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, he was turned into ashes by the blinding golden light that erupted from Li Yueming's body. It should be known that there were dozens of elite Qi practitioners at the Void Refinement Realm, the Origin Returning Realm, and even the Divine Aperture Realm. Even in the Great Zhou, they were the core high-level combat force of the Qi practitioners. Most of the time, they would be provided with good food and drinks as a foundation. They were rarely sent out for missions. But now, he was like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Li Yueming. It did not even affect Li Yueming's efficiency in hunting him down. This was F***ing, what kind of monster did he provoke? GNI had never felt so regretful in her life. If he hadn't rushed to Northern Glacier Town to assassinate Li Yueming a few years ago, would there have been a blood feud between the two sides? If he hadn't come to this spring water lake to suppress the bandits, would he have met Li Yueming, this monster that was beyond common sense? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in reality. Because of the two coincidences created the extremely dangerous scene. Li Yueming appeared in front of him again. GNI already knew that this time, he was probably doomed. After all, Li Yueming could easily catch up to him. Just this alone was enough to make GNI feel as if he had eaten **T. Chapter 612, An Astonishing Monstrous Combat Strength. 2. GNI's expression was uncertain. Li Yueming was very calm. He blocked GNI's escape path and asked, 30 years ago, when you hunted me down like a wild beast, you must have never thought that this day would come for you, right? He could feel the mockery and disdain in Li Yueming's tone. GNI, who had been in a high position for many years, couldn't keep his face. He threatened fiercely, what do you want? Do you want to be enemies with the Great Zhou? You have to think clearly. The heavenly tribulation realm is definitely not the limit of the Great Zhou Qi refiners. If you kill me, those sleeping old monsters will definitely wake up. At that time, I'm afraid that you will have nowhere to go. In the current situation, GNI's threat was pale and powerless. However, Li Yueming knew that what the other party said was true. A Qi refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm was not the limit of the Great Zhou dynasty, nor could it be the limit of the Great Zhou dynasty's Qi refiner. According to the information Li Yueming had collected from the ancient books and archives, the Great Zhou had at least 5 Nirvana realm experts, 1 or 2 super old monsters who were one step away from ascending. As for whether there were more terrifying existences, that could only exist in his imagination and guesses. No one knew if it really existed. Seeing the hesitation on Li Yueming's face, Gni was delighted. She quickly struck while the iron was hot and advised, "An outstanding person like you can leave a name in history. It's really a waste to leave it outside. As long as you're willing, I can be your referee and recommend you to join the Great Zhou guest group. Your status is second only to mine." No, his status is above mine. He seemed to be afraid that Li Yueming would reject him. "Do you know what it means to be above me?" Gni did not dare to stop. "This meant that you could choose from all the rare treasures in the entire Great Zhou's treasury. The spiritual energy and heaven and earth providence in the Great Zhou dragon vein would endlessly pour into your body. Even if you don't do anything, you can easily break through the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. If you're lucky, you might even enter nirvana." Obviously, he had not officially fought with Li Yueming yet. However, Gni was already frightened by the terrifying power of Li Yueming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so dejected. However, Li Yueming naturally couldn't accept these suggestions. Therefore, he still looked calm and relaxed. He smiled and said, "What you said will still be mine after I pull the Great Zhou out of this world. As for you, you've lost your composure now." Hearing this, Gni's pupils constricted. If he had looked at Li Yueming with a hint of fear in his eyes before, then he would have been able to see Li Yueming. When he heard Li Yueming say that he wanted to pull the Great Zhou out of this world, he suddenly laughed and said coldly, "Young man, your heart is really higher than the sky. Do you want to destroy the Zhou? I advise you to get someone to prepare the coffin before you say that." Li Yueming didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to get information. After all, the other party had lived for who knew how long. He was already old and shrewd, and even his eyelashes were empty. No one knew how much of the news he said was true or false. If he was not careful, there was a high chance that he would be scammed miserably. Therefore, he did not say anything else. He turned into a stream of light and headed straight for Gni. He rarely fought in this world. Although this was a fantasy world, it was mainly a war between several dynasties. When an individual's power was not strong enough, their destructive power could not be compared to an army with a military spirit. Only after breaking through the heavenly tribulation realm did his individual power finally possess the destructive power to turn the tide of the battle. After breaking through to the heavenly tribulation realm, it was rare to meet experts of the same realm. Now that he had finally met his old enemy, Gni, Li Yueming naturally would not let him go. He could use it as a whetstone to test his strength. Seeing that all kinds of tricks were useless against Li Yueming, Gni finally threw away the messy thoughts in her mind and began to concentrate, hoping to find a way to break through the situation in the war. Boom! The two of them fought in the depths of the mountain ridge. They only exchanged a blow in the process of testing each other. The huge fluctuation caused the entire mountain ridge to collapse. Countless birds and beasts thought that the end of the world had arrived and scattered in all directions. After just 3 to 5 moves, Li Yueming's palm struck Ji Ziu's chest, and he fell to the ground like a cannonball that had been fired. The entire mountain trembled. Amidst the dust, Gni staggered back up after a long while. He finally returned to the sky and looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with fear and horror again. He said in disbelief, "How is that possible? Our realms are about the same, so why is there such a huge difference in our combat strength?" Li Yueming did not respond. In fact, when he made up his mind to do something, it was very difficult for the outside world to influence his judgment. For example, making a development plan. For example, killing people. Gni was surprised by his terrifying combat strength, but only Li Yueming knew that he had only used his physical strength just now. He did not fully activate the human body's treasure trove, nor did he use the qi of the qi refiner. Chapter 613, An Astonishing Monstrous Combat Strength. 3. However, even so, it was only a matter of time. Using 30 to 50% of his strength was enough to easily crush Gni, who was also in the heavenly tribulation realm. This was the terrifying part of cultivating two paths at the same time. Li Yueming, who had infinite deductions and a perfect genetic body, could forcefully open up a path of body training in this world where there was no path of body training by changing his body structure. He could even borrow the cultivation system from other worlds and force it to adapt to his body structure. This path was extremely difficult to open. The benefits it brought were also extremely obvious. After realizing that Li Yueming's entire body was filled with killing intent and had no intention of paying attention to him, Gni felt a chill run down his spine. He finally smelled something bad. He looked around. Only then did he realize that Li Yueming had chosen a good position to intercept him. They did not stop him near the city. Instead, they chose to stop him in the depths of the mountain where no one could reach. In this way, even if he wanted to hide in the crowd or stall for time to ask for help, he would not be able to get stronger chi refiners from the Great Zhou sect. He couldn't find a way out of the predicament. Gni could only brace himself and fight Li Yueming a few more times. However, the more they collided, the colder Gni's heart became. As expected of a monster who could escape from his hands at the void refinement realm. Now that she was at the same realm as him, Gni did not even have the strength to fight back. Not only was his opponent strong, but his physical fitness was also unbelievably strong. He was actually able to block the attack launched by him, mobilizing all his spiritual energy with his bare hands. He was simply not human. After a few breaths, Gni felt the left side of her body go numb. He turned his head and realized that Li Yueming had appeared beside him. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and pulled it gently. Suddenly, the sound of muscles and cloth tearing sounded at the same time. Li Yueming had actually used his physical fitness to tear off one of his arms. When blood gushed out, Gni could not believe her eyes. One had to know that he was not considered weak among the Qi practitioners in the heavenly tribulation realm. He could even be considered one of the best. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the great elder of the Great Zhou guest group. However, in front of Yueming, he was like a child who had yet to fully develop. Whether it was speed, strength, spiritual energy, or combat experience, Li Yueming was able to push him forward. In fact, from the moment he saw Li Yueming, he already knew that Li Yueming was stronger than him. However, he did not expect Li Yueming to be so much stronger than him. The combat strength between the two sides was almost on a different level. One had to know that Li Yueming was only a void refinement realm chi refiner a few decades ago. Even if he had broken through the heavenly tribulation 10 years ago, he would only have 10 years of accumulation. In such a short period of time, how did Li Yueming obtain such powerful combat strength? This was absolutely impossible. Gni's eyes were red as he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body. A dark, blurry shadow slowly condensed behind him and said in a hoarse voice, "Die." Li Yueming's expression was still calm. However, when the black shadow appeared, his eyes could not help but narrow. For no other reason, he sensed a strange and familiar aura from the phantom behind Gni. Chapter 614, Unification, Thorny Road. 1. The battle had only lasted for a few rounds. Zhou, who had broken through the heavenly tribulation realm for many years, had his right arm torn off by Li Yueming. Dark red blood dyed the sky red. The sudden pain in her body gave Gni a fright. He could not understand why Li Yueming was so much stronger than him. They were both Qi practitioners of the same realm. However, no matter how frightened and confused Gni was, the cruel reality was like a heavy mountain in front of him. Regardless of whether he was willing to believe it or not, the gap between his and Li Yueming's combat strength was so great that they were not on the same level at all. After confirming that he was no match for them, and that he could not ask for help from the outside world, they were all stunned. Gni finally realized how dangerous the situation was. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His body suddenly swelled up. Even his arm, which was still spewing blood, quickly stopped and healed at an extremely fast speed. When he opened his eyes again, a huge black shadow had appeared behind him. Gni stood high in the sky. The energy fluctuations in his body had already increased by more than a level in the few breaths that the black shadow had appeared. Although he had already lost his right arm. However, under the influence of the enraged state, both his combat power and the pressure he felt were rising. He stared at Li Yueming with bloodshot eyes and growled in an extremely hoarse voice, "I'm very curious about who you are to be able to force me to use this move." Not far away, Li Yueming stopped. He looked at Gni, who was like a monster with a violent aura. Li Yueming's face was full of vigilance. However, just this level was not enough to make Li Yueming feel fear. The reason why he was vigilant was because he sensed the mysterious aura of the shadow behind Gni. After activating this state that Gni called mutation, Ji no longer used her previous strategy of fighting and retreating to protect herself. He took the initiative to fight Li Yueming. In fact, Gni's combat strength had indeed increased by a large margin. At least in the following contact, the black shadow behind him protected Gni from harm and could even launch some simple attacks that could threaten Li Yueming. Under the circumstances where Li Yueming didn't use more power, he actually started to fight with Li Yueming. He could even occasionally defeat Li Yueming. Li Yueming guessed that he would not be able to maintain this state forever, and he would most likely have to pay a price. Otherwise, she would look like a supermodel. In the air, the two of them fought again. Li Yueming retreated dozens of meters. Gni was not feeling too well either. She staggered a few steps back. After a round of battle, Li Ming had a rough estimation of his current combat strength, so he stopped and asked Gni, "You should know a lot about the ancient Great Qian dynasty and the so-called human emperor of the Tiandu clan, right?" Gni was obviously a little surprised by his sudden doubt, but she quickly recovered and laughed. "Lt seems that you are indeed more complicated than I thought. You actually know so many things without saying anything." Li Yueming didn't respond. However, for some reason, Gni did not seem to care about this and continued, "But you should know, right? Sometimes, the more you know, the better. On the contrary, you might even get yourself killed because of your curiosity. You've already investigated so deeply that you're only one step away from the truth and death. Even if I can't kill you, I can already see the day you disappear from the face of the earth. If that day really comes, you will definitely regret not being killed by me today." Ha ha ha. As she laughed, she suddenly stopped. She looked at him and said with a ferocious expression, "Those who know the truth must die. Instead of dying in the hands of that thing, it's better for me to kill them." As she spoke, the shadow behind Gni became more solid. His aura soared again. The black shadow seemed to have a life of its own as it fused with him. It even repaired his torn right arm. Gni became even more ferocious and terrifying. Previously, Li Yueming had also obtained some fragmented information from him. However, some of those messages were fake. Other than Gni herself, no one knew how much of the information was true and how much was false. There were probably many smoke bombs that Gni deliberately released to confuse Li Yueming. Therefore, Li Yueming was not prepared to believe a single word. But now, after smelling the terrifying difference between him and Li Yueming, the credibility of Gni's words increased a little. After all, when a person was extremely nervous or excited, it was impossible to control their brain well. Even if they had already become a cultivator in the heavenly tribulation realm, as long as they did not leave the scope of human beings, this rule still applied. Therefore, just a few words from him when he was in a state of madness had already given Li Yueming a lot of information. At the very least, he could confirm one thing. That was the so-called reality, which was perhaps not a secret among the circle of top-notch chi refiners in this world. It was just that very few people could enter their circle. Chapter 615, Unification, Thorny Road. 2. Then, the problem came. The person behind the scenes had tampered with so much real history. What shocking secret was he trying to hide? Why was it that so many people knew the true history, but there were no rumors in the outside world? Looking at the black shadow behind GNI, Li Yueming already had some guesses in his heart. He did not waste any more time. Even though GNI's condition had changed greatly compared to before, and her combat strength had also increased by a large margin. But don't forget that Li Yueming didn't use his full strength. He had only used less than 50% of his strength. After discovering that GNI had taken out his trump card, Li Yueming did not hide anymore. He activated the 6 human treasures on his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was also constantly circulating, raising Li Yueming's condition to the peak at the fastest speed. Li Yueming stretched his body and looked at his greenish-gray palm, as well as the ferocious bone spikes protruding from his palm. He revealed a self-deprecating or mocking smile and said indifferently, "You're not the only one who's a monster. I'm also a monster among monsters, of course. The reason why I became like this is, in a sense, thanks to your gift." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming didn't dawdle anymore. He exerted a little force under his feet and immediately disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he appeared in front of GNI like a jumping beam of light. It was still a simple and rough punch, but the energy contained in it was enough to distort space. More than 10 years ago, when he was being chased by GNI. In order to protect himself, Li Yueming constantly squeezed out the energy in his body. In the end, after the body's energy was squeezed out, it would crazily squeeze out its potential. However, this was not enough. After all, GNI and him were separated by several major realms. As Qi practitioners cultivated, the gap between realms would become larger. In order to escape, Li Yueming was constantly adjusting his body structure through his perfect genetic body while squeezing the potential of his body. The goal was to evolve a body that was more suitable for escaping. Because there was too little time, he could not constantly deduce the best option. Although the perfect genetic body allowed Li Yueming to evolve into an extremely powerful physical state, it also brought about an uncontrollable superevolution to Li Yueming's genes. His current form was one of the ultimate battle forms that his perfect genetic body had evolved. It was suitable for pursuit and escape. It had a terrifying body that was so powerful that it made people speechless. Therefore, it was only a single punch. To GNI, who had completed her mutation, it was as if she had bumped into a huge mountain. However, he was still sent flying thousands of meters away by Li Yueming's punch. He flipped in the air countless times. At this moment, the battle between the two of them was not so much a fight between humans as it was an internal strife between monsters. Whether it was Li Yueming or GNI, they were no longer pure humans. He finally stopped moving. Looking at Li Yueming, who was not far away and had spread his wings and covered in greenish-gray scales, GNI opened his mouth to speak, but just as he was about to speak, he couldn't help but cough twice. GNI spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Stinky blood gushed out from her throat, and she finally stopped coughing. GNI was in a daze. This. You're a monster too? No, that's not right. Ha ha, ha ha ha. No, you're a human, and I'm the monster. Blood was still gushing out of his mouth, but he was still laughing. It looked a little terrifying. However, Li Yueming's eyes were still as calm as ever, as cold as a knife. The perfect Geno body was a bright gold talent that was one level higher than the infinite gold talent. Moreover, compared to the pure support talent of infinite deduction, the strength of a perfect genetic body was more reflected in the two aspects of combat and survival. How could the bright golden battle form talent be undeserved? The current Li Yueming had changed from a genetic level to something else. Everything was in the service of battle. It could even be said that it was purely born for battle. Therefore, similar to fear, pity, arrogance, Li Yueming wouldn't have any emotions that he shouldn't have in a battle. Kill the enemies that can be killed. Or survive from an enemy that could not be killed. Without deliberately controlling his emotions, Li Yueming would only make an absolutely rational choice between these two judgments. Now, facing GNI, whose combat strength was weaker than his, Li Yueming naturally would not show any mercy. In a flash, Li Yueming appeared in front of GNI again. This time, he did not simply punch out. Instead, he first used his spiritual energy to block GNI's retreat before relying on his powerful physical fitness to fight GNI in close combat again. GNI's entire body was covered in black shadows. Although he was visibly weaker than Li Yueming in close combat, he could still barely hold on with the power of the black shadows. However, the bone spurs on Li Yueming's arm were extremely sharp. With the enhancement of the human treasure, their destructive power had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 616, Unification, Thorny Road. 3. Therefore, no matter how strange the black shadow was, it was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye under Li Yueming's monster-like fierce attack. During this process, GNI was still crying and laughing. It was as if his consciousness had been completely infected by the black shadow and had become crazy. After about 15 minutes, G Mill's head appeared in Li Yueming's hand. He silently adjusted his breathing in the sky for a long time, dispelling the genetic logic that constantly interfered with his thinking. Li Yueming was finally released from the slaughter state. This was Li Yueming's first time going all out after many years. And his opponent was one of the most powerful Qi practitioners in the world. Fighting against a powerhouse of the same realm, this kind of familiar and unfamiliar feeling made Li Yueming feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Fortunately, the instinct to fight was engraved in his genes, so there was no accident. There was no doubt that he had gained a lot from this slaughter. Not only did he gain more information, but he also gained more information. It also allowed him to have a sufficient judgment of his own strength. He no longer felt unfamiliar with this body that was getting stronger and stronger after the breakthrough. The only pity was that he did not fully understand what the black shadow behind GNI was and how it could increase GNIT's combat strength so much. Forget it. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Just like what GNI said, sometimes knowing more was not necessarily a good thing. The rewards he had now were enough to satisfy him. Looking at the arm that had transformed back from the greenish-gray scales and bone spikes, Li Yueming muttered, "Looks like I have to be careful when using a perfect genetic body next time. The consequences and side effects of randomly modifying genetic data are too great. I don't want to be like those technological lunatics and turn myself into a genetic monster." After returning to his human form, Li Yueming put on a set of intact clothes. Then, without looking back, he left this forest that was destined to be unable to return to its original state for many years. Now, Northern Ice River Town and the Fire Sect were ready to complete it. Li Yueming had also killed a heaven-rank Great Elder of the Great Zhou honored guest group. The ultimate goal of overthrowing the Great Zhou's rule had officially been put on the agenda. It could be foreseen that this would be a path full of thorns and no leeway. All the people or forces involved could only advance and not retreat. Because behind him was a cliff. Before today, Li Yueming was still a little overcautious, afraid that he would make a mistake and lose everything. Now that things had come to this, Li Yueming felt relaxed. Year 7837 of the Great Zhou dynasty. This was a year destined to be recorded in the history books. Only two things had happened this year. The first incident was the rebellion of the Fire Sect, and the Great Zhou dynasty sent Qi practitioners in the heavenly tribulation realm and the central army to encircle and suppress them. He thought that it would be a piece of cake to eliminate a group of nobodies. In the end, the heavenly tribulation Grand Elder of the guest group died, and his head was hung on the city wall of Fengnan County. Secondly, Norton Ice Clover Elon Mod 111Z TNE Star Moon Army to attack TNE front lines of Fulong, Fuhu, and Futien Pass, which had yet to be rebuilt. The Star Moon troop came in a menacing manner, and their combat strength was very strong. It took them half a month to successfully break through the defenses of the three passes. Moreover, they were still gathering troops and approaching the hinterland of the Great Zhou dynasty. Both incidents happened very suddenly. It was to the extent that when the outside world came back to their senses, they realized that the Great Zhou was already facing a joint attack from both internal and external threats in just a few months. Chapter 617, Returning to Northern Glacier Town, the youths who once chased their dreams. 1. The most heart-wrenching pain in this world was nothing more than tearing apart those things that were called beautiful. Li Yueming had personally created too many beautiful things and destroyed too many beautiful things. Therefore, he knew better than anyone how hard it was to come by ordinary happiness. It was also because of this that when he had a choice, he was unwilling to involve too many people to share his fate. After all, if he died, so be it. At most, he would lose some points, but he could still return to the reincarnation space. However, some people were truly dead when they died. He could no longer hear her voice or see her face. Just by thinking about it, he would feel a sharp pain in his chest. However, even though there were thousands of paths in the world, there was no way out. Li Yueming had already reached this point. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to muster his courage and move forward bravely. Therefore, after repeatedly deducing and determining that the timing was right, Li Yueming picked up a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Northern Glacier Town, which was thousands of miles away. The Great Zhou sent out the Great Elder of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm's guest group. In the end, not only did they not obtain the expected unstoppable attack, but they even failed miserably. Even the Heavenly Tribulation Realm First Elder and the entire Great Zhou guest group were annihilated. When this news spread, almost everyone could not believe their ears. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too unbelievable. Even though they had repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the information, there were still many people who were unwilling to believe it. Maybe this was the so-called reality that was more ridiculous than novels. After all, novels still needed logic to support them, but reality did not. When something happened, the cause and effect were not important. What was important was that something happened. The turmoil caused by this incident even spread throughout the 6 kingdoms of China. One had to know what the Great Zhou honored guest group's first elder represented. It represented the strongest power that could walk in this world under normal circumstances. It represented an invincible existence under nirvana and ascension. In the past several thousand years, from the time the War of the 9 Kingdoms was launched and the Great Gan and Great Han were destroyed to now, it was rare to hear news of a divine aperture realm expert being killed in public. And for GNI, a super powerful being, to die in front of everyone was something that had never happened in thousands of years. But now, it was this paragon who had been turned upside down in an unremarkable raid. Not only were they killed, but their heads were also hung on the city walls. Such behavior was to announce the end of an era to the world and the beginning of a brand new era. A long time after that, countless citizens and rulers of various countries were discussing this piece of news. Even after a long time, there were still people who could not free themselves from the traditional thinking that had been maintained for hundreds of years. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Northern Ice River Town to be unwilling to be left out. Once again, a huge piece of news broke out. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers from North Glacier Town gathered together and directly led their troops to break through the weak defense line of Zhou Fusion Pass, Crouching Dragon Pass, and Crouching Tiger Pass. It was said that Northern Ice River Town was so bold that they dared to lead elite troops to attack the northwest territory of the Great Zhou at the critical moment of life and death. All the countries in the world looked at him and were in an uproar. At the same time, countless suspicions began to rise again. If it was a few years ago, when Northern Glacier Town under Li Ruyu's command saw that the Great Zhou was weak, they would have given it a hard blow. Perhaps no one would have been surprised. After all, although Northern Glacier Town was not as unified as Li Yueming's time, it was still a disciplined and powerful super first-class force. However, Li Ruyu had already abdicated, and Northern Ice River Town had been in civil strife for many years. It had long passed its heyday. Now, it was already very good that Northern Ice River Town could protect its territory from being split by the internal forces. They actually dared to send troops to start a war and interfere in the matters of the Great Zhou. Aren't they afraid of accidents? However, no matter what the outside world thought, Northern Glacier Town's actions were like a raging fire, explaining to everyone the madness that only belonged to Northern Glacier Town. In just 3 months, under the double blow of internal and external problems, the Great Zhou had already suffered an unbearable blow. Not only did they lose the 3 passes in the northwest, which they had since the founding of the Tiandu clan, but they also lost their territory to North Glacier Town. Although Northern Ice River Town was not like the Qin people who burned, killed, and plundered, a rebel army was still a rebel army. Even if they only stepped into the territory and did nothing else, it was enough to cause a great loss to Zhou. In addition, a few granaries in the backyard near Fengnan County were still on fire. Even after sending out such a powerful lineup, they still could not put it out. Not only that, but they also lost a heavenly tribulation stage Great Elder. Under the stacking of multiple buffs, the Great Zhou's situation was already precarious. If it wasn't for the fact that Northern Ice River Town was filled with internal conflicts and couldn't effectively control all its strength, the extremely weak Great Zhou might have been in danger of being destroyed in an instant. After all, from the moment Li Yueming led the army to break through and burn the 3 passes in the northwest, the entire military barrier of the Great Zhou Empire in the northwest was like a piece of waste paper. Chapter 618, Returning to Northern Glacier Town, the youths who once chased their dreams. 2. Over the years, in order to make up for this shortcoming, the Great Zhou had also done many things. However, compared to the 3 impregnable passes that stood in the northwest in the past, the hasty preparations were not worth mentioning. Under such circumstances, the emperor finally did not dare to hide any more. Almost all of the core army spirit troops of the Great Zhou were mobilized and deployed in the northwest territory. Since there was no geographical advantage to rely on, therefore, they could only use manpower, material resources, and financial resources to forcefully build a human wall and do their best to prevent the Star Moon Army from breaking through the northwest and endangering the safety of the royal capital. If it was decades ago when the Great Zhou's national treasury was still full. Not to mention that the Star Moon troop had only sent less than 200,000 elites to approach Hejing, even if they doubled the number to 400,000, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Hejing. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty had ruled thousands of miles of land for tens of thousands of years and was definitely not to be trifled with. The people in Fusion Pass, Dragon Subdue Pass, and Tiger Subdue Pass had an extremely strong sense of identity with the Great Zhou. The people of the world were already used to calling themselves citizens of the Great Zhou and were also used to being ruled by the Great Zhou. Just this alone was completely different from the people in the northwest. As an invader, the Star Moon Army would definitely encounter powerful resistance after entering the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou only needed to send enough troops to face the enemy and be invincible. However, it was not the same as decades ago. The Great Zhou, which was involved in the war between the 6 countries, was a defeated country. Its treasury had long since dried up in the Long War. The war between the 6 nations had finally ended. The Great Zhou, Great Qin, and Great Qi attacked Northern Ice River Town. In the end, Zhou did not gain any advantage in this war. Not only did it not cause much substantial damage to Northern Ice River Town, but it also made Northern Ice River Town hostile for no reason. The war finally came to an end. Just as they were preparing to recuperate and replenish their livelihood, the fire sects in the country caused trouble everywhere, causing the grain production in the central and southern regions of the Great Zhou to decrease on a large scale. Time and time again, they were either overt or covert, strong or weak. With the accumulation of many factors, even the Great Zhou, a powerful country that had stood for 10,000 years, could not hold on. Therefore, although they had mobilized a sufficient number of troops, the Great Zhou was still not confident. They could only hope that the other countries would not kick the Great Zhou when it was down at this time and deal a fatal blow to the Great Zhou that was already wearing a mask of pain. Hejing, above the Emperor's hall. Hundreds of civil and military officials slowly walked out of the meeting hall. At this moment, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Some of them even whispered to each other and sighed. In the main hall, the Emperor's face was numb and his emotions were complicated. After everyone had left, he casually grabbed an inkstone from the side of the table and threw it on the ground. Bang! The loud noise frightened the palace maids and eunuchs around him. Seeing that his expression was getting uglier, an old eunuch said nervously, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down." The Emperor glared at the eunuch. The eunuch, who was extremely familiar with the man before him, immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. The Emperor stood up from the dragon throne and scolded angrily, "Trash, a bunch of trash." The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for more than 13,000 years, and there had never been anyone like this. All the civil and military officials in the court were people who lived in vain. The Great Zhou dynasty implemented the clan blood system, and official positions were passed down from generation to generation through the ties between the family and the academy. It was still fine in the first few thousand years. After all, the world had not yet settled down at that time, and many families had not lost their desire to advance. In addition, generations of marriage had made the relationship between the entire interest alliance very strong. Therefore, the Great Zhou relied on this system to prosper and stabilize for a long time. The longer it lasted, the more the Great Zhou would be restricted by this system. When the various large families formed an unbreakable alliance, the so-called imperial power was actually just a tool to bind interests in the eyes of the aristocratic families. If not for the fact that the emperor was powerful enough to control the most elite batch of qi refiners. In the long years, it had probably long since been used as a figurehead by the great clans, becoming a dispensable mascot. Of course, none of this was important. After all, the emperor's surname was Ji. Just based on this point, as long as the Great Zhou dynasty existed, the emperor would forever hold power that the other great clans could never shake. However, Heaven's dower did not mean that Thev would not dirish. After all, although Zhou's authority was greater than that of the other countries, the Great Zhou Empire was not as powerful as the other countries. But in the end, it had not reached the level where he could do whatever he wanted. As long as the other countries joined forces, the Great Zhou would still be destroyed. However, what the emperor could not accept the most was that the Great Zhou had not been destroyed by the other countries in the War of the Six Countries. Instead, it had been forced into a corner by a group of traitors in the northwest and a group of rebels in the country. The emperor of Great Zhou believed that although he was not a famous ruler, he should not have become a ruler of a nation. This group of great clans had truly rotted to the roots. In the face of danger, there was not a single person in the entire court who could be of great use. There was only a group of submissive second-generation aristocrats who were full of greed. Back then, when a group of scholars in the country were in a mess because of the decisions made in the northeast. Chapter 619, Returning to Northern Glacier Town, the youths who once chased their dreams. 3. There were already clues, right? It was just that his mind was filled with the 6 nations contending for hegemony and unifying the world. He did not see the seriousness behind this question. As a result, many scholars and talented people fled in all directions, no longer having any hope for the Great Zhou. Thinking of this, the emperor closed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally calmed down. He thought about how his imperial uncle, Gni, who he had high hopes for, had actually died in that god-forsaken place in Fengnan County. If the emperor still didn't understand that there was an existence beyond imagination behind the fire transmission sect, his brain would probably have grown for nothing. After dismissing the palace maids and eunuchs behind him, the emperor silently left the meeting hall and came to an inconspicuous dilapidated hall in the depths of the palace. There was a long silence. The emperor finally mustered his courage and walked in. North Ice River Town, Star Moon Army Camp. A group of Corps high-ranking officers of the Star Moon Army swarmed into the tent. Looking at Li Ruya, who was not far away, they said with a bit of anger, "City Lord Li, I heard that you instigated General Ding to send troops to attack the Great Zhou?" The other Star Moon troop higher UPS also echoed, "Yes, yes. City Lord Li, although your status is extraordinary, don't forget that you don't have direct control over the Star Moon Army. Isn't it overstepping your authority to interfere with the internal affairs of the Star Moon Army?" Li Ruya's expression was cold and she said, "Neither servile nor overbearing, one can do whatever I want. Besides, even if I propose to attack the Great Zhou, isn't the final decision made by General Ding? Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully?" Her words were very unpleasant. The people around them were a little embarrassed when they heard this. To some extent, they did have such thoughts. After all, whether it was Ding Yi or Huang Li Er, their positions in the Star Moon Army were still very stable. They were the core backbones who had followed Li Yueming since the establishment of the Star Moon Army. It was definitely unrealistic for them to find trouble with these two. Other than asking for trouble, there was a high probability that there would be no good outcome. However, they could not vent their dissatisfaction and doubts about the sudden mobilization of the army to Ding Yi and Huang Li Er, but it did not mean that they would do the same in front of Li Ruyu. Compared to Li Ruxing, who had an extremely high reputation in the North Ice River, Li Ruyu, the eldest sister of the Li family, had a far lower status in the eyes of the members of the Star Moon Army. Li Ruyu was already married and could no longer be considered a member of the Li family. Li Ruyu's own achievements and talents were far from enough to control the smartest people in the world. Now, Li Ruyu had mercilessly exposed his thoughts. The originally aggressive crowd paused for a moment before denying it again. "City Lord Li, we don't mean to blame or make things difficult for you. We just want to ask you not to overstep your authority and interfere in the affairs of the Star Moon Army in the future. After all, since ancient times, military power and management power have been separated. We don't recognize anyone other than the leader who holds the two great powers." Hearing that they were still unwilling to let go, Li Ruyu's expression turned even worse. She didn't expect her position in the Star Moon troop to be so awkward. She didn't expect the Star Moon Army to be so disgusted by her city lord's interference. However, after thinking about it carefully, she calmed down a little. Who were the only two people who controlled the Star Moon troop? Whether it was Li Yueming or Li Ruxing, compared to Li Ruya, who was like a firefly, they were both like the bright moon. Just as the group of people were expressing their dissatisfaction, at some point in time, a cold figure suddenly appeared behind everyone. He felt a sudden strange movement. All the higher UPS of the Star Moon troop were stunned. However, when he saw the face of the figure not far away, the Star Moon troop's upper echelon, who had been frozen stiff, suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. Li, General Li Ruxing. Li Ruxing was wearing a white robe, and her long hair was loose. Her eyes were like the most brilliant stars in the world. She looked at the unfamiliar and familiar faces in front of her and slowly said, "It was my order to attack the Great Zhou. Why? Do you have any objections?" Looking at the cold and gentle figure in front of them, the expressions of the Star Moon troop's higher UPS were complicated to a certain extent. There was surprise, uneasiness, excitement, fear. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. However, Li Ruxing obviously had no intention of chatting with them. Her eyes that were as bright as stars swept across everyone. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and said, "My brother once promised you a paradise on earth. Unfortunately, my ability is limited, and I've always blamed myself for not being able to bring you guys to complete this incredible dream he left behind. But it doesn't matter, because that man has come back to fulfill his promise." As she spoke, she paused. After a moment of silence, he suddenly revealed a relieved smile and said, "So now, let me take a good look at how many of you who followed him closely back then are still willing to accompany him on this path of no return. Everyone who is still standing with him, gather at the Star Moon Central Plaza." After he finished speaking, just like before, Li Yueming turned around and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving behind a group of shocked Star Moon Army high-ranking officers. Chapter 620, Horrifying Appeal, Veterans Don't Die. 1. Northern Glacier Town, Starry Moon Central Plaza. Li Yueming appeared here a long time ago. At this moment, her expression was extremely indifferent, and her pair of gorgeous eyes swept the sky aimlessly. The crystal-clear floccule fell on Li Yueming's skin and quickly turned into a pool of water, bringing with it a chill that made people tremble. Snowflakes fell again. Just like how he had landed on this land countless years ago. Heaven and earth were always like this, neither happy nor sad. They just repeated the program set by God, mechanically repeating the cycle of the 4 seasons of the year. Sometimes, Li Yueming's thoughts would always wander. Was there really a so-called God in this world? Or was the so-called God just a bug that was slightly bigger than a human? If the so-called God really existed, would he be able to fight against the endless time? This question had troubled her for a long time. It had even blurred her vision and made her unable to see the road ahead clearly. But now, Li Yueming had never felt so lost and helpless before. From the day Li Yueming left North Glacier Town until today, it seemed that nearly 30 years had passed. The moon does not stay, the season is like flowing water. When Li Yueming left, the 2 regions in the northwest under the control of North Glacier Town were still a poor land with a population of 20 million. There was no food and no talent. Many of the people living here still lived a life of hunger and satiety every day. At that time, the Star Moon Army was very pure. Including her, everyone followed closely behind Li Yueming, carefully guarding the small boat that coma capsize at any time, Dravm Tianina Ana waves, Drave 1y forward. However, the human brain was like a hard disk that could be degaussed at any time. Forgetting and letting go were the underlying logic that had been engraved into the deepest part of the disk. Even her resignation as the city lord of Northern Ice River Town and the leader of the Star Moon Army had been more than 10 years ago, not to mention that Li Yueming had left 30 years ago. Currently, the registered population of the Northwest had exceeded 80 million, and the number of trained Star Moon troops had exceeded 5 million. The rapid development of Northern Glacier Town had caused everything that had happened to her to turn into a puddle of water on her skin like snowflakes falling on her body, and she was no longer the same as before. Time was merciless. Not only could it take away all the pain, but it could also take away all the beauty. All the unforgettable memories, all the undying memories, would become a withered flower in the passage of time. No one would remember the fragrance it once emitted. 30 years was neither long nor short. In the long river of time, it might only be an instant. However, it was an unbearable pain for ordinary humans. The surging waves of the Northern Ice River continued to roll forward. It was a pity that the new generation had replaced the old. After all, not everyone was a powerful chi refiner, and not everyone had a firm and tenacious will. Most of the people in the world were just ordinary people. Many of the core soldiers of the Star Moon Army who used to follow Li Yueming had already aged. At this moment, could Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army abandon the glory, wealth, and stability they had already obtained and once again embark on the road full of thorns and no future? Just because of a sentence and a wish from an old leader who had passed away for 30 years? To be honest, Li Yueming didn't know. In fact, other than the members of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army, no one else in this world knew about this. Anyway, Li Yueming had done what she could and had already passed on Li Yueming's instructions. As for whether there were still people in the Star Moon Army and Northern Glacier Town who were willing to abandon everything and follow a dreamlike bubble, it was not something she could decide. The sunset in winter always came earlier than usual. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, Northern Glacier Town had already fallen into darkness. Li Yueming stood alone in the Star Moon Center Square of North Ice River Town. Feeling the still lonely and uninhabited surroundings, his expression could not help but darken slightly. Although she was already mentally prepared for this. However, when all of this really happened in front of her, it still made her feel a little dejected. She believed that if the news of Li Yueming had come 8 or 10 years earlier, Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army would not be like this. Too many things had happened in the years she had been away. The most powerful group of soldiers in Northern Ice River Town had basically reached the age of retirement. If the first generation was included, the fresh blood of the Star Moon Army was already the 4th generation of soldiers. As the saying goes, the grace of a gentleman will decline after 3 generations and be cut off after 5 generations. It might be a little biased in such a fantasy world, but in the end, there was no way to completely break away from this concept. The soldiers who had just joined the Star Moon Army had never even seen Li Yueming, so how could they expect them to listen to the orders of a person who had long disappeared from their memories? At 5:30 p.m. the central plaza of Star Moon was still empty. Snow fell like goose feathers, gradually wrapping the ground in a layer of silver. Chapter 621, Horrifying Appeal, Veterans Don't Die. 2. It was as if everyone had disappeared. The order that she, Li Yueming, announced during the day seemed to have never appeared. That's right. She, Li Yueming, had already resigned from all her positions in Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. What right did she have to give orders to Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army? Actually, this was nothing to her. Northern Glacier Town might be an indispensable part of Li Yueming's plan, but it was never the thing she cherished the most. The only pity was that Li Yueming might feel sad because of this, right? Li Yueming stood up and gently brushed away the snowflakes on her shoulders and hair. She stood up silently and prepared to leave. It didn't matter if Northern Ice River Town didn't want to stand with that man anymore, but she would definitely stand with that man. However, just as Li Yueming brushed away the snow and was about to leave, for some reason, the surface of the ground suddenly trembled violently, so much so that before her jade-white fingers could touch the snowflakes, they had already fallen off by themselves. Li Yueming put down her hand that was caressing the snow and looked in a certain direction outside the central square in a daze. There was a bit of surprise and astonishment in her expression, so much so that she was stunned on the spot. A moment later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Ding Yi, Huang Li Er, and the other reincarnators were the first to appear in the central square. Behind them were Li Nanfan, Li Ruyu, and other friends and relatives, as well as other high-ranking generals from Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. When he saw Li Yueming, Ding Yi's face revealed a complicated expression. He had always had complicated feelings about Li Yueming. It was like a bosom friend, but also like love. However, everything had come to an end today. The reincarnators and the natives were destined to be unable to devote themselves to each other. A relationship that was destined to not get the desired result was better off not starting from the beginning. His expression was solemn and handsome. He brought all the higher UPS of Northern Glacier Town to Li Yueming and asked excitedly, "All the higher UPS of the Star Moon Army and North Ice River Town have been assembled. The 2 million soldiers of the Star Moon Army are already in the process of being assembled. The core trump card troops have also been assembled. Is leader Li Yueming still alive?" Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures in front of him, Li Yueming had a complicated expression. Before she did all this, she had expected many results, but she never thought that everything would go so smoothly. It was just an uncertified edict. It seemed that she had underestimated Li Yueming's influence in Northern Glacier Town. But thinking about it, it didn't seem to be a problem. After all the rules of Northern Glacier Town were set according to Li Yueming's existence. Li Yueming set up a school to let the children of the commoners and the children of the dignitaries study together. Li Yueming had given birth to the soul of the Star Moon Army and set up a strict reward and punishment system for them. Li Yueming set up a research institute and continuously invested resources to research more high-yield crops and fruits, making the lives of the people of Northern Glacier Town better and better. One after another. All of them were actions that would leave their names in history. If the grace of a gentleman could be said to have been cut off for 5 generations, then the seed planted by Li Yueming in North Glacier Town would be a towering tree that protected the entire Northwest for thousands of years after it took root and sprouted. The fourth generation of Star Moon Army soldiers had never seen Li Yueming, but Li Yueming had always lived in the nagging of his elders and veterans. The officials and the younger generation of Northern Glacier Town had never seen Li Yueming before, but the spirit that Li Yueming left in the book had always lived in their hearts. Li Yueming wasn't around, but he was everywhere. Because of this, no matter how long Li Yueming had been gone, as long as the Dao he passed down did not change, there would still be people who could understand him. Then, when he returned again, there would still be people willing to shed their blood for him. They would risk their lives and move forward in the direction that his gaze pointed in. He forcefully suppressed the sour and complicated feelings in his heart. Li Yuexing silently took out the letter written by Li Yueming and said, "Pass on the order of Great General Li Yueming. From today onwards, North Glacier Town will enter a state of war. All soldiers of the Star Moon Troop, immediately attack the Great Zhou from the Dragon Subdue Pass, Tiger Subdue Pass, and Fusion Pass. Attack the Great Zhou's defense line from the water and land routes. General Li will be at Hejing City. We'll wait for your triumphant return." Hearing this, beneath their feet, everyone's faces revealed excitement. Even though they had already heard the news. However, most people were still skeptical about this. After all, for many years, there were similar rumors about General Li Yueming returning to North Ice River Town. So much so that when they heard the news, most people could not believe its accuracy. But now, he had been acknowledged by Li Yuexing. The accuracy of this news was instantly different. Huang Li took 2 steps forward and looked at the paper in Li Yuexing's hand carefully. She said excitedly, "LT really is Great General Li Yueming. In the Star Moon Central Square." After a brief moment of surprise, everyone cheered. As long as Li Yueming was still alive, the Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army would never disperse. This was their common thought. That was why everyone was so happy. Chapter 622, Horrifying Appeal, Veterans Don't Die. 3. In the end, it was Ding Yi, who had a high position and authority, who stood up and coughed to get everyone to calm down. Only then did the group of people calm down. After the surroundings quieted down, Ding Yi looked at Li Yuexing and said loudly, "Star Moon Army's chief instructor Ding Yi, listen up. The Star Moon Army will always advance and retreat together with General Li Yueming." Beside him, Li Ruyu also became serious and said solemnly, "Northern Ice River Town Lord, listen up. Northern Ice River Town will forever advance and retreat with Great General Li Yueming. Northern Glacier Town and the Star Moon Troop were actually one entity a long time ago. The reason why it was split into 2 independent departments was that they were gradually becoming more formal and had different responsibilities. The biggest reason was that the person who could mobilize 2 departments at the same time had left. And now, Li Yueming had returned once again and issued an order to these 2 behemoths. Under that person's instructions, the 2 sides finally came together with incomparable determination and worked hard for a common goal. After the oath, everyone's eyes fell on Li Yuexing. Ding Yi took a step forward and said directly, "Now that the great general is not here, I hope that General Li Yuexing will put on his armor and go into battle again." At this moment, the special forces and the soldiers of the Star Moon Army in the Northern Ice River Town are ready to go. With a single order, the million-strong army will destroy all existences that dare to provoke General Li Yueming. Li Yuexing's eyes softened as she slowly swept her gaze across everyone. She smiled and said, "I need to correct one point. The Star Moon Army and Northern Glacier Town will never be the private property of General Li Yueming. They will be the treasures of everyone. What we need to do is not to retaliate against a certain country, but to create a world where everyone is equal, no matter how far away this dream was, or how many setbacks they would encounter along the way. The Star Moon Troop would always follow and advance with high spirits." Hearing Li Yuexing's words, everyone, including Ding Yi and Huang Li was not surprised. On the contrary, all of them revealed an expression of "I knew it." They all laughed. Li Yueming was like this, she had been in charge of Northern Ice River Town for so many years. She might be able to fill in the small details on her own, but the general plan set by Li Yueming could not be changed. If Li Yueming was the leader of North Ice River Town, then he would be the leader of North Ice River Town. Then Li Yueming was the one who really allowed this big ship to sail alone. No one said anything else. The Star Moon Army and the higher UPS of Northern Glacier Town quickly returned to their posts. However, Ding Yi and Huang Li did not leave. Looking down from the city wall, they saw a white-haired army. This group of people were the only surviving veterans of the Star Moon Army. At this moment, even though his hair had already turned white, he still held his head high and was full of fighting spirit. When they saw Li Yueming, Ding Yi and the others appear on the city wall, the army made up of veterans who had been through hundreds of battles boiled up and shouted in unison, "Please fight, please fight, please fight." The soaring battle intent was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The entire world was trembling because of it. Even in his twilight years, he could still intimidate the mountains and forests with just a glance. Chapter 623, Even if I have to go to hell after I die, I will kill my way to Jiajing City. 1. Looking at the veterans who were missing arms and legs, Ding Yi's eyes teared up. He was familiar with many of these people. Even the elders who had been taught by him in the scout camp in North City. And now, he was still in his prime. However, these old brothers who followed behind him were no longer young. He had arranged for them to retire, hoping that they would be able to enjoy the happiness of their family in the last years of their lives. But now, after hearing that Li Yueming was still alive, this group of old brothers who had retired to enjoy their old age had put on their armor again as expected. The reason why they were gathered here was self-evident. They wanted Li Yueming to see them on the battlefield, to see that they were still sacrificing their lives for that unreachable dream. At the same time, he also wanted to pave the way for the next generation of the Star Moon Army with what little spirit he had left. He wanted to let all the new generation soldiers of the Star Moon Army, who had not experienced much, know how sacred and solemn their mission was. The veterans might die, but their unyielding souls would not. It would be forever engraved in the legacy of this army, remembered by future generations. Ding Yi closed his eyes. Although the war with the Great Zhou had not officially begun, the Great Zhou Empire was still in a state of chaos. However, just thinking about it was enough to know how dangerous it was. With the power of two places, they were going to start a war against a huge country that had existed for more than 10,000 years. Even if it was a country that had been hit many times and had been greatly weakened. It was also an extremely dangerous matter for Northern Ice River Town. Under such circumstances, if these veterans were sent to the battlefield, even with their iron-like will to fight and their cunning war accomplishments, they would still be able to achieve a satisfactory result. However, it was also destined that they would not be able to return unscathed. This was naturally unacceptable to Ding Yi, who hoped that his old brothers would live the rest of their lives in peace. However, it was also at this moment that Ding Yi's gaze swept across the old comrades below the city, whose eyes were burning like torches. The desire and expectation within was so intense and intense. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed. He looked at Li Yueming and said in a low voice, "Before General Li Yueming arrives personally, you are now the supreme commander of the battlefield. It's up to you to decide whether they stay or go." Without a doubt, this was a difficult choice. However, everyone else could escape. Only Li Yueming, the highest commander on the battlefield, could not escape. After a long silence, Li Yueming said, "Heroes have their own homes, and warriors have their own homes. Since they are wearing armor and are still roaring, let them go to the home they have chosen. Compared to dragging their broken bodies and silently growing old, dying on the battlefield might be the best ending for them." Ding Yi didn't say anything. How could he not know that they yearned for battle, yearned to die on the battlefield as the best home? However, knowing something didn't mean that it could be done. Therefore, he chose to run away in the end and threw this dilemma to Li Yueming. Now, seeing that Li Yueming had made a decision, he naturally did not refute it anymore. He nodded his head in agreement. Northern Glacier Town had mobilized millions of troops. Such a huge commotion naturally could not be hidden from the outside world. In fact, Li Yueming appeared in North Glacier Town in the morning, and many rumors had already spread in the afternoon. After all, the sudden appearance of Li Yueming, who had disappeared for nearly 10 years, was a piece of information worth reporting. There was no reason for the spies lurking in various places not to spread the news. However, no one expected that in just a few days, Northern Ice River Town had already caused such a huge commotion. Millions of troops were mobilized, and tens of thousands of stones of food and horses were collected at the same time. In just 2 days, the entire northwest region had entered the highest level of emergency combat readiness. It was unknown how much military and economic power had been transferred to Northern Glacier Town. How should he evaluate it? It could only be said that Northern Ice River Town was indeed a place where fierce people frequently appeared. As expected, it was a place that shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. He just didn't know why Northern Glacier Town had caused such a huge commotion. However, when the people outside heard about the strategic goal of Northern Glacier Town, their eyes widened. What's going on? Northern Glacier Town has sent over 1 million Star Moon troops, an all-out war with the Great Zhou. So is it me or Northern Ice River Town that has gone crazy? Could it be that they saw that the Great Zhou dynasty had suffered repeated setbacks and was extremely weak, so they planned to take this opportunity to destroy the Great Zhou dynasty? Putting aside the fact that the Great Zhou dynasty is a noble that rose up during the era of the human Emperor Tiandu clan, and its foundation is unfathomable, just the population of the 2 towns in the north of Binghe Town. Even if we really succeed in breaking through Hejing City, can we annex the vast land of the Great Zhou dynasty? Right now, the highest level of power in Northern Ice River Town is still Ding Yi, right? He didn't seem like such an unreasonable person. After the news spread, almost the entire 9 provinces was in an uproar. After many years, the topic of Northern Glacier Town had once again become the topic of conversation among the people of 9 provinces. At the same time, as the topic continued to rise, more information was released. Chapter 624, Even if I have to go to hell after I die, I will kill my way to Jiajing City. 2. Have you heard? This war wasn't decided by Ding Yi. In fact, with Ding Yi's power, it's impossible for him to mobilize so many forces in Northern Ice River Town in such a short time. They said that Li Yueming has returned because only he can have such a huge influence in the Star Moon Army. However, I was skeptical about this. Li Yueming was already a long time ago. Not to mention that he couldn't be alive, so what if he was really alive? Every emperor had his courtiers. From the day he left, his era should have ended. Compared to the legendary Li Yueming, I think this matter is more like Li Yueming's idea. In my impression, she seems to be the only one in the entire Star Moon Army who has this ability. The first rumor that came out was related to Li Yueming. Li Yueming was the dream lover of many men. Indeed, she was the only one who could completely awaken the war beast in Northern Glacier Town in just a few days. But what was she trying to do? Pushing North Glacier Town into the fire pit? The other countries were probably overjoyed when they heard this news, right? At that time, Li Yueming and the Great Zhou will both suffer heavy losses. They can just go up and take advantage of it. It seems that this hard-won period of peace is coming to an end soon. The era of chaos is coming again. Forget it, forget it. Since I don't have the strength to win fame and fortune in the chaotic world, I'll just hide from the world as soon as possible. In the outside world, although the spies had clearly heard of the name Li Yueming, this time, few people believed that Li Yueming was really behind this. After all, no matter how famous he was in the past, 30 years of disappearance was enough to make a generation go. Most of the people who could still be active in the court were the younger generation. They had not experienced that turbulent era, so they naturally did not understand what the words Li Yueming meant. Only a few of the older generation who knew about that era would remain silent when they heard these 3 words. Of course, no matter how the outside world viewed it, this war that concerned the future fate of the 9 provinces of China still kicked off. When they learned that almost all the troops that could be mobilized in northern Ice River Town had been mobilized, the Great Zhou finally put down their face that had long fallen to the ground and began to forcefully gather troops. LNE Great Xena Dynasty implemented a system OTD 100D relations, and TN1S system naturally did not only circulate among the great clans. It was the royal family who was the most determined to enforce and maintain this order. As the biggest beneficiary of this order, other than the high and mighty emperor of Great Zhou, there were the imperial relatives of Great Zhou. Most of the time, this group of nobles with fiefs led a comfortable life. As long as he paid enough taxes to the emperor regularly, it would be fine. They only needed to be rescued in times of danger. For example, the last time the Qin army broke through Fushan Pass, it was the various armies that chased them back. However, the battle with the Star Moon troop this time was clearly different from the previous one. Back then, the Great Zhou still had the Subduing Dragon, Subduing Tiger, and Fushan gates in their hands. The passage to the northwest gate had not been completely opened. Moreover, the Qin army had come from afar, so it was impossible for them to fight for a long time. Other than protecting the safety of Jiajing city and reducing the losses in the northwest as much as possible, the royal army did not need to do anything else. After all, the Qin army could not really destroy the Great Zhou in one fell swoop. But now, everything was different. The 3 passes in the northwest had fallen into the hands of the Star Moon army, and the Star Moon army was a huge threat to the Great Zhou. Now that the Star Moon army had sent troops, it was obvious that they had the intention of destroying the Great Zhou. This was absolutely unacceptable to the entire Great Zhou. Under such circumstances, the Great Zhou Empire quickly mobilized nearly 5 million soldiers. Many of them were useless soldiers who could only be used as cannon fodder on the battlefield or thrown into the logistics team to transport supplies. However, there were also many elites nurtured by the royal families. With the addition of the 6 guards of the emperor, the Dragon Tiger army, and the other elite troops of the central government, the Great Zhou finally revealed its valiant side when faced with a life and death crisis. In less than half a month, they had reorganized 3 million troops with sufficient combat strength. This was under the circumstances where food was limited and there was no way to supply more troops. If there was enough food, they could even keep up. This was the benefit of having a vast territory and rich resources. In the north, Ice River Town had 2 places in the northwest. Recruiting 2 million strong laborers was already the limit. Even if they could barely supply food, they did not have that many strong laborers to join the army. After losing the natural protection of the 3 passes in the northwest, the Great Zhou, who had long been hysterical and desperate, sent troops to form human walls at the cost of human lives. The outermost layer of the human wall was made up of farmers who had been forcibly recruited. They had not received any formal military training, nor did they have any suitable weapons. Each of them was like a 2-legged sheep in the face of a well-organized army, unable to resist at all. Chapter 625, Even if I have to go to hell after I die, I will kill my way to Jiajing city. 3. Being sent to the outer perimeter of the defense line was purely cannon fodder, used to deplete the Star Moon army's strength. When the Star Moon army charged over and saw rows of unarmed civilians being driven forward by the Great Zhou cavalry, the entire Star Moon army was filled with hatred. After all, in the education system that they had come into contact with since they were young, there was no one who treated people like humans. As a result, many of the recruits had blank expressions on their faces. They came here to fight the enemy. But now, all he could see were the people in ragged clothes and thin skin. How could there be any enemies on the battlefield? However, just as they were in a daze, the commoners swarmed into the army like locusts, and the entire army was shaken. If it weren't for the strict training of the Star Moon troop and the blessing of the army spirit, the entire army formation would have been scattered by now. He looked at the Star Moon army soldiers who were at a loss, unwilling or unable to kill the people. The nobles of the Great Zhou who were commanding the battle at the back of the battlefield could not help but laugh out loud. I thought that the Star Moon army was terrifying. I didn't expect that they were almost broken by a group of cannon fodder. Ha 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 ha, if we get out, it will be a big joke. With this little bit of strength, I wonder how the 3 passes in the northwest fell. While the formation of the Star Moon troop is in disarray, we can send another troop to attack from the side. We will definitely win the first battle. The group of people chatted and laughed, as if they had already seen the victory of the war. The other nobles who led the troops to participate in the war could not help but nod. However, just as the situation on the battlefield in front of them suddenly deteriorated, a group of white-haired veterans stood out from the Star Moon troop. They rode on their horses that had already lost their fur and suddenly charged out from the side of the battlefield. They were unstoppable as they carved out a bloody path through the crowd. All those who stood in their way, be they men or women, civilians or soldiers, would be turned into broken limbs in the blink of an eye. Their sudden appearance cut off the cannon fodder that was still charging forward, and also interrupted the enemy general's strategic intention to break through the Star Moon army's formation. The hair of the seasoned soldiers was stained with thick and stinky blood. They slowly glanced at the younger generation behind them who were still fighting and said in a hoarse voice, "Newbies, you have the strongest military spirit in the world, wield the sharpest iron weapons, and live in a place closest to heaven, but now, why was he unable to retaliate against the attacks of a group of cannon fodder?" The battlefield was silent. No one answered. There was only blood spewing and the wails of the dying. The seasoned soldiers widened their eyes and continued, "I know. You have all learned in school that a gentleman does not draw his sword and swing it at the innocent. But you bunch of noobs, listen up. This world isn't a paradise on earth like Northern Glacier Town. The only reason you can sit in the school and enjoy everything is because someone has pulled out the thorns on your body one by he worked so hard and risked his life so that everyone in the world could afford to go to school and eat. He didn't want you sons of bitches to be saints on this battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, the leading veteran wiped the blood off his face and looked at the wall of people not far away. "If there is a sin and karma for killing, I will bear it all. Even if I have to go to the 18th level of hell after death, my Star Moon army will complete the order given by General Li. Kill them." Chapter 626:260. 1. The start of a war was always so unexpected that it would not give anyone the chance to prepare. The army of Northern Glacier Town had gone south, and the armies of the Great Zhou had come to their rescue. It seemed like a very long time had passed. But in fact, from the moment the news spread to the moment the two sides met on the battlefield, it had only been a month. In this fantasy world, where productivity wasn't developed and the speed of information transmission wasn't fast, it was really incredible to be able to mobilize millions of troops in such a short period of time to wage such a large-scale war. From this, one could see the decisiveness between the two sides of the war. There was no winner, only life and death. In order to defend against the attack of the million soldiers of Northern Ice River Town, the Great Zhou had set up 6 impenetrable human walls in the northwest. These 6 layers of defense surrounded Hejing City, which was located in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, so tightly that even a mouse could not pass through it unscathed. Under such circumstances, the Star Moon army did not want to be outdone. They sent out almost all the troops that could be mobilized from Northern Ice River Town. They had a crazy attitude of either success or death. Countless people in the 9 provinces of China expressed their great incomprehension. Because in the past, even if Northern Ice River Town was high profile, it was only in their own small territory. It had always been relatively quiet in the international community. Unlike now, where they had gone crazy and dispatched troops, not considering the price they had to pay to fight the Great Zhou to the death. Crazy, this time is really crazy. What right does Northern Glacier Town have to attack Great Zhou? Did he really think that he could occupy the Great Zhou? In the end, isn't it the third party who benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam? Who knows? Perhaps Northern Glacier Town has its own trump card. Anyway, I've already seen the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To us ordinary people, whoever wins this war will be a calamity that we can't escape from. Regardless of whether the outside world understood it or not, whether they believed it or not, the offensive and defensive battle between the Great Zhou and Northern Ice River Town had already hemmed. The soldiers of both sides had long since killed until their eyes were red. On the surface, the other countries did not move, but in fact, they were already prepared to take a share of the pie. Anyway, no matter who won this war, they would be the winners who had the initiative. In the northwestern region of the Great Zhou, the armies that were recruited from all over the world were divided into Yuluo River and crisscrossed all the way to the front line of Crouching Dragon, Crouching Tiger, and Fusion Pass. The Star Moon Army had just begun to attack the first defense line when they encountered quite a bit of trouble. The Star Moon Army was unable to adapt to the cruel behavior of the Great Zhou, using ordinary people as cannon fodder. After all, although they no longer recognized themselves as citizens of the Great Zhou, they still had an inseparable connection with the Great Zhou. Now, even the invaders did not kill the innocent after entering the territory of the Great Zhou. However, the officials of the Great Zhou could chase this group of unarmed people onto the battlefield without a care. When did this damn world become so cruel? Seeing the Great Zhou soldiers driving tens of thousands of people, who looked like cattle and sheep, to form a human wall, the vanguard of the entire Star Moon Army was at a loss. Fortunately, Li Yueming reacted very quickly. The front line of the Star Moon Army was not the most elite soldiers in the Star Moon Army. On the contrary, most of the soldiers who formed this army were new recruits who had joined the Star Moon Army in the past few years. Li Yueming sent them as vanguards because he wanted to let these new recruits mature as much as possible before the war became white hot. After all, swords had no eyes on the battlefield. At the beginning of the war, there was still a chance for the recruits to test each other. Once the real swords and spears reached the climax, there was no need to repeat the same thing. Therefore, although the Star Moon troops' frontline troops had very solid basic training, their combat experience was very weak. Many of them were even on the battlefield for the first time, and unfortunately, they participated in this war that was destined to be a river of blood and no return. Li Yueming, who knew the situation of the front line like the back of her hand, immediately reacted when she saw the Great Zhou drive the people to attack the front line. They quickly deployed a battle-hardened elite force from the main camp to bring up the rear, preventing the front line from being defeated due to chaos. He also quickly moved the elite cavalry formed by the veterans to the side to be ready to provide support at any time. With a two-pronged approach, it did not cause too much trouble. Otherwise, the Star Moon troop would be a big joke in their first battle. A battlefield of 1 million people was all about the general trend. Under normal circumstances, the gains and losses of a city or a land, the success or failure of an army or a general, would not directly affect the direction of the entire battlefield. After all, as long as one was a mature general, they would not put their troops in one basket. Millions of troops would have at least dozens of battle formations. However, the war had yet to officially begin. If the front line was destroyed by a group of cannon fodder, the morale of the following war would be severely affected. After realizing that the Star Moon troop had reacted, the vassal kings behind the Great Zhou could not help but spit and say, "Tisk, Li Yueming's reaction is quite fast. If we had known that the Star Moon troop would be surrounded by a group of cannon fodder, we could have placed a cavalry behind them and dived straight into the battlefield." Chapter 627, 262. It's just nice to let those large sects surnamed G who look down on us have a good look at our strength. Because at that time, the strategic purpose of driving away the people was only to consume the Star Moon Army's physical strength. The nobles at the first line of defense had never thought that the cannon fodder army would really be able to charge into the Star Moon Army's position, so they did not plan for a follow-up battle. Now that they had watched an easy victory slip through their fingers, it was no wonder that they were frustrated. Behind him, a few strategists dressed like scholars waved their feather fans and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious, Marquises. The Star Moon Army's fighting strength is actually so weak. We still have a chance in the following battles. Hearing this, the group of people felt extremely comfortable and could not help but laugh out loud. Indeed, if the Star Moon troop was as vulnerable as before, they would have plenty of opportunities to show off in the following battles. It was also very likely that he would be rewarded by the Emperor. In the Star Moon army, after seeing the people being chased to their deaths like pigs and dogs, they were shocked. The eyes of the new recruits who had never been on the battlefield before turned red. They followed behind the seasoned soldiers, all of them covered in blood. However, unlike what they had imagined, the blood did not make their blood boil or bring them the glory of a soldier. On the contrary, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies were cold. Most of them had lived in northern glacier towns since they were young. As the veterans said, they had come into contact with the best side of the world. It was to the extent that they had never thought that there would be such an animal behavior that refreshed their understanding in the Great Zhou, which was just south of northern glacier town. This was tens of thousands of people, not tens of thousands of cows and sheep. Furthermore, they were innocent citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty. He was forced to die on the battlefield, and there was no one to collect his corpse. After this small-scale battle ended, countless soldiers in the front line looked at their trembling hands and felt unprecedented confusion and shock. General Li Yueming once said that only the weak can swing their blades at the weaker ones. I had always thought that the Great Zhou was still considered a powerful country, but now, it treats its people like this and treats people like pigs and dogs. According to the sage, this was the path to self-destruction. But why did these sons of bitches still occupy this country and enslave everyone? In the past, many seniors always told us that the life we had was hard to come by. It was forged by the blood and sweat of great General Li and a group of people. At that time, most of us disdained it. Only now do we know how ridiculous we were. Since the way of the sage is unable to explain the doubts in my heart, I might as well follow the guidance of General Li Yueming. Let us, the idealistic descendants of the Star Moon troop, spread the glory of Northern Ice River Town to this unfair and unjust world. After the initial shock. Next, the Star Moon Legion's frontline troops erupted with unimaginable courage and cohesiveness. In half a month, they had won 3 consecutive battles and successfully broke through the first line of defense that the Great Zhou had established with great fanfare. At the front line of the Luoshui River, as the corps commander of this battle, the vassal kings at the first line of defense also went from being complacent at the beginning to being in disbelief and fear. It was the same army, but the contrast between them was too great. At the very beginning, even a group of cannon fodder could easily destroy the front line of the Star Moon army. As a result, they suffered devastating blows in the following few wars. The other party's strength far exceeded their imagination. The Great Zhou's Luo River. When Prince Yu, who was overseeing everything in the rear, heard this news, his face did not show any surprise. In fact, if the Star Moon army could not even tear through the first line of defense, King Yu would be surprised. Just like how the princes sent the people to the battlefield as cannon fodder, in King Yu's plan, the princes at the first line of defense were just cannon fodder. As a result, the second and third defense lines were cannon fodder that weakened the Star Moon army's combat power and logistics. The main forces that had real combat power were all arranged by King Yu on the 4th, 5th, and final 6th Corps defense line. Without a doubt, the current situation of the Great Zhou was not optimistic. Although Prince Yu knew that the Great Zhou state would not be destroyed because of this, if the situation continued to escalate, he and the Emperor would definitely not have a good end. Therefore, he had to do his best to repel the Star Moon army. Then, he would go to the ancestral temple with the kings and the Emperor to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps he could still obtain a chance of survival. In these years, the power that had weakened Zhou was not entirely from northern Glacier Town, but more from all directions. Forget about the natural and man-made disasters that had occurred in the past few years. These were actually not a threat to the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty when the situation was stable, nor were they the most critical factors in the rapid decline of the Great Zhou dynasty. The most important thing was that Great Qin, Great Ming, and Great Qi had joined forces to bleed in the War of the Six Kingdoms. Not only did it cause the number of elite troops in the country to decrease greatly, but it also caused the national treasury to be unprecedentedly empty. It was also the chain reaction caused by this reason that caused the Great Zhou to suffer a huge loss in the battle with Northern Ice River Town. Crouching Dragon, Crouching Tiger, and Fuxian Pass, the three lifeblood cities in the southwest direction, were all burned to ashes by Li Yueming. In other words, the Star Moon Army, which was now sharpening its blade, was also a blade carefully prepared by the other countries. It was to weaken the power of the Great Zhou again and again, and to try to divide up the land of the Great Zhou. The power of this world was orderly. The six dynasties had already divided up everything that should be divided up. The Star Moon Army's growth and strength would definitely not have been a threat to the Great Zhou dynasty if not for the connivance of the other countries. In other words, the enemy of Great Zhou had never been the Star Moon Army, but a few countries that were hiding behind and unwilling to show their faces. If they had not been forced into a corner, the Great Zhou would not have been so crazy as to forcefully conscript civilians to the battlefield. After hearing the news of the forced conscription of civilians, the six nations were instantly in an uproar. Countless people expressed their strong condemnation. The pressure of the entire 9 provinces was gathering towards the Great Zhou. However, since the Great Zhou had done such a thing, they were naturally prepared to face the pressure of public opinion. Prince Yu's reply was very short and cold, with only one sentence: all the people in the territory of the Great Zhou have the responsibility to protect the Great Zhou in times of crisis. This is a new message, a new one. The entire world was in an uproar again. No one had expected the Great Zhou to be like this. They completely did not even care about their face. According to the rumors, after the news spread in the Great Zhou, tens of millions of people in the Great Zhou had a certain degree of riot. Some people even packed their bags overnight and wanted to escape from the Great Zhou with their families. Towards these people, the Great Zhou's methods were still simple and fast. The local authorities searched through the night and captured the people who wanted to escape. The men were directly banished into the army, and the women were sent to the rear as slaves. The method was very rough, but the effect was immediate. After all, it was easy to choose between one death and the death of the entire family. The riots of the people were quickly suppressed. This was the world. In front of the Great Zhou government, which controlled violent organizations, no matter how dissatisfied the people were, as long as there was a way for them to survive, they would not easily go to the extreme. However, this method that had been unimpeded countless times in the past was wrong this time, and it was ridiculously wrong. The people who had been suppressed by the government had indeed quieted down, but this time, the silence was not for compromise, but for an even more violent explosion. The front line of the Great Zhou was still fighting with Northern Ice River Town. The rear troops were much emptier than before. The suppressed civilians raised the flag of the Fire Sect. Under the leadership of the demoness of the Fire Sect who wreaked havoc in the world, they turned the rear of the Great Zhou dynasty upside down in just 2 months. Chapter 628, The World is a Chess Game, and all living beings are chess pieces. 1. The development of the Fire Sect was in stages. It had only taken 5 years for the Fire Sect to spread the teachings of the Fire Sect from the time when Su Xian had spread the teachings everywhere until now. In the past, the Great Zhou did not have any external threats, so the attack and suppression of the Fire Sect was very strict. But now, with the attack of Northern Glacier Town, the Great Zhou's internal problems had yet to be resolved, and a new wave of external aggression had arrived. The official armies of many of the counties and princes had been transferred to the frontal battlefield on the northwest border. The strength of the Great Zhou's rear was naturally empty. It was also under such circumstances, coupled with the cruel decrees of the internal officials against the people, that the development of the Fire Sect was 10 times more terrifying than fire spraying oil. It had only been 3 months. Originally, there were only 30,000 to 50,000 disciples, but the Fire Sect, which had swept across 5 to 6 counties, had grown in strength. The number of members had increased by tens of times, reaching more than 1 million. The distribution of the disciples had also expanded from 5 to 6 counties to 32, almost covering half of the Zhou dynasty. If it wasn't for the fact that the number of core members of the fire-passing sect wasn't enough due to the rapid development, resulting in many regions having potential disciples who were unable to spread the news, the number of members of the fire-passing sect would probably be even higher. In a sense, this wasn't anything surprising. After all, although the government had never given up on suppressing the fire-passing sect in the past few years, the fire-passing sect had never given up on infiltrating the various counties of the Great Zhou. The reason why they could not succeed in the past was only because of the Great Zhou's military strength. Currently, most of the troops from various regions had been transferred to the battlefield to fight against Northern Ice River Town. Naturally, the hearts of the people in various regions could no longer be suppressed. Of course, no matter how big the commotion caused by the fire sect was, it could not change the objective fact that it was formed by a group of nobodies. But as the saying goes, 3 people become a wolf, 6 people become a tiger. The strength of one person might not be enough, but 10, 100, or even 1,000 people represented more than one person. It was the common interest of a group. The human heart was the most terrifying thing. The rapid development of the fire sect was not to weaken the combat ability of the Great Zhou army. Instead, it was to completely disintegrate the foundation of the Great Zhou's rule from the inside. Losing the power to rule over the people, no matter how huge the Great Zhou was or how long the history of inheritance was. It was also difficult to escape the fate of collapsing from the bottom up. Now, it was up to the higher UPS to come back to their senses and deal with the low-level nobodies first, or the low-level nobodies to deal with the higher UPS first. Great Zhou, Fengnan County, the central island of Spring Water Lake. Li Yueming sat cross-legged on a futon filled with wormwood and lemongrass. He quietly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Whether it was the increase in believers or the increase in the scope of influence. To Li Yueming, the power of the fate of the world was very direct. Originally, Li Yueming estimated that it would take at least 10 years of hard work to advance from the heavenly tribulation realm to nirvana. But now, with the unknown source of the power of providence pouring into his body, Li Yueming felt that his absorption speed of spiritual energy was like a rocket. After truly controlling an extremely terrifying amount of heaven and earth fate, he had no choice but to let it go. Li Yueming finally understood why the hot shots of every world were countless times more monstrous than ordinary people. The effect of the power of heaven and earth providence was really too heaven-defying. To put it bluntly, even if a pig withstood so much power of providence, it would probably be invincible in the world after cultivating for decades. That's right, it was that terrifying. If the efficiency of people without the power of providence was 10, then those who had a trace of the power of providence would be 20 or 50. As for the so-called son of fate, who bore the fate of heaven and earth, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy could reach 500. Of course, these were not the most important things. Most importantly, Li Yueming, who had stolen the power of providence from heaven and earth, had already broken through 1,000 points. What kind of concept was this? It was already comparable to the total luck of 2 ordinary children of fate. Now that Li Yueming was meditating in the Spring Water Lake, the spiritual energy of the entire Spring Water Lake would automatically gather towards him. Even if he did not take the initiative to cultivate, the amount of spiritual energy that he poured in every day was an astronomical figure. Therefore, Li Yueming had already reached the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. He was only left with the corresponding comprehension and the accumulation of heaven and earth spiritual energy. After confirming that he had already cultivated to the peak state that he could reach, he was stunned. Li Yueming stopped cultivating again. Silently feeling the vast spiritual energy in his body that could destroy the world with a casual wave of his hand, Li Yueming did not feel too happy in his heart. Instead, he felt heavy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the world's consciousness to pour so much power of providence into a single person. It was even more impossible for Lawless to infuse this thing into a reincarnator who was out of control. But now, Li Yueming had really received so much luck. This could only mean one thing: the state of consciousness of this world must be strange. Otherwise, the world's consciousness would have noticed the problem long ago and stopped it. Chapter 629, The World is a Chess Game, and all living beings are chess pieces. 2. Would the world's consciousness, or the world itself, die? It was difficult to get an absolute answer to this question. However, in Li Yueming's opinion, there should not be absolute immortality in the universe. After all, anything that could be observed in the form of matter was too small compared to the eternal time. Therefore, no matter how long ago a life was, it would eventually come to an end beyond the time that no living creature could observe. But no matter what, compared to the small and short human life, the life cycle of a world could already be called an existence of eternal life. That's why Li Yueming found it hard to imagine what kind of accident could have caused such a huge problem in the world's consciousness. Of course, no matter what happens, there was still nothing left to be done. After killing Gni, the Great Zhou Imperial Court was silent for a long time. On the surface, the Great Zhou seemed to have given up on the idea of eliminating the fire sect in a short period of time. It was as if Gni's death had become an insignificant matter that the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court did not care about. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong with something abnormal. Li Yueming knew that the problem wasn't that simple. Therefore, in order to prevent unnecessary risks, Li Yueming only wrote a secret letter to Northern Ice River Town after killing Gni, and then quietly waited at Spring Water Lake for half a year. During this half a year, he had been waiting for news from Northern Ice River Town. On the other hand, he was waiting for the Great Zhou's reaction. Right now, he was in an awkward situation and could not show his face in public. Without any external interference, time passed quickly. Li Yueming waited until North Glacier Town broke through the 4 defense lines of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the fire transmission sect successively occupied more than 10 counties of the Great Zhou dynasty. All the internal and external troubles erupted at the same time, and the Great Zhou dynasty was about to fall into chaos. Only then did he finally feel a terrifying aura trying to lock onto his position. This person was able to lock onto Li Yueming's aura from a distance. Without a doubt, his realm was definitely above Li Yueming's. However, although Li Yueming could not use such a method that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, he also had his own method of locking the enemy. Not only did the so-called hot shots of heaven and earth have unimaginable talent and luck, but they could also sense the future by fusing with the fate of heaven and earth. If one had to describe it in a more metaphysical way, it would be an indescribable intuition. On this day, Spring Water Lake was still covered in a misty rain. The spring breeze blew across the shore, and the hazy and faint clouds on the lake surface quietly dispersed. From afar, a figure hidden in a grayish-brown straw cape leaped out from the drifting clouds. The figure was stepping on a piece of dead wood that was drifting with the current. It was as hazy as the mist on the surface of a lake. When he got closer, he realized that the eyes hidden under the straw raincoat were silently staring in the direction of the central island of Spring Water Lake. Almost at the same time, Li Yueming, who was still consolidating his cultivation, also felt something. He suddenly opened his eyes in the direction of the figure. It was as if he had seen through the illusion through the layers of fog. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Yueming's eyes. The few core members of the fire sect who were cleaning the hall felt their vision blur. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously. When he looked up again, he realized that the sect master, who was sitting cross-legged behind the screen, had disappeared from the divine temple. High in the sky, Li Yueming and the figure in the brown raincoat stood opposite each other. Neither of them spoke much, but the aura on their bodies did not stop at all. It kept rising, and neither of them gave in to the other. In the end, the figure in the brown raincoat sighed. He silently took off his straw raincoat, revealing an old man with loose skin and snow-white hair. He looked at Li Yueming, whose hair was crystal clear and whose body was filled with blood. The old man's expression flickered. After a moment, he said, I always thought that Great Qin and Great Ming were secretly weakening my Great Zhou. I didn't expect that I would run over with a broken body and see a young man that I didn't expect. At this point, the old man's voice paused, as if he was thinking about how to describe it. After a long while, he said seriously, it's really unbelievable. When the old man spoke, Li Yueming was also sizing up the antique covered in age spots. Is that so? He mocked mercilessly. You've controlled this chess game for thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, everyone in the world has been ants under your feet, pigs and dogs in your pen. No one can threaten your position. However, you don't seek development. Instead, you are willing to treat yourself as an old dog and bow to the master behind you. You still want to ride on everyone's necks and lord it over them for generations. Now that an unexpected variable like me has suddenly appeared, you're very surprised, right? However, I had already guessed that an old thing would appear. I just didn't expect an old antique like you to appear. His voice was very cold. His tone was not as gentle and calm as before. It was a little aggressive. It wasn't that Li Yueming wanted to do this. It was because what these guys had done was too numerous to be recorded. The world was a chess game, and all living beings were chess pieces. Chapter 630, The world is a chess game, and all living beings are chess pieces. 3. It sounded like it was very meaningful. However, if the 6 nations or the old man himself were chess players, then it would be fine. The problem was that both the old man and the 6 nations were just chess pieces of the mastermind, a few dirty chess pieces. Hearing his mockery, the old man's expression did not change at all. Only when Li Yueming mentioned acting as a dog, the old man's expression froze. After a moment, he regained his senses and said, "LT seems like you already know?" "That's true. To be able to reach this step, 90% of the secrets in the world are no longer secrets to you." Li Yueming did not speak, but his eyes were still filled with killing intent. The old man was still not angry. He slowly said, "According to our agreement, I should get rid of you. But just like what I said earlier, to be able to reach this step, there should be a part of the secrets buried in this world that you know. The Great Zhou can ignore your previous actions and admit that Northern Ice River Town has the same status as the other 5 countries. You will obtain the status and power you deserve, as well as the opportunity to become a believer of the Supreme God race." At this point, the old man narrowed his eyes and his age spots trembled. "This condition is already the limit that I can offer. It's not easy for young people to cultivate." Li Yueming was silent for a moment. The old man didn't seem to be in a hurry to get an answer. He took a step back and suddenly disappeared into the vast clouds of the spring water lake, as if he had never appeared. After completely losing track of the old man in his perception, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. Although the old man looked very old, it was as if he would die if the wind blew. However, the rising aura on his body was still like a blazing volcano. It was surging and unstoppable. If they really fought, Li Yueming didn't have the confidence to win. At least in the Battle of Aura just now, Li Yueming did not gain any advantage. All these years, Li Yueming had also collected a lot of information through various channels. After all, the so-called God burial ground that appeared in the 100,000 mountains and the mystery of the destruction of the ancient Great Gan, LT should be the key information for deciphering the hidden mission. Knowing that there was something fishy going on, Li Yueming naturally couldn't stay still. It was a pity that there was a considerable amount of information collected over the years that could not be confirmed. However, Li Yueming was not in a hurry. There was a series of history and stories spread by the people all over the world. 1 or 2 of them might not be able to see anything wrong. However, once he collected a huge amount like Li Yueming, everything would be completely different. Through the vast amount of broken documents and legends of gods and ghosts, they confirmed each other. Many truths that were deliberately hidden by people could be roughly judged by this method. After all, for humans, as long as the race was not extinct, history would not be completely hidden. It was just that it was not so easy to be discovered. For example, the legends of gods and ghosts. For example, the inscriptions on the bluestone slabs. For example, the flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the ruins. It was another form that had existed in history. When documents and information could not be passed down, in theory, as long as these things could be analyzed, a considerable part of history could also be restored. An ordinary person would not be able to complete the collection of so much information, not to mention the huge amount of calculations required for the comparison part. However, Li Yueming was obviously not an ordinary person. Not only did he have Northern Ice River Town, but he also had the Fire Sect as well. In terms of collecting information, only the other 6 dynasties were slightly better than him. The most important thing was that Li Yueming still had the talent of infinite deduction. Through the arrangement of the fragmented history of various places, coupled with some of the documents of the Su clan in the 100,000 mountains, Li Yueming had roughly restored the true history of this world. Chapter 631, How do you know if you don't try? 1. The old man's departure did not shake Li Yueming's wool. The development of Northern Ice River Town and the establishment of the Fire Sect were all preparations made by Li Yueming to resist the Great Zhou dynasty. He had already paid too much. The others behind him had already sacrificed too much. There was no reason for the members of Northern Ice River Town and the Fire Sect to still be bleeding, and for him to hide behind and sell everything out. Hence, they had come to this point. Any hesitation or cowardice would be disrespectful to oneself. Moreover, let's not talk about the mission first. Wasn't the dream that everyone had entrusted to him something that they had to gamble their lives to realize? The situation on the battlefield was still tense. Previously, Li Yueming didn't dare to show his face, and he didn't even dare to have a trace of contact with North Ice River Town. He was afraid that the news that he wasn't dead would spread, causing North Ice River Town to be surrounded and intercepted by several countries. After all, without Li Yueming, North Glacier Town would not have a core that could control the overall situation. The threat to the 6 nations would suddenly decrease, and it could completely serve as the sharp knife for the 6 nations to weaken the Great Zhou. If Li Yueming didn't die, then Northern Glacier Town was undoubtedly a sharp knife. It was fine if it hurt the Great Zhou, but it might even backfire on the 6 countries. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, North Glacier Town, which had Li Yueming, would definitely be a thorn in the side of the 6 nations. If they had known that Li Yueming was still alive, the 3 countries' alliance would not have been a small fight against each other when besieging North Glacier Town. Perhaps even the other 3 countries that had not participated in the war would have sent their men. If such a situation really happened, Li Yueming, who had just broken through to the Void Refinement realm, would definitely not be able to withstand it. The entire Northern Glacier Town would be overturned in the blink of an eye. That's why Li Yueming had been quietly disappearing for more than 30 years. Until his strength broke through the heavenly tribulation realm and he was confident enough to protect himself. Li Yueming then left the 100,000 mountains and entered the spring water lake. He began to do some things in a low-key manner. Up until now, Li Yueming's strength as a chi refiner had already reached the peak of the heavenly tribulation realm. The few human body treasures that he had previously developed had also been polished to perfection. However, even so, there were still people in the Great Zhou who could threaten him. If Li Yueming's perception was correct, the old man's condition was very strange. The 2 powers of life and death intertwined in his body, forming a strange energy that seemed to be dead but not alive, as well as a terrifying pressure. If he was not mistaken, the other party was very likely in existence in the Nirvana realm. He was only a step away from ascending. If it was said that a powerhouse in the heavenly tribulation realm could already be considered the strongest force that could walk in this world. According to Li Yueming's estimation, a Nirvana realm expert like the old man should be the strongest combat force that the 6 countries could bring out under normal circumstances. The only thing that was uncertain was how many existences like the old man there were in the Great Zhou, the 6 dynasties, and the world. However, no matter what, they would just have to deal with whatever came their way. If the old man still decided to attack him in the end, Li Yueming did not mind experiencing how powerful the top old monster in the fantasy world was. After I think it through. Li Yueming sat cross-legged on the spring water lake for about a month. Although it was destined that he would not be able to break through to Nirvana realm in a short period of time, it was still good for Li Yueming even if he could only advance a little. Time passed very quickly. The willow branches on both sides of the spring water lake sprouted new branches. The green tender shoots were like boneless beauties, swaying in the wind in a beautiful posture. Northern Glacier Town has broken through the 5th defense line in the northwest of the Great Zhou dynasty and is advancing towards the 6th. Suxuan stood not far away, silently watching the man in front of her who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Hearing this, Li Yueming opened his eyes and stood up from the Taoist temple. "It's time to end this farce. I hope there won't be any accidents." Su Xian nodded and did not say anything, but her eyes revealed a trace of worry and confusion. Over the years, she had been helping Li Yueming collect information. In the process, she also knew a lot of things that she should know and shouldn't know. In other words, as a descendant of Deqian, Suxuan knew more than 99% of the people in this world. Now, she only knew more than she already knew. However, it was precisely because he knew so much. Su Xian became even more worried. Although Li Yueming was indeed very strong now, there were probably not many people in the world who could threaten him. However, the things behind this matter were too big. Not only was it related to the secret of the destruction of the ancient Great Qian dynasty, but it could also be related to the birth of the god burial ground. This level of power was not something that humans could reach. If he was not careful, there was a possibility that he would be reduced to ashes. However, Su Xian also knew that since Li Yueming had already made his decision, he had already considered the cause and effect and made up his mind. Therefore, she did not stop him at this moment. She just quietly went forward to tidy up Li Yueming's clothes and said gently, "If it doesn't work, then you should follow me back to the 100,000 mountains and hide in the god burial ground. That place should be able to guarantee your safety." Li Yueming didn't say anything. He just nodded and disappeared without looking back. Chapter 632, How do you know if you don't try? 2. Smoke filled the air near the Great Zhou Northwest battlefield. Countless dejected soldiers drove their horses to the 6th defense line further south. Today, the 5th line of defense that Prince Yu had set up was broken through by the Star Moon Army, who disregarded the cost. If the first 4 lines of defense could not be considered the main line of defense, then the 5th defense line that had been broken through this time was definitely defended by the Great Zhou with all its might. But even so, this line of defense, which the Great Zhou officials thought could last for more than half a year, lasted less than 2 months under the fierce attacks of the Star Moon Army. At this moment, the soldiers of the defeated 5th defense line were all pale and dejected. Because of their defeat, the entire northwest region of the country had fallen into a dangerous situation. At present, the Star Moon Army was only left with the 6th final line of defense established by King Yu with the help of Luo Shui. Standing on the watchtower of the 6th defense line, Prince Yu looked at the thick smoke rolling over from afar and the terrified soldiers who were slightly closer. The expression on his face was 100 times darker than coal. Beside him, a deputy general braced himself and asked, "Your Highness, these scattered soldiers, do we want it?" Prince Yu put down the telescope in his hand, turned around and coldly glanced at the deputy general behind him. "Do you want what?" She was stared at by his cold, venomous eyes. The vice-general immediately felt his calves and stomach tremble. He hurriedly said, "Nothing, nothing. Prince Yu, your order is to defend to the death, but these soldiers dare to disobey the order and flee. In this subordinate's opinion, they should be executed on the spot." Prince Yu glanced at him but didn't say anything. A moment later, he turned around and looked at the Star Moon troop that had appeared on the horizon. He snorted coldly and said, "Looks like this place is destined to become a new meat grinder. I wonder how Tianzi is doing, after breaking through the fifth line of defense." Although the losses were severe, it did not affect the morale of the Star Moon troop at all. After all, this was an ancient country that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It had long established an unattainable and powerful image in front of the world. Therefore, in many people's inherent impression, other than internal strife, it was almost impossible for the 6 states, including the Great Zhou, to be defeated. But now, in front of the Star Moon troop, however, they showed a weak and exhausted side, which undoubtedly strengthened everyone's confidence. Since the other party was also a human, he could also be defeated. Then why couldn't this person be them? Or rather, the person who would end everything would definitely be them. On the battlefield, the Star Moon troop, who had arrived from afar, began to set up camp. It seemed that they were preparing to reorganize before the battle. One simple tent after another appeared on the other side of the Luo River. As a soldier waiting for the rabbit, Prince Yu naturally could not let the Star Moon army rest and recover their strength on his face. Therefore, when the Star Moon army was setting up their tents, Prince Yu sent out troops to harass them one after another, attempting to disrupt the order of the Star Moon army and tire them out. This plan had a certain effect, but it was only a little. The Star Moon troop was building tents, but there were also small groups of troops wandering around the camp. If they saw the Great Zhou army approaching, these wandering teams would rush out to stop them. Both sides exchanged blows, and the battle was extremely intense. As a natural war goddess, Li Yueming's arrangement of the battle formation was at the peak of perfection. The Star Moon army's defensive forces were not as many as the Great Zhou's harassment forces. However, Li Yueming's arrangement of the positions of the small troops was perfect. Basically, they did not leave any openings for the Great Zhou army that was wandering around and ambushing. Therefore, after a few rounds of confrontation, Prince Yu did not gain any advantage. After a few rounds of probing, everyone on the 6th defense line felt that Li Yueming and the Star Moon army were difficult to deal with. If military talent had a value, then Li Yueming definitely belonged to the existence of 95 points and above. Coincidentally, the Star Moon army, which had just awakened its military spirit a few decades ago, was also a unique existence in the army. A divine weapon matched with a divine general. If the Great Zhou wanted to win this war, they needed to show absolute strength. On the 3rd morning after arriving at the 6th defense line, the Star Moon army began to tentatively attack the Great Zhou on the other side of the Luo River. Under Li Yueming's command, the Star Moon army split into 3 groups to attack the 3 core cities of the Luo River defense line. After receiving the news, Prince Yu immediately made preparations for war. Although it was only a probing feint. However, the firepower was far more ferocious than expected. The 2 sides fought for an entire night. The entire Luo River was in flames and roars were endless. It was not until the next morning when the sun rose that the Star Moon army withdrew. Looking at the Star Moon army leaving, the Great Zhou defenders who had survived the disaster heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was filled with fear and confusion towards this war. However, before they could eat anything warm, the Star Moon army, which had been retreating, suddenly appeared outside the defense line. The panicked city guards did not dare to delay and could only put on their armor and pick up their weapons in a hurry. However, the Star Moon troop had already reached the bottom of the city wall. A heavily armored knight riding on a bear several times larger than an ordinary spiritual horse suddenly emerged from the cloth covering the siege weapons. Chapter 633, How do you know if you don't try? 3. The heavy armored knight drove the huge and heavy bear into a violent attack. He crashed into the city gate at lightning speed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The city gate was pushed open by the giant bear like a piece of paper. The beast tamer, who was riding a spirit beast and covered in armor, whistled. The giant bear waved its bear paw and slapped the surrounding soldiers into meat paste. Then, it took the lead and rushed in. Thousands of soldiers of the Star Moon Army followed behind him and entered the city at almost the same time. It took them less than half a day to wipe out the city built on the 6th defense line. This could be considered the Star Moon troops' first victory since the start of the battle. For this, the Star Moon Army paid a price. While retreating, the leading beast tamer was surrounded by 3 Great Joe reincarnators and almost bled on the spot. Looking at the beast tamer of Northern Ice River Town, who was covered in injuries but still managed to escape from the siege, King Yu was so angry that his teeth almost shattered. He said fiercely, "If it wasn't for the heavy losses suffered by the guest masters, would you have been able to return safely?" Back then, the emperor had sent a group of visiting officials to exterminate the fire transmission sect. Everyone thought that this was just a small matter. However, they never expected the mastermind behind the fire relocation sect to be so powerful. He had actually forced the entire group of guest masters to stay and even killed the great elder of the guest masters, Gni. When this matter spread, the entire Great Joe and the other 5 countries were in an uproar. Only those who were also in the heavenly tribulation realm or above could kill a chi refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm. However, in this world, be it luck or spiritual energy, there was a limit. When did such an unknown heavenly tribulation realm expert appear in the Great Joe? However, what was even stranger was that the emperor did not send back any news about this matter. No matter how noisy the outside world was, the emperor remained silent. He didn't even mention Gni. Sensing that something was wrong, Prince Yu wrote a letter to ask the emperor. However, even he, the younger brother of the current emperor, did not receive any clear answer. The emperor only asked him to be in charge of unifying the power of the Great Joe royal family and use all means available to protect Hejing from the flames of war. Under the attack of Northern Ice River Town, the Great Joe suffered a considerable loss in the first battle. This news tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. There were discussions everywhere. Will the Great Joe really collapse under the attack of a group of rebel soldiers? To be honest, I can't accept it. To be honest, the combat strength of Northern Glacier Town is simply terrifying. The world had been stable for so many years, and the birth and development of Northern Glacier Town was definitely the most unbelievable thing that had happened in this period of time. The war between the 6 kingdoms hasn't ended yet. Could it be that Northern Glacier Town is prepared to remove the Great Joe from these 6 kingdoms? Let's wait and see. I don't think things are that simple. Don't forget that although the army and the kingdom are important, the ones who are truly standing behind everything are still the strongest batch of chi practitioners in the world. Northern Ice River Town is indeed very powerful, but there are not many powerful chi practitioners. If we force the Great Joe into a corner, who knows how many half-dead old demons will pop out of the unfathomable Great Joe? That's right. Before the experts who set the order made their move, all the answers we saw could be changed in an instant. If that's the case, then wouldn't everything that Northern Glacier Town is doing now be a lie? After all, they did not have any powerful chi practitioners backing them up. To be honest, when discussing this war, almost everyone judged the situation based on the victory of the army and the war. Actually, they couldn't be blamed for this. It had been many years since chi refiners of the Divine Aperture realm had been active in history. A chi refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm would only appear once every several thousand years. Therefore, many people had subconsciously neglected the existence of powerful chi refiners who could turn the world around on their own. Only a very small number of people revealed the important information that most people had forgotten, or rather, deliberately ignored, which was the powerful chi refiners above the level of the heavenly tribulation. Now, it was brought up again. This awakened the memories in the depths of many people's minds. All the order in this world was actually just an extension of the will of a small group of people. The reason why the Great Joe was called the Great Joe was that, other than the unquestionable bloodline, the ancestor of the Great Joe had enough strength among the many descendants of the Tiandu clan's human emperor. Now, there was a problem. For the time being, there was no powerful chi refiner in Northern Ice River Town that could shake the order. Why did they go through so much trouble to challenge the order set by the Great Zhou? He couldn't have gone crazy. After thinking of this question, all the voices in the outside world suddenly fell silent. Other than the fact that Northern Ice River Town had gone crazy, which was an impossible reason, the two of them were still in the same boat. Everyone could only think of one answer, and that was that there must be an existence behind Northern Ice River Town that could support all of this. Year 7898 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Frost fell on the day, and the whole place was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Li Yueming appeared at the bank of the Luo River alone. On his left side, the remaining million soldiers of the Star Moon Army were crossing the river in a mighty manner, preparing to cut off their retreat and fight to the death with the Great Zhou. If they won this battle, the gateway between Luoshui and Hejing would be completely opened. The Great Zhou would lose its final barrier, and its destruction would only be a matter of time. However, to break through this barrier without paying the price of blood was no different from a fool's dream. The originally crystal-clear Luo River had long been dyed red by the blood of the soldiers on both sides of the river bank. At this moment, the Luo River was filled with corpses. The old man also appeared on the river surface. He looked at the calm Li Yueming not far away and sighed, "Young man, is this your answer? You really won't turn back until you hit a brick wall." His voice paused for a moment, and after a moment, an aura that belonged to the peak of Nirvana realm erupted. He continued, "You can't even get past me with your little strength, and you still want to pursue the so-called truth." Li Yueming turned his head and glanced at the Star Moon Army who was crossing the river without hesitation. Under the dense rain of arrows, they fell one by one. The blood that flowed out dyed the already bright red Luo River even redder. Whose children were they, and whose husbands were they? In the face of death, everything seemed to be unimportant. Li Yueming took a deep breath and turned to look at the old man in front of him. He said, "Some things, if you don't try, how will you know if it will work?" Chapter 634, The Shocking Battle Begins. 1. Rain fell from the sky without any warning. The autumn wind swept away the smoke on the banks of the Luo River, and the entire world turned dark. Amidst the sound of the rain, the dried blood that had seeped into the soil regained its vitality after being soaked in the rain. One after another, small blood-red snakes flowed into the river. The soldiers of the Star Moon troop rushed into the rapid river and fought to cross the river to the other side. As long as they broke through the sixth line of defense, the army that the Great Zhou had gathered with the strength of the entire country would basically be disintegrated. The road from Luoshui to Hejing would no longer be obstructed. Of course, the Great Zhou also knew this. At this moment of life and death, the factions of the Great Zhou that were originally not united had also abandoned their internal conflicts, which was rare. They did their best to deal with the huge pressure brought by Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. However, at the most intense moment of the battle, the two figures standing in the middle of the Luo River attracted everyone's attention at this moment. It wasn't that the two of them were eye-catching. In fact, in this battlefield where millions of people were fighting, no one would notice the situation of one or two people. It was because the auras of these two people were too terrifying on this battlefield where most people were only at the Foundation establishment or even the Spirit Pool realm. Even though it was thousands of meters away, it was like a sun that could not be opened. No one could ignore their existence. At this moment, countless people were looking in the direction of the two of them, their faces filled with confusion. What happened? How could there be such a powerful aura on the battlefield? Could it be that the top-notch Qi practitioners of the Great Zhou could not stand it anymore and took action to organize us to continue marching? The Star Moon troop is not to be trifled with. So what if they are top-notch? Refinement cultivators? 1,000,000 soldiers can still fight. What should we do? They seem to be blocking our path. These two incomparably terrifying auras temporarily disrupted the arrangements of both sides. It directly caused a small-scale chaos on the battlefield. However, the higher UPS of both sides seemed to have been prepared for such a situation. As for the Star Moon Army, the moment they sensed the aura on the river, Li Yueming immediately issued the order to retreat. The Star Moon Army, which was originally prepared to fight to the death, was urgently withdrawn. Prince Yu's side was similar. As soon as they heard that something was wrong on the river, they immediately ordered the soldiers guarding the city to stop the artillery and arrow rain. This was also a rare tacit understanding between the Great Zhou and the Star Moon Army since the beginning of the war. Because of the appearance of the two, the originally murderous battlefield instantly quieted down. Even the soldiers nearby were ordered to retreat dozens of miles. The series of strange orders puzzled many soldiers. The Star Moon troop was still all right. After all, in the Star Moon Army's objective, obeying orders was a soldier's nature. Therefore, even if they didn't understand the situation on the battlefield, they still carried out Li Yueming's orders to the letter. However, it was different for the Great Zhou. When he heard Prince Yu's order to stop the attack, the group of princes who received the news instantly exploded. They rushed over in groups of 3 to 5 to demand an explanation from Prince Yu. After all, in the eyes of the dukedom kings, the Star Moon Army had suddenly retreated halfway across the river. It would be fine if they didn't send troops to chase after them. He actually ordered the soldiers to stop attacking? If it wasn't for the fact that Prince Yu was the younger brother of the current emperor, his status and power would be very stable. At this moment, the group of princes were probably going to flare up on the spot. Prince Yu's response was still very cold. He stared at the river and said, "Don't tell me that you think that the Great Zhou dynasty is able to survive in this chaotic world because of you pigheads with fat brains and your good-for-nothing ants." Hearing this, the originally furious princes were stunned. When they finally recovered from their shock, other than a few minor dukedom kings who had distant blood relations and shallow foundations, the other dukedom kings who had long inheritances shuddered. Obviously, Prince Yu's words had awakened the fear hidden deep in their memories. The emperor of the northern Zhou dynasty was surnamed Ji. They were also surnamed Ji. However, after so many years of reproduction, how much blood could this so-called Ji surname have? The reason why they could bow down to the emperor now was naturally not because of some bullshit blood relationship. Instead, those princes who did not obey the emperor or had other thoughts about the emperor had long disappeared in the long river of history. The last time was about 6,000 years ago. There were 6 great feudal lords who joined forces to force the emperor to hand over the throne. That group of dukedom kings had been conferred before the Tiandu dynasty disintegrated, especially these 6 dukedom kings. They were all extremely huge, and whether it was their power or autonomy, they were many times greater than the current dukedom kings. However, it was precisely this group of princes who had been wiped out within half a month after they turned against the emperor. The families of the 6 leading dukedom kings were almost wiped out, and not even a single dog was left. In the residence of the vassal king, which was once incomparably glorious and considered itself a behemoth, blood stained the front hall all the way to the backyard. There was almost no inch of land that was not stained with blood. The minor dukedom kings who didn't participate in the battle were all scared silly. Chapter 635, The Shocking Battle Begins. 2. It was also because the previous batch of noble princes had been eliminated that the descendants of the princes who had not participated in the battle had a chance to rise up. Now, Prince Yu had once again brought up the old matter from more than 6,000 years ago. Naturally, it made them think of the past events recorded in their ancestral homes. They couldn't help but turn pale, and their bones were trembling. All the schemes in their hearts were swept away. And they trembled as they said, "Prince Yu is right. We are all pigs and dogs who have enjoyed the emperor's grace for generations. To be able to contribute a little to the emperor at this moment is already very grateful." Prince Yu nodded and did not say anything. His gaze was still on the river surface. The group of princes couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat. They didn't dare to have any more complaints. They gathered their courage and looked at the river not far away, wanting to know what had happened that made the usually calm King Yu pay so much attention. Li Yueming and the old man stood on the river. When one's realm reached their level, ordinary probing would already be unable to figure out the other party's strength. The most direct way to measure one's combat strength was to fight with one's aura. Therefore, when the old man's aura was rising, Li Yueming did not hesitate and also released his aura. Although this kind of competition in terms of aura would not cause any substantial damage to both sides. However, it could leave a shadow in the other party's heart. After all, in a battle between experts, a difference of 1 millimeter could cause 1,000 miles of error. In terms of aura, they were at a disadvantage. If it was small, it might only affect the confidence of the defeated party. In the following battle, the defeated party would not be able to let go. To put it more bluntly, a slight difference in aura could even break the psychological defense of the defeated party, making the defeated party afraid to fight again. Therefore, whether it was Li Yueming or the old man, it was not something that could be easily admitted to. Neither side made a move. He just stood there quietly. However, just the aftermath of the aura was enough to make the Luo River surge like the sea. During the last competition, although Li Yueming was not completely defeated, he was still slightly inferior in terms of momentum. After all, no matter what, the old man's realm was still a whole realm higher than Li Yueming's. Moreover, it was a huge realm difference between the heavenly tribulation and nirvana. However, this time, in terms of aura, Li Yueming and the old man were already evenly matched. This discovery shocked the old man. He had never expected that it would only be a little more than a month. To the top Qi practitioners who had long lifespans, it was just a blink of an eye. However, Li Yueming had improved so much in just 1 month. She was actually able to match him in terms of aura. Hualala! As the two of them fought with increasing auras, the Luo River, which rarely had waves, had completely turned into a turbulent sea. Waves of several meters or even dozens of meters swept across the two banks. In addition to the pitch-black sky and the increasingly heavy rain, the millions of soldiers present felt a sense of gloom in their hearts. He looked at the figure on the Luo River that was still as unmoving as a reef. Both sides on the battlefield could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. In northern Ice River Town, the sound of a small mosquito discussing something could be heard. Such a terrifying commotion. We haven't even made a move, but just the aura alone is enough to cause a monstrous wave that is dozens of meters tall. Is this really a power that a human can mobilize? How would I know? However, if those two were really Qi practitioners, they were definitely existences above the heavenly tribulation or even nirvana. Really? How many years has it been since an expert of this realm has made a move? I heard that the last time was when the Great Zhou sent people to destroy the fire transmission sect. How can this be fake? Take a closer look. Is the clothes on that old man imprinted with the patterns unique to the Great Zhou imperial family? It seems to be the case. It's very normal for the Great Zhou to have experts above the heavenly tribulation realm. I don't even doubt that if we break through the Great Zhou's 6th defense line, a few terrifying experts will appear in the next second and massacre our northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. Then here comes the problem. If the person who appeared now is a top Qi refiner of the Great Zhou, then the person who stood opposite that Qi refiner and helped us resist that Qi refiner's attack. Who is it? On both sides of the river. Pairs of eyes looked at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the two figures on the river were so close to them, but also so far away. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was hard for anyone to believe that such a war involving millions of people and two behemoths. He had no choice but to stop because of two people. That's right. If the old man standing on the river was a top Qi refiner of the Great Zhou dynasty, then who was standing in front of the old man? Northern Ice River Town was powerful. However, this strength was only in terms of the army. If they were to talk about the number of top-notch Qi practitioners, it was estimated that even 10 northern glacier towns combined would not be a match for the Great Zhou. And now, the Great Zhou had dispatched a top-notch Qi practitioner to stop the million-strong army from crossing the river. However, where did this mysterious expert from Northern Ice River Town come from? He had actually forcefully dragged such a terrifying existence into the middle of the river? Not to mention the others, even Northern Ice River Town itself didn't understand this question. Chapter 636, The Shocking Battle Begins. 3. Only the seasoned soldiers standing at the edge of the battlefield felt hot blood rush to their eyes when they saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the river. The white-haired old soldier muttered to himself, "He's back, he's back." As expected, as expected. Some people even cried and choked, "It's a pity that so many old friends are gone." Before they died, what they wanted to know the most was the whereabouts of Great General Li. There were also people with solemn expressions, tidying up their clothes and polishing their spears. "You don't need to grieve. We are still here, General Li is still here, and the Star Moon Army is still here. Now, we only need to follow behind General Li and cut off all the thorns in front of him." The new generation of soldiers had never seen Li Yueming before, so they naturally didn't know about his aura. However, as the core backbone of the previous generation of the Star Moon Army, the soul of the Star Moon Army, how could the old soldiers not be familiar with the aura that erupted from Li Yueming's body? Time was merciless. 30 years, 120 years. They had gone from the hot-blooded, ambitious prime of their lives to the current age where they were staggering and slow-witted. However, time had changed them, but it had not changed the young man in their minds. It was still that unlined garment. It was still the back of his lonely and despondent figure. It was still a heaven-defying act of creating possibilities in the impossible. With just a glance, even without seeing the face, they were extremely sure that the figure on the river was the owner. It was the great General Li Yueming for countless years. The horses neighed, the veterans wept, and the river was silent. After an unknown amount of time. It could be a moment, it could be a long eternity. The confrontation on the river finally came to an end. The old man, who thought he could easily control Li Yueming, couldn't help but take the lead. He slashed down with his fingers like a sword. The extremely huge spiritual energy cut off the river water and slashed towards Li Yueming. Li Yueming did not hold back. In a few flashes, he appeared beside the old man and smashed his fist down. Although Li Yueming was very fast, the old man's finger blade still hit Li Yueming's back. In an instant, the flesh on Li Yueming's back rolled up, and hot blood dripped down. Of course, the old man did not retreat unscathed. Li Yueming's punch hit him in the chest, sending him straight into the Luo River, smashing a huge hole in the water. The surrounding water flowed backward. At this moment, his individual power was 10 times more terrifying than the turbulent waves in the vast ocean. No one had expected that the battle between the two sides would be so fierce and radical. In just a flash, he had already begun to fight to the death. All of them held their breaths at the same time. After being thrown into the water, the old man narrowed his eyes and quickly appeared on the river surface again. Looking at Li Yueming, who was standing not far away, he laughed and said, "It's great to be young. You have exuberant vitality and endless potential to exploit." Poor old man. I've lived happily for 8,000 years. I thought that I could still struggle at death's door in the dark corner for a while, but I didn't expect that I would have to fight against a little monster like you in person at the end. I'm really unlucky. His voice was very hoarse, and when he mentioned 8,000 years old, it was as if he was just saying an insignificant number. Li Yueming didn't say anything. At this moment, his entire body was burning hot. The wound on his back was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the powerful self-healing ability brought about by the perfect genetic body. Li Yueming had rarely used his unlimited genetic body in recent years. Because he was afraid that before he could end the monsters in this world, he would become the next monster. However, at this moment, it would be underestimating him if he didn't use this brilliant gold talent. The old man obviously sensed the abnormality. His dark eyes glanced at the wound on Li Yueming's back, and his expression was obviously a little shocked. However, an old monster like him, who was so old that even his eyelashes were empty, had long been used to all kinds of strange scenes. Therefore, when he noticed that the wounds on Li Ming's body were healing rapidly, he didn't show much reaction. The battle continued. The two of them fought from the surface of the river to the bottom of the river, even diverting the entire Luo River. In the end, they fought from the bottom of the river to the sky. The endless clouds and mist were dispersed, revealing the sun that stood tall behind the clouds and mist. This battle was too difficult to understand for all the living beings under their feet. When the clouds dispersed and the sun appeared, no one who witnessed the battle felt any warmth. The sunlight that fell on their bodies was still unable to dispel the coldness in the depths of their souls. In terms of overall strength, the old man was clearly stronger than Li Yueming. However, Li Yueming was still young, and he also had the abnormal talent of unlimited genetic body. Li Yueming quickly gained the upper hand. From the beginning, it turned into Li Yueming suppressing the old man. However, the old man remained as calm as ever, as if he did not care about this at all. Until the clouds dispersed and the sun shone down. Only then did the old man break free from Li Yueming's entanglement. He stood alone under the sun and closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly laughed maniacally. "It's been a long time since I've felt the sunlight. Since I can't continue to struggle at death's door, then let me properly thank you for the relief you've brought." Li Yueming stopped and looked at the old man not far away. He still did not say a word. The old man obviously didn't want to waste his breath on Li Yueming. His wrinkled and aged body was suddenly injected with a strange life force. Under the surge of this strange life force, the wrinkles on the old man's body were rapidly fading away. In just a few breaths, he had transformed from an old man to a spirited middle-aged man. His originally yellow and white hair had also regained the luster of life, turning black and shiny again. As the boiling life force continued to flow, a pair of strange wings grew out of the old man's shoulders, and other parts of his body also changed slightly. At the same time, a shadow similar to Gni appeared. However, compared to Ji's blurry and chaotic shadow, the shadow behind the old man was clearer and larger, like a prehistoric monster. He could feel the abundant vitality in his body. The old man, who had changed into a middle-aged man, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Yueming, who was calm and unperturbed. He slowly smiled and said, "How is it? Was there a need to continue this battle?" Chapter 637, Today, God's Punishment. Everything that happened in the sky could not be said to be very fast, but it could not be said to be very long either. From a wrinkled old man to an energetic middle-aged man, it only took him a dozen breaths of time. The old man, who had recovered to his peak state, looked down at Li Yueming under his feet. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Li Yueming remained silent. However, there were already cries of surprise from the direction of the Great Zhou's sixth defense line under his feet. A few of the princes with higher cultivation and good eyesight did not have any manners at all. They almost fell to the ground and looked at the middle-aged man in the sky. They said in disbelief, This. Could this be the 13th Dragon Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty?" When he heard the words 13 Dragon Emperors, the others might not have felt anything, but the expressions of a group of great dukedom kings with long inheritances changed drastically. All of them stared at the man in the sky as if they had seen a ghost. He still remembered that 6,000 years ago, because they were dissatisfied with the emperor's repeated cuts, the 6 feudal lords joined forces to rebel and sent millions of troops to attack Hejing. This matter caused a huge commotion in that era. Even the entire Great Zhou fell into an endless turmoil. Things developed to the end, and just as everyone thought that it would be out of control, someone made a move. The 6 great feudal lords were suddenly wiped out overnight. Blood dyed every inch of the ground red. It caused an uproar in the entire 9 provinces of China. One had to know that these were 6 dukedom kings, and each of them had been enfeoffed since the Tiandu dynasty and had great autonomy. The army was so powerful and the force was so powerful that even the emperor of the Zhou dynasty could not fight them head-on. Who could uproot them in such a short period of time? At that time, the mainstream public opinion suspected that this matter was the rebellion of the 13th ancestor of the Great Zhou dynasty, the peerless talent of the Great Zhou Dragon Emperor, Ji Tian. After all, back in the most prosperous era of the Great Zhou dynasty, Dragon Emperor Ji Tian was not only the most powerful emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty in thousands of years, but he had also always been an insurmountable hurdle in the cultivation world. Although the outside world had rumors that he had already fallen, most of the top experts believed that he had not reached the end of his life and had only retired behind the scenes. Only he had the ability to turn the tide at that time. And now, seeing the person depicted in the portrait of the Great Zhou Dragon Emperor that had been passed down for generations in the various large families appear in reality again, it was no wonder that the group of dukes and kings would lose their composure. It might not be accurate to say that he lost his composure. It should be said that he was so scared that he almost peed. The Great Zhou Dragon Emperor. Not only was he talented in qi cultivation, but he was also extremely ruthless and decisive. In the days when he became the Great Zhou's emperor, the Great Zhou's national strength had reached a certain level. It had launched war after war against the Great Qian dynasty, successfully damaging the originally prosperous Great Qian dynasty. It could be said that the war 5,000 years ago and the destruction of the Great Qian dynasty had already been foreshadowed when the Dragon Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was in power. If there was a ranking for the emperors in the history of the Great Zhou, Ji Tian would definitely be ranked in the top 3, second only to the ancestor of the Great Zhou, the martial monarch Ji Wu, and the Emperor Wen of the Great Zhou, Ji Fengjiu. Even if the threshold was raised a little higher, Dragon Emperor Ji Tian would definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Great Zhou imperial family's circle where geniuses frequently appeared. Such a figure that should only exist in history had suddenly appeared on the battlefield and fought with a mysterious young expert. This was an incomparably huge mental shock to everyone who witnessed everything. I've seen the portrait. Although the figure in the sky is a little strange, it really looks like the Dragon Emperor. It's been nearly 8,000 years, right? The Dragon Emperor hadn't died yet. Could it be that he had broken through nirvana and ascended? Ascension shouldn't be in this world, right? Moreover, if the Dragon King could ascend, the Great Zhou would have long unified the world. So what is the current situation? How can a nirvana expert live for so many years? I don't know. Logically speaking, the lifespan of a nirvana expert should be around 2,000 to 3,000 years. Even if there is some secret technique that can extend one's lifespan, it should not exceed 4,000 years. But the Dragon King is already over 8,000 years old, right? How could he still appear in this world? When the name Dragon King was mentioned, the most shocked people were not the soldiers of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. Instead, the higher UPS of the Great Zhou dynasty were all boiling with disbelief. After all, information about Dragon Emperor Ji Tian was only recorded among the core higher UPS of the Great Zhou and the Six Nations. It was impossible for a rising star like the Star Moon Army of Northern Ice River Town to know the secret information from thousands of years ago. Of course, Li Ruxing, Li Ruyu, Ding Yi, and the other Star Moon troops had definitely heard of this name. It was also because they had heard of the Dragon King's reputation and achievements that they were all looking at the sky battlefield with worry. In the sky, the confrontation between the two sides continued. Beneath his feet, the people who finally accepted the news that Dragon King was still alive finally came back to their senses. When they looked at the mysterious figure standing opposite the Dragon King, all the high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou dynasty were puzzled. Chapter 638, Today, God's Punishment. The Dragon Emperor seemed to have broken through to the Nirvana realm more than 7,000 years ago, right? Who was this mysterious person who could fight with the Dragon Emperor? Not only that, the Dragon Emperor seemed to have been suppressed previously and was actually not his match. This person can't be a nameless person. Could it be an old monster sent by Great Qin or Great Ming? Otherwise, I can't imagine anyone in this world who can be an enemy of the Dragon King. But right now, we're fighting against the Star Moon army. Great Ming and Great Qin are hiding behind us and watching the show. How can they send experts to provoke our Great Zhou at this time? The group of people below discussed. However, it was still too difficult for them to identify a person with just a thin figure. At the scene, it was estimated that only King Yu vaguely knew who the two parties fighting in the sky were. He stood tall in the sky. The aura emitted by the two of them was enough to suffocate an army of millions. Looking at Ji Tian, who had recovered to his peak, the aura emitted by him was basically the same as the aura emitted by Gni. Even the black shadow behind him was no different. However, this technique that Ji Tian used was much stronger than Gni's. One could imagine that this was a secret technique with a huge side effect. Li Yueming didn't believe that Gni and Ji Tian could ignore the ravages of thousands of years and revive an old man. The reason why they were able to use it now was because they had been able to use it. The only explanation Li Yueming could think of was that this was taught to them by the existence hidden behind them. Of course, no matter what method Ji Tian used to regain his peak combat strength, he would not be able to do so. It was no longer important to Li Yueming. After stretching his body, Ji Tian suddenly swooped down from the sky. It was also a close combat. However, after turning into a monster, not only did Ji Tian return to his peak state, but the strength of his body had also undergone a huge change. Under the same premise of not relying on spiritual energy, he was actually able to fight back and forth with Li Yueming. One had to know that Li Yueming had a strong physical body and had developed several powerful human body treasures. These 2 points had always been the reason why Li Yueming could fight above his level. It was precisely because of these 2 points that he was able to repeatedly defeat opponents stronger than him. But now, one of his trump cards, his powerful physical body, had been dispelled. The danger involved could be imagined. They exchanged less than 10 moves. Li Yueming was slapped down by Ji Tian's palm, and his body crashed heavily onto the water surface. Boom! Whoosh! 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 Waves that were hundreds of meters tall rolled up, blocking the vision of all the spectators present. The owners of the millions of pairs of eyes on the battlefield all held their breaths. On the Great Zhou's defense line, King Yu, who had witnessed everything, the surrounding dukedom kings, who were also staring intently, were all shocked. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Emperor? After so many years, the Dragon Emperor was still so powerful. On the other side of the battlefield, the Star Moon troop couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw this. Although many soldiers did not understand who was fighting against the Dragon Emperor for them in the air, they were still confused. However, it did not hinder their natural yearning and closeness to that figure. This was something that was engraved in the soul of the army. Even if the people who formed this unit were dead, the military spirit was still there. The faint military spirit could sense whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Ding Yi, Huang Li Er, and the others, who knew everything, felt even more worried. After the monstrous waves subsided, everyone widened their eyes, trying to find the figure that had been blasted into the water. However, after a few breaths, that thin figure did not appear again. This made all the members of the Star Moon army feel a heavy pressure. Li Ruyu, who was originally in charge of logistics dispatch on the battlefield, was even more tearful. If someone hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed out by now. Under the water, Li Yueming felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed a few times. The functions in his body continued to operate, so he did not cough up blood. But even so, this palm still made Li Yueming feel the difference between the major realms. The biggest difference between heavenly tribulation and nirvana was one's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. If the greatest difference between a chi refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm and a chi refiner in the divine aperture realm was the control of an incomparably large amount of spiritual energy, then the greatest difference between a chi refiner in the nirvana realm and a chi refiner in the heavenly tribulation realm was the ability to comprehend and control a certain law of heaven and earth. By using the laws of heaven and earth that they had comprehended, Nirvana stage experts could not only gather the spiritual energy in their bodies as they wished, but they could also draw any spiritual energy in the world as they wished. Moreover, it could also interweave laws to form a spiritual energy structure with extremely destructive power, causing a dimensional reduction attack on low-level chi refiners. The gap between them did not sound like much, but in fact, it was a huge gap that was difficult to cross. To put it bluntly, it could even be considered the difference between immortals and mortals. After stepping into the heavenly tribulation, he could barely be considered half a step away from becoming an immortal in the eyes of the world. However, only by stepping into nirvana could one truly be called invincible in the world and form their own section. Chapter 639, Today, God's Punishment. Now, Ji Tian had not only recovered to the peak state of the nirvana realm. Furthermore, he had received a powerful secret technique from a strange source. His combat strength was even on the verge of ascending. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's extremely strong physical fitness. Furthermore, the treasures of the human body were thoroughly exploited. Now, this palm strike was not as simple as making him cough a few times. He would probably have been smashed into a pile of meat paste long ago. He couldn't be any more dead. Seeing that Li Yueming was still alive, the red light in Gni's eyes became even more intense. He looked at Li Yueming as if he was looking at a rare treasure. He licked his lips and said, "Your body is actually so strong? No wonder you dared to reject my suggestion. It has been a long time since I have seen a young man with such a clear-cut stand like you. If I can send your corpse to be used as a breeding ground for them to hatch, I might be able to live for another 1 to 2,000 years. As expected, there's no way out at the end of the road. Interesting, really interesting." Li Yueming stumbled up from the water and snorted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Old monster, is he still exposed?" Ji Mi did not say anything, but the look in his eyes gradually turned cold. Previously, when he was old and lifeless, he rarely had too many emotional fluctuations. However, now that he had received the enhancement of the secret technique and his vitality had become more vigorous, Ji Tian's emotional fluctuations had also become extremely intense. Staring at Li Yueming with his cold eyes, Ji Tian said, "Since you already know the truth of this world, why do you still dare to provoke me?" Li Yueming also licked his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty look. "Do you think you're the only one who can forcefully increase your combat strength by turning into a monster? You're wrong. I can do the same. Because, I'm a monster too." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming's body also began to change. Bone spikes grew out of his body, and more red scales appeared on his body. In just a few breaths, Li Yueming's body structure had completely changed. At this moment, there was almost no weakness in his entire body, because his body was purely born for battle. Not far away, Ji Tian witnessed everything. He had lived for more than 8,000 years. Regardless of age or strength, Gni, who had died in Li Yueming's hands, could only be considered a junior who had not even grown his hair. But even so, with his long life experience, he had never seen such a monstrous existence like Li Yueming. If Li Yueming, who was standing in front of him previously, could still feel that he was a human. So now, in his perception, Li Yueming had gradually distanced himself from the human race. Rather than calling it a monster, it would be better to call it a simple predator. A predator that was even more terrifying than the wolves, tigers, and leopards in nature. He didn't have any extra aura. He did not make any unnecessary movements. Every organ and every scale on his body was purely for battle. This gave Ji Tian an extremely bad feeling. One had to know that he could be considered a monster among monsters now. Not only had his realm reached the limit that could be reached under normal circumstances, but he also had the authority bestowed by God as the source of life to support his battle. But even so. However, Li Yueming seemed to be standing at the top of his food chain and became his natural predator, giving him a strong sense of threat. Before Ji Tian could get used to this strange feeling, Not far away, Li Yueming had already moved. At this moment, he was as fast as a beam of light. It disappeared a second ago and immediately appeared in the next second. The palm that had evolved from a finger to a sharp bone claw pounced over with traces of after-images. Ji Tian felt a strong sense of danger and took a few steps back to dodge the attack. It had to be said that Ji Tian's reaction speed was also extremely fast. In just an instant, he had already taken a few steps back and escaped Li Yueming's attack range. However, Li Yueming turned a blind eye to it. 5 sharp bone spikes shot out from his fingers. Ji Tian, who was still retreating, suddenly trembled. In the next second, a few drops of red and black blood slowly dripped from his cheeks. Ji Tian staggered back a few thousand meters before he finally broke free from Li Yueming's pursuit. He subconsciously touched the wound on his face. Ji Tian's face was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? With the power that he had just unleashed, how could anyone in this world be able to hurt him if those extremely terrifying old monsters did not attack with their full strength? But regardless of whether he believed it or not, the bloody truth was right in front of him. He was injured. Although his injuries were not serious, it still made him feel incredulous, so much so that even his mind fluctuated violently in an instant. He opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, Li Yueming's attack arrived again. This time, Li Yueming not only used the treasures of the human body and his powerful body, but also mobilized a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Li Yueming's appearance had not only evolved to the most suitable state for combat. The meridians and internal organs in his body had also been more or less slightly adjusted. All of them were targeted evolutions in order to maximize the efficiency of the circulation of spiritual energy. Chapter 640, Today, God's Punishment. In this form, although Li Yueming still could not achieve the level of spiritual energy explosion in the Nirvana realm, he could also obtain extremely terrifying spiritual energy mobilization efficiency. In other words, the gap between Li Yueming and Ji Tian in terms of Qi practitioner was closed by a large margin due to the super-evolution of the perfect genetic body. He could feel the efficiency and scale of Li Yueming's spiritual energy mobilization. The look on Ji Tian's face became even more shocked. He was able to return to his peak and even reach a combat strength that was even stronger than when he was at his peak because of the divine gift. However, Li Yueming was not a believer chosen by the gods, so how did he become so terrifying? Could there be an existence in this world that was more omniscient and omnipotent than the god he believed in? It was only for a moment. Many thoughts flashed through Ji Tian's mind. These chaotic thoughts were the last glimmer of his humanity, and also one of the biggest reasons why he was bound to lose. Li Yueming stuck close to him again. In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged thousands of blows in midair. In the beginning, Ji Tian was still able to keep up with Li Yueming's attacks. However, as time passed, Ji Tian slowly lost his ability to keep up. Hundreds of shallow and deep wounds appeared on his body, and black blood kept dripping from the wounds. Ji Ni's insufferably arrogant aura began to gradually wither, and her powerful body, which had already been filled with vitality, also rapidly declined. After a while, Li Yueming finally stopped attacking. He panted heavily. Li Yueming's body also had many hideous wounds, but most of them had already healed. Even though his body was already nearing its limit, Li Yueming's gaze was still fixed on Ji Tian, in case this old monster who had lived for more than 8,000 years still had some trump cards that he hadn't taken out. Ji Tian was still bleeding. At this moment, it had once again returned to its original old appearance. Moreover, compared to the previous state where he was still conscious despite his old age, Ji Tian was now in a daze and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. The infinite genetic body tried to control Li Yueming from the genetic level to immediately kill the old monster in front of him. After all, in the biological sense, being alive meant danger. Only by completely killing them would it be considered safe. However, with his own will, Li Yueming still forcefully resisted the urge to kill. Li Yueming barely managed to unlock the battle mode of his unlimited genetic body. Looking at Ji Tian, who was not far away, Li Yueming asked, "Do you have anything to tell me?" Ji Tian looked at the sky and laughed miserably. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "And do you think I can tell you?" Li Yueming didn't answer him. He just stared at him for a long time. Ji Tian coughed out another mouthful of blood and waved his hand weakly. "Know what you want me to tell you, but I really can't tell you. I can only tell you, young man, this path will not work, will not work." Ji Yueming still didn't say anything and just stared at him. Ji Tian was silent for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, "You won't turn back until you hit the south wall, right? All right, then I'll tell you what I can say. There are 2 existences like me in the Great Zhou and 10 in the other countries. As for who they are just some lonely ghosts. Their names are not important. They're still in a deep slumber. They should wake up soon after I die. Young man, this is only the mortal enemies that you need to face. There are also enemies in the heavens." Ji Tian's eyes suddenly widened when he mentioned the heavenly enemy. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In the next second, Ji Tian, who was about to lose all his blood, suddenly swelled up like a rubber ball. Black and stinky blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. When his skin swelled to the limit, Ji Tian's entire body exploded with a crackling sound. It turned into a pitch-black blood rain that filled the sky. Li Yueming, who was standing beside him, witnessed everything. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know why Ji Tian would suddenly explode. However, he had clearly sensed an extremely cold aura just now. Even Li Yueming, who was still maintaining a perfect genetic body, couldn't help but shiver in front of this aura. Fortunately, this aura came and left quickly. In just a breath, sunlight shone down from the sky once again, and the blood rain that filled the sky also turned into specks of red and disappeared. It was as if Ji Tian's appearance just now was just an illusion. Li Yueming stood alone in the air, feeling the warmth of the sun shining on his body, but his heart was only cold. On the battlefield, millions of soldiers had witnessed the entire battle. The vast majority of the soldiers were unable to see or understand the battle situation in the sky due to their low realms. But even if they couldn't understand the process, they could still understand it. When he realized that the sun was shining down, only that thin figure was left in the sky. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent. Chapter 641, One Man Suppressing a Million Army. 1. Sunlight shone on the battlefield. Threads of golden light smoothed out the ripples of the Luo River. Looking at the thin figure standing in the sky, the millions of people present were stunned. How was this possible? The legendary 13 dragon emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty had lived for 8,000 years. He actually defeated? Moreover, he was defeated by a young junior whose identity and name were unknown to them? One question after another suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Countless people were shocked to the point of panic. Especially the princes of the Great Zhou who had witnessed the entire process. They could not believe their eyes. Of course, the ones who lost their composure the most were not the princes, but Prince Yu, who had personally participated in part of the plan. At this moment, King Yu's eyes were lifeless as he muttered to himself, "Dragon Emperor, he actually lost to that young junior of the Li family. It was impossible, this is absolutely impossible." As the younger brother of the Emperor, Prince Yu knew more than anyone else. Some of the less important plans were even personally participated in by him. Therefore, he not only knew the identity of Dragon King, but also the identity of Li Yueming, who was his enemy. Even so, when he heard that the mastermind behind the fire sect was Li Yueming, Prince Yu doubted life even more than the Emperor. After all, the Emperor and Li Yueming had only met a few times, but he had truly interacted with Li Yueming before. Back then, Prince Yu and the Li family were not on good terms. When Prince Yu's son and Li Yueming were in the cultivation college, they had some conflicts. At that time, Li Yueming was only a teenager. To him, he was only a worm. It was only because Li Yueming was a son of the Li family that he was qualified to sit at the table. However, it had only been a few years. At most, it would only be 60 years. The young man who was once of the same generation as his son had still grown to such an extent. He could actually stir up the entire Great Zhou with his own strength. And now, seeing Li Yueming kill Ji Tian with his own eyes, Prince Yu's emotions collapsed even more. This was a young man who was once of the same generation as his youngest son. Now, his youngest son had just broken through to the true form realm and could already be considered a talented junior. However, this unreasonable young man could already defeat the Great Zhou ancestor at the Nirvana realm at the same age. Was there any justice left? Was there any law? Li Yueming slowly looked at the battle line under his feet. Prince Yu's heart turned cold. Now, he didn't even know if he should pray for another ancestor like the Dragon King to step on Li Yueming's prestige. He looked at the Great Zhou soldiers who were like ants under his feet. Li Yueming's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Those who don't want to die, put down your weapons and surrender." She heard his voice. Everyone who had been in a daze woke up. On the Great Zhou's 6th defense line, the soldiers looked around and then looked at Li Yueming in the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion. Although they knew that Li Yueming was a powerful Qi practitioner, they could not understand how powerful Li Yueming was. When they heard that Li Yueming dared to force them to surrender, they thought that Li Yueming had gone crazy. The soldiers were at a loss. However, they didn't understand, but the higher UPS of the Zhou dynasty understood. The soldiers on the battlefield were still at a loss. The vassal kings, who were the pillars of the Great Zhou dynasty, hurriedly peed their pants and opened the city gates of the 6th defense line. They were afraid that Li Yueming would come down and kill them all. He looked at the door of the defense line that had opened from the inside. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of absurdity. The soldiers of the Star Moon Troop were dumbfounded. One had to know that this was the sturdy defense line that had blocked their millions of troops for dozens of days. But now, it had been conquered by a person with a light sentence. One person could subdue an army of 10,000. How terrifying was this? How could they not be shocked? In the Star Moon Troop, Li Yueming, who was sitting on the command platform, was trembling. He resisted the urge to go up and talk to Li Yueming and ordered, "Everyone, listen up. Send the front troops across the river to receive the surrendered soldiers. The left and right troops will be responsible for covering them. If they encounter resistance, they can be killed immediately." The order was quickly passed down. The Star Moon Troop began to organize their troops to cross the river again. However, this time, they were not attacked by thousands of arrows and cannons like before. "Great General Li is invincible," a group of veterans shouted excitedly. Their voices were not obvious at first. However, as the army that was crossing the river slowly gathered, more and more people heard their roars. "Great General Li? Was he talking about General Li Yueming? That's not right." The Star Moon Army did not address General Li Yueming with the word big. Could it be General Li Yueming? At the thought of this, the Star Moon Army, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, could not help but stop. They looked up at the sky again, trying to match the thin figure with the great General Li Yueming in their hearts. After a while, the Star Moon Army suddenly erupted into a huge cheer. "Great General Li Yueming has lived for thousands of years." Chapter 642, One Man Suppressing a Million Army. 2. Currently, most of the young people who formed the Star Moon Troop's main force were the third generation. Only a small number of second-generation soldiers had not retired. The third generation of Star Moon Army soldiers had no impression of Li Yueming at all. However, the second generation of soldiers grew up under Li Yueming's care. Therefore, their admiration for Li Yueming was even stronger than that of the first-generation members of the Star Moon Army. At this moment, they were the ones who cheered the loudest and looked the most excited. No wonder this mysterious expert would appear on the river at such a critical moment to confront the Great Zhou experts. It was no wonder that the first reaction of this mysterious expert after suppressing the Great Zhou was to make the Great Zhou surrender. No wonder. No wonder. If this was Li Yueming, then everything made sense. However, they never expected that after so many years, the soldiers of the Star Moon Army would meet their founder again in such a way. When they heard the name Li Yueming, the entire Star Moon troops, millions of soldiers, were in an uproar. The cheers grew louder and louder. Its momentum was 10 times or 100 times greater than the previous Luo River tide. In stark contrast, the higher UPS of the Great Zhou dynasty were naturally in disbelief when they heard the words Li Yueming. Didn't Li Yueming die decades ago? Why did it appear again now? Moreover, he was not even 100 years old yet, right? He was already so powerful that he had killed the world-famous 13 Dragon Emperors head-on. It was simply inconceivable and unbelievable. Such a monstrous talent had already revealed an inhuman appearance. If he was given another 100 years, wouldn't he have a chance to become the second human emperor of the Tiandu clan, unify the world, and ascend? Thinking of this, the group of dukes couldn't help but feel glad that they hadn't chosen to continue resisting. Otherwise, in front of such a prodigy, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. They heard the cheers from the Star Moon Army that spread for dozens of miles. He looked at the young faces of the new blood. Li Yueming's tense heart relaxed a little. The reason why he had been racing against time and did not dare to stop at all, other than completing his mission, was not his greatest motivation to let this group of people who followed behind him survive better in this world. Now, all his efforts were not in vain. However, seeing that everything was developing in a good direction, he did not show much joy. After all, the higher one stood, the more painful it would be to fall. He had only solved the problem at hand and was far from being able to rest easy. At this moment, he was still thinking about the information that Ji Tian had revealed before he died. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. The words of an old monster like Ji Tian couldn't be completely believed, but they couldn't be completely untrusted either. According to Ji Tian, there were 2 existences like him in the Great Zhou alone. The other 5 nations had 10 more. In other words, there should be 2 of each. However, under normal circumstances, this group of people seemed to be in a deep sleep. This made sense. After all, the Nirvana realm had yet to ascend, and his lifespan was very limited. To live for thousands of years. Naturally, he would have to pay a price. He could only sleep all year round and maintain his body relatively still. Only by using some heaven-defying secret techniques could he possibly extend his life. Now that Ji Tian was dead, the world order inevitably became chaotic under Li Yueming's influence. That was why Ji Tian said that after he died, the group of old monsters who were in deep sleep would wake up one after another. Of course, if it was just this, it was not enough to make Li Yueming so concerned. After all, in his opinion, as long as it was a power that could be touched by this world, with his current strength, he had the courage to face it. So what if all the experts of the 6 nations attacked him? As long as he was given a little time to grow, he was completely confident that he could kill them all. What really made him feel threatened was the words "enemy in the sky" that Ji Tian had said before he died. After Ji Tian's strange explosion, the strange and cold feeling pervaded his body. As if something had glanced at him through the infinite reaches of time and space. There was no fluctuation, but the killing intent was strong. This was the real source of the pressure on Li Yueming. Just as Li Yueming was still thinking, the reincarnation mark, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly felt a burning pain. The piercing pain pulled Li Yueming back from his thoughts. He opened the interface and saw red messages appearing in front of him. Detected that you have triggered the ultimate hidden mission. The dungeon you are in will be forcefully leveled up. Leveling up. Level upgrade successful. The public reincarnation dungeon has been upgraded from level 5 to level 9. Level 9 Dungeon Reincarnation Mark cannot be automatically removed. It may cause the reincarnator to die. Reincarnator, please pay attention to your personal safety. Beep beep beep, you have received a new email. The mail is being forcibly opened, the email has been successfully expanded. The details are as follows: our trial has officially begun. I believe that you have already touched some of the truth that belongs to reincarnators. Destined youth, don't forget the courage and love in your heart. Chapter 643, One Man Suppressing a Million Army. 3. Unite everything that can be united. Live well. After reading the information on the reincarnation mark panel, Li Yueming fell into a long silence. According to the information he had, the Zergs were the ones who destroyed Deduction. It wasn't hard to guess. This was not the truth hidden under the endless lies. Instead, it was the so-called human emperor of the Tian clan defeating the Zerg. In fact, it should be the Zerg clan defeating human emperor of the Tian du Cicen. This could be seen from the Su clan in the 100,000 mountains. The so-called battlefield where the Zergs were defeated did not have any traces of the Zergs. The creatures that lived in the deepest part of the forest were not Zergs or wild beasts, but a group of humans. Moreover, they were the surviving descendants of the ancient Great Gan dynasty. They had been worshipping the gods in the god burial ground for generations. Even the overall shape of the 100,000 mountains was more like a humanoid creature than a strange inhuman monster. Ever since the Tian Du clan's era, the Six Nations had been diligently destroying ancient books. The reason why they spent so much effort to hide the truth was that this world was not ruled by humans, but had long become the nest of the Zergs. Of course, this didn't surprise Li Yueming. After all, the cultivation and rearing of the insect race were not new. What surprised Li Yueming the most was actually the combat power of the human emperor of the Tian Du clan. From the records in the ancient books and the information that Li Yueming had pieced together, the Renhuang of the Tian Du clan, who had founded the Tian Du dynasty, only had the power above nirvana. In other words, they should be the so-called ascended experts. His combat power was not beyond Li Yueming's understanding. However, in reality, in Li Yueming's knowledge, be it the power that destroyed Deduction or the power of the existence in the god burial ground, they should be hundreds of times stronger than him. Then, the problem came. What secret was the human sovereign Tian Du clan hiding that could restore everything to the right track? He didn't remember that the Zergs had the habit of rearing humans as parasites. The only explanation was that there was a deeper secret behind this matter that Li Yueming could not understand. This was probably the reason for the various abnormalities in the reincarnation mark, right? At the same time, all the reincarnators in the public reincarnation dungeon also received this message. They could not help but be scared out of their wits. A level 5 reincarnation world was already considered relatively dangerous among the reincarnators. But now, it had suddenly risen to level 9. Even if all the reincarnators in the entire main world were to be brought over, probably no one had experienced such a high-level reincarnation instance dungeon. One had to know that the higher the level of the reincarnation world, the more dangerous it would be. Between level 5 and level 6, between level 6 and level 7, there was a huge gap between each level in the world. The difference between the higher level 8 and level 9 was even greater. Looking at it directly, the higher the level of the reincarnation world, the stronger the local aborigines were, and the higher the probability of accidents happening. And what did the world level increase mean? Since when could the reincarnation world level up continuously in a short period of time? A level 5 reincarnator suddenly entered a level 9 reincarnation world. Wasn't this luring people in to kill them? The group of reincarnators who were originally fearless could not help but panic at this moment. Chapter 644, The Fall of the 10,000-Year Dynasty. 1. The sudden rise in the world level caused all the reincarnators in the public reincarnation dungeon to panic. One had to know that those who could enter the level 5 public reincarnation dungeon were already considered experienced veterans among the reincarnators. Even so, they were still at a loss. Fortunately, there was no time for them to think too much. As the vassal kings of the Great Zhou on the sixth line of defense surrendered first, the road from the northwest to Hejing was finally completely opened by the Star Moon Army. The world situation that had been stable for decades became turbulent again. As ambitious reincarnators, it was naturally impossible for them to be alone. Li Yueming, the founder of Northern Ice River Town, who had disappeared for decades, appeared again. He was fighting against the Great Zhou Dragon. Emperor, Ji Tian, who had dominated the world for more than 7,000 years. When this news spread to the outside world, the shock it caused was no less than a volcanic eruption. From the Great Zhou officials' statements and the various signs that had been revealed over the years, shouldn't Li Yueming have died long ago? Why did he suddenly appear above Luoshui again? For some small families with shallow inheritances, the name Ji Tian might be a little unfamiliar. However, as a citizen of the Great Zhou, he had heard of the word Great Zhou Dragon Emperor. After all, the other party was one of the invincible ultimate holy kings of the Great Zhou 7 or 8,000 years ago. Not only did the Dragon King have an extremely powerful talent in refining qi, but he was also extremely intelligent. He was also very talented in military affairs and politics. He once led the Great Zhou dynasty to expand its territory. Today, many lands were left behind from his era. Until now, he was still benefiting future generations. In the era he lived in, the Great Zhou was undoubtedly the strongest among the six dynasties, be it in terms of the Dragon Emperor's strength or the Great Zhou's national strength. It could be said that the Great Zhou Dragon Emperor was a legend that still existed in the memories of many people in the Zhou dynasty. The question was, when was the era when the Dragon Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty ruled? If he remembered correctly, at least 6 or 7,000 years had passed, right? Under normal circumstances, such a long period of time was long enough for a beauty to die. No matter how shocking a legend was, it should have turned into dust without ascending. But now, the Great Zhou Dragon Emperor had appeared in the world again and confronted the founder of Northern Ice River Town. More than 7,000 years ago, Dragon Emperor Ji Tian had already reached Nirvana realm. Li Yueming was not even 100 years old yet, right? How could a qi refiner who was less than 100 years old be compared to an existence from 7,000 years ago? Due to the chaos of the battle, the news within Dezhu could not be transmitted immediately. Moreover, even if the news could be transmitted, it was impossible for it to spread to the outside world. Therefore, the vast majority of people in the outside world could only get some bits and pieces of information. There was no way to fully understand the ins and outs of the entire matter. However, just a few words of information was enough to cause a huge commotion. Everyone was wondering what had happened on the Great Zhou battlefield that caused such shocking news to spread. As the war continued to progress, more and more relevant information was spread. Only after understanding it did everyone feel the true horror. The Star Moon Army had broken through the 5 lines of defense set up by the Great Zhou dynasty and destroyed nearly 1 million Great Zhou soldiers on the battlefield. Although many of these numbers were cannon fodder, such an exaggerated number was enough to cause an uproar and panic. However, this was not the most ridiculous news in this war. The most ridiculous news was the battle between Li Yueming and the Great Zhou Dragon Emperor. When he received the first-hand news, countless people felt their worldview shatter, and their minds were filled with disbelief. The Dragon Emperor was defeated? He lost to a junior from Northern Ice River Town. Really? F***ck. That's right, are you kidding me? The Dragon Emperor was an expert who had broken through the Nirvana realm thousands of years ago. If he had lived until now, even if his combat strength had decreased slightly, he would not have been defeated by a junior, right? It's absolutely true. Now that the Star Moon Army has crossed the 6th defense line, it won't be long before they attack Hejing. It sounds like a dream. Could it be that the Great Zhou will perish in our generation? I thought that the 6 dynasties would compete with each other after the Tiandu dynasty disintegrated. I didn't expect that the first one to stand on the stage would be Northern Ice River Town, a new power that had risen less than 100 years ago. Li Yueming, how should he put it? It was simply too terrifying. If he can destroy the Great Zhou now, will he be able to destroy our country in the future? The one who would unify the world in the end wouldn't be Northern Ice River Town, right? Impossible. If the Great Zhou dynasty is really destroyed, North Glacier Town will probably be surrounded and intercepted by the other 5 countries immediately. They don't need to do anything. Just with the number of troops under their banner, the other 5 countries will be able to flatten the entire North Glacier Town. Hehe, if it was before today, I definitely wouldn't believe that Northern Ice River Town could unify the world. However, after today, I changed my mind. In my opinion, the other 5 nations might not be able to destroy Northern Glacier Town and the Star Moon Army. That's right. Once the Star Moon Army destroys the Great Zhou and takes the Great Zhou's territory into its territory, it will really be considered a dynasty that rules over a rich country. Chapter 645, The Fall of the 10,000-Year Dynasty. 2. If the other 5 countries don't attack in time, and give Northern Glacier Town some time to digest the population and turn it into combat strength, the other countries might not be able to suppress them. Times have changed. Right now, it was up to Northern Ice River Town or the other 5 countries to decide who was the most efficient. If the 5 countries could successfully form an alliance within these 2 years and send out their armies, they might be able to completely annihilate Northern Ice River Town while the old forces were gone and the new forces had yet to be born. When he heard that the Star Moon Troop had won another great victory in this battle, the entire world was shocked. The comments on Li Yueming and North Glacier Town changed again and again. In this war, the Star Moon Army had almost disintegrated all the troops that the Great Zhou could mobilize. The princes and their soldiers were the foundation of the Great Zhou's operation. Now that they had collapsed, it symbolized that the Great Zhou dynasty, which had lasted for more than 15,000 years and had experienced ups and downs, had completely reached the end of its life. The remaining soldiers and officials would more or less put up a symbolic resistance. However, with the main force defeated, it was impossible for them to resist the general trend. Moreover, in order to deal with the omnipresent fire sect, the local officials were already too busy to take care of themselves. He could not care less about what was happening in the imperial court. This world-renowned battle ended with the victory of the Star Moon Troop. Even though the Star Moon Troop had paid a heavy price. However, compared to the huge fruits of victory in this war, this price seemed to be nothing. Li Yueming had just personally killed the 13 dragon emperors of Great Zhou, Ji Tian. At this moment, its power had almost reached its peak. He looked at the 6th path that King Yu had built. With just a few words, he had easily subdued 1,000,000 soldiers. Once upon a time, the insufferably arrogant princes of the Great Zhou were all frightened out of their wits at this moment. His troops had yet to react. They had already joined forces to kidnap Prince Yu, and all of them had lined up to surrender to Northern Ice River Town. He had no choice. The higher the status of Dragon Emperor Ji Tian in their hearts, the greater the pressure he brought. The more terrifying Li Yueming, who had stepped on Ji Tian, became. Li Yueming was only 100 years old. He could be considered a junior among the Qi practitioners. Ordinary Qi practitioners at his age who could cultivate to spirit focus or even true form realm could be considered a heaven's pride. Yet, he had gone against the heavens. His combat strength was comparable to an existence at the peak of the Nirvana realm before he was even 100 years old. If he was given a little more time to develop, what would happen? Therefore, rather than becoming enemies with such a terrifying existence, it was better for the princes to surrender early. Perhaps they might be lucky enough to leave behind some family property. In fact, that was indeed the case. After the Great Zhou army surrendered, the Star Moon Army entered the city in batches and completely controlled the 6th defense line. The disarmed soldiers were also dealt with appropriately. Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army were taking advantage of the Great Zhou Empire on the main battlefield, while the members of the fire sect were taking advantage of the Great Zhou Empire on the rear. The cities and towns in various parts of the Great Zhou dynasty responded to the call to send troops to reinforce the central hub, causing their military strength to plummet. The fire sect's activities immediately became more than 10 times more rampant. They occupied many cities and stole a lot of food from the local rich and the imperial court's granaries. Then, they used this food to expand their troops and continuously nibble away at the foundation of the Great Zhou. And now, after a complete victory on the battlefield, the fire sect was responsible for helping the surrendered soldiers find jobs again. Hence, many people noticed this strange scene. The soldiers of Northern Ice River Town and the disciples of the fire sect hit it off. One side was responsible for escorting the surrendered Great Zhou soldiers, while the other side was responsible for sending these soldiers to various parts of the Great Zhou for redistribution. This scene stunned many officials of the Great Zhou. Good heavens! Was this Great Zhou their Great Zhou or the fire sect's Great Zhou? It was clear that the Great Zhou dynasty had not yet fallen and had not even given up on resisting. Why were those damned disciples of the fire sect already setting up institutions in various places to replace the government? Was there still justice? Of course, no matter how angry they were still in a daze. However, in the end, it was still difficult to protect himself. He watched as the Star Moon Army, which was fully equipped and ready to go, charged towards Hejing without stopping. The entire Hejing was panicking. It had been so many years. Thinking about it carefully, Hejing, as the core of the Central Plains, had not faced such a large-scale army as it did today for at least 10 to 20,000 years. Peace and stability, prosperity and prosperity. This seemed to have become a fixed impression of Hejing. The people and officials in Hejing were well protected. No one had ever thought that such a pass would be like today, facing the valiant army from the north. Therefore, from the court to the people, almost everyone was completely panicking. In the emperor's hall, the emperor's eyes were tightly shut and his skin was black. Ever since he heard that Ji Tian had died in Li Yueming's hands and that the 6th defense line had fallen, he had become like this. In order not to scare the officials and cause panic, he had not been to court for almost half a month. Chapter 646, The Fall of the 10,000-Year Dynasty. 3. Of course, at this moment, it didn't matter whether he went to court or not. He was just looking for more trouble for himself. He opened his eyes. The emperor sat on the high dragon throne and looked down at the outline of the city wall outside the hall. He couldn't help but recall that night many years ago. At that time, the old supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was dragging his broken body and telling him that if he could not subdue Li Yueming, he must kill him as soon as possible. At that time, although he seemed to have listened, he was still extremely proud and full of conceit. Now that he had fallen to this state, he deserved it. Thinking of this, the emperor sighed. Pathetic, hateful, the foundation that my ancestors had accumulated for thousands of years was lost in the hands of an unfilial descendant like me. Year 7890 of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was said that ever since the 6th defense line was broken, the emperor had contracted a strange disease. Seeing that the vanguard of the Star Moon Army was getting closer and closer, the high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou were at a loss, but they could not see the emperor for a long time. Under such circumstances, the Dazhu kingdom could not mobilize much resistance. But even so, to conquer the capital of a huge empire was not something that could be done in a day. After another half a year, the Star Moon Army finally conquered Hejing City. When the army entered the city, the doors of every household in Jiajing City were tightly shut. Groups of soldiers on the streets, who had no intention of defending the city, raised their hands and surrendered. During this process, the other countries, who were originally prepared to wait for the Great Zhou and the Star Moon Army to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses, finally could not help but launch an attack. It was the closest country to North Glacier Town. In the northeast, the Great Qi urgently sent many troops from the northeast of the Great Zhou to the north. They wanted to besiege Northern Ice River Town. Fortunately, after so many years of operation and development, Northern Glacier Town's foundation in the north was still quite solid. Thus, the soldiers of Great Qi did not pose much of a threat. The other 4 countries in the other directions also made their own moves. Clearly, they were not willing to let Northern Glacier Town monopolize such a large piece of territory. At this moment, Li Yueming's pre-prepared methods were showing results. The Star Moon Army did not encounter any large-scale resistance when they occupied Jiajing City. This was because as the power center of the Great Zhou dynasty, the vassal kings all over the country had already been uprooted at the 6th defense line, and the power of the Great Zhou imperial court itself had been mostly divided by the fire transmission sect. There was no need to mention the people everywhere. After joining the fire sect, they couldn't wait for the Great Zhou to die as soon as possible. Therefore, under such circumstances, the Star Moon Army took less than half a year to break down the resistance of the old forces in Hejing City and began to quickly build a new order on the ruins after the war. Such high efficiency shocked the other 5 nations. According to their original estimation, after the Star Moon Army broke through Hejing City, it should have taken 3 to 5 years to wipe out the remnants of the old forces. After all, the Great Zhou Empire was so vast, and there were remnants of forces everywhere. It was normal for the Star Moon Army to have difficulties in the early stages. It was also because of this that after seeing the Star Moon troop defeat the 6th defense line, they waited patiently for a while. After confirming that the Great Zhou could no longer pose much of a threat to the Star Moon troop on the battlefield, they began to take action and prepare to take a share of the spoils. If they were lucky, they might be able to kill North Glacier Town. That would be even better for everyone. However, the Star Moon Army's efficiency was many times faster than they had expected. While they were still gathering their troops, the Star Moon Army had already taken care of the rebellion in the Great Zhou. He also recruited a large group of young talents from the academy set up in North Ice River Town and began to rush to the distant Hejing City to take up their posts. At this time, a few countries belatedly realized that Northern Glacier Town seemed to have been prepared for all of this. Even the response plan seemed to have been rehearsed many times in advance. Damn it, why was the Star Moon Army so full of talented people? Could it be that the heavens were really not going to favor the 5 countries and were instead going to favor Northern Glacier Town? Chapter 647, One Person Suppressing a Country. In the year 7890 of the Great Zhou royal calendar, the first batch of talents was transferred to Northern Ice River Town. A large number of young talents from the northwest had all embarked on the journey to the unknown land with the main force. It was the first time for most of them to leave the desolate land of the northwest, their parents who raised them, and their teachers who educated them. It was also his first time stepping into the prosperous Central Plains. He was confused and hopeful, excited and nervous. How many people could understand his feelings? When they were in school, their teacher had taught them a principle: how can there be thousands of mansions to shelter the poor scholars of the world? Learning knowledge was not about fame and fortune. Instead, he wanted to contribute to this devastated world and the poor and numb people. The ideal of Northern Ice River Town was the ideal of a unified world. The goal of Northern Glacier Town was something that ordinary people could not understand. To achieve all of this, one needed thousands of brave warriors who dared to fight against reality for their ideals. And they had read so many saint books and understood so many principles in the Academy's education. There was no doubt that they were the most solid next generation of strength that Northern Ice River Town had painstakingly nurtured. That's why they, the scholars, should shoulder this heavy responsibility to complete their destiny. However, due to the limited territory of Northern Ice River Town, they had a belly full of poetry and books, but they had never had the opportunity to display their talents. The world could accommodate the universe, the mountains and rivers could accommodate birds, fish, and insects, but there was no place for them in the dimension. Their ideals could only turn into flowing water and flow into the sea with the North Ice River. And now, Northern Glacier Town had finally welcomed its biggest turning point. The Star Moon Army occupied Hejing, and the Great Zhou was officially declared to be destroyed. As the talents behind them, they finally had the opportunity to show off their talents. After the Great Zhou was destroyed, the other 5 countries all made their own moves. It was obvious that they were preparing to take advantage of the weakness of the Star Moon Army and the fact that they had yet to completely control the Great Zhou to put on a show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it. In fact, this was indeed a good opportunity. After all, the Great Zhou Empire had a vast territory. With the current population and army of Ice River Town in the north, it was not easy to completely digest such a vast land. Under such circumstances, as long as the other 5 countries could send out their armies, they could easily seize the countless territories along the border of the Great Zhou dynasty. They could easily snatch the peaches that the Star Moon Army had painstakingly plucked. However, the Star Moon troop moved very quickly. It still gave them a big fright. In just over 2 months, the Star Moon Army had basically wiped out the remaining forces of the Great Zhou near Hejing City. As for the towns further away, the Star Moon Army had yet to send troops to clear them out. However, the Fire Sect acted as the backing to disintegrate it. Using 2 methods, it took about half a year for the Great Zhou's rebellious forces to be basically cleaned up. Those troublesome forces that had resisted the Star Moon Army on the surface had already suffered a thunderous blow, either in the open or in the dark. Although there were still people who had other thoughts in the dark, at least they did not dare to show it on the surface. At this time, the other countries had just mobilized their armies and began to think of ways to get a share of the pie. It wasn't until a period of time before the Star Moon Army began to send scholars from North Glacier Town to various towns to take over the political system that the 5 countries finally began to show their fangs. There was no need to say much about Great Qi. It was a neighboring country of Great Zhou and had long coveted the land of Great Zhou for many years. Now that such a thing had happened, there was no reason to miss it. On one hand, the Great Qi sent troops to attack North Binghe Town, wanting to force the Star Moon Army to return to defend. On the other hand, they sent troops to take over the land in the northeast of the Great Zhou that originally belonged to King Yu. In less than half a year, Great Qi had won many battles and seized many towns and lands. Although Northern Glacier Town was extremely angry about this, just taking over the power vacuum left behind by the Great Zhou's higher UPS was already enough to make them anxious. In the end, he did not have the spare energy to care so much. Great Qin was currently one of the most powerful countries among the 5 countries. Naturally, he could not remain indifferent. Even though Great Qin's territory was not directly connected to the Great Zhou Empire, they could attack the West Garrison Fortress from the northwest. The Western Garrison Army was the strategic ally of the Star Moon Army. In the past, both sides had always advanced and retreated together on the battlefield. Even the current Western Garrison Lord was Li Ruya's husband. Therefore, the battle in the Western Garrison Fortress was in full swing. Not only that, but Great Qin was also using force to put pressure on Great Song, which was to the southwest of Great Zhou. They wanted Great Song and Great Qin to send out an alliance army and take this opportunity to annex Great Zhou's territory. When the news reached Li Yueming's ears, Li Yueming happened to be outside the ancient records library of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. He looked at the ruined palace not far away. Li Yueming's expression was extremely ugly. After realizing that there was nothing he could do, the members of the Great Zhou imperial family set fire to the most important imperial family's ancient records vault. It was said that the fire lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The entire sky of Hejing City was filled with the ashes of the books. Chapter 648, One Person Suppressing a Country. By the time the Star Moon Army opened the city gates and occupied Hejing, the national treasury that recorded the history of the Great Zhou dynasty for tens of thousands of years and a large number of books and pictures had already been burned into a mess, leaving only ashes everywhere. After seeing this scene, Li Yueming's heart was bleeding. This group of fellows were really taking the world as their own. Even if it was the imperial palace's treasure vault, it should not be the private property of the Great Zhou imperial family. Now, an indiscriminate fire had destroyed the only collection of books that had been painstakingly written by countless people in the past dynasties. Therefore, when Li Yueming heard that the other countries had made strange movements and wanted to take advantage of the unstable northern glacier town to take a bite of the meat, his expression was very strange. For a moment, he did not know whether to be angry or laugh. One E said sternly, "Where did they get their guts from? Do you think I'll be afraid of the 5 countries joining forces? If I can destroy Great Zhou, I can destroy Great Qi. If I can destroy Great Qi, I can destroy Great Qin. If you don't believe me, you can let them try." Although he was only talking to the herald who was reporting the news, he was still not sure if he could do it. However, Li Yueming directly recorded it and spread it word for word. One should know that the current Star Moon troop had gathered the attention of the entire world. Even if it was just a boring action, it would be magnified infinitely and affect the nerves of countless people. Under such circumstances, the general of the Star Moon army, Li Yueming, who was ranked as the #1 hero, publicly announced that he would cause a huge shock. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming's arrogant words spread throughout the entire 9 regions of China. The world was in an uproar again. My God, is Li Yueming crazy? It was fine if they did not keep a low profile at this critical moment when the Star Moon army was taking over the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, but they actually dared to publicly provoke the various countries in the world. Although I feel a little arrogant, I still want to say that Li Yueming is mighty. If we can destroy Great Zhou, we can destroy Great Qi, and if we can destroy Great Qi, we can destroy Great Qin. To trample on 2 superpowers with a single sentence, only Li Yueming would dare to say such a thing, right? He's arrogant and domineering. He's insufferably arrogant. However, I like it. If the Star Moon army had not made such a vicious statement before they destroyed the Great Zhou, they would probably be ridiculed by everyone in the world. Li Yueming would probably be treated as a clown. However, now that the Star Moon army had already flattened the once invincible Great Zhou, Li Yueming's ruthless words finally had the influence to make the world face him. Due to the lack of time, most of the other 5 countries fought for their own countries and did not have time to form an alliance. Even so, when they heard Li Yueming's high-profile provocation, the rulers of the various countries still changed their expressions. The other 3 countries were fine, although he was more or less angry. However, they were not like Great Qin and Great Qi, who were scolded by Li Yueming. The ones who felt the most depressed were Great Qin and Great Qi. Great Qin was still fine. After all, the current emperor of Great Qin was flexible. After being scolded by Li Yueming, he was not as furious as the Great Qi dynasty. Instead, he seemed to have suddenly come to his senses. They actually retreated without even letting out a fart. Therefore, only the emperor of Da Qi was the most furious after hearing this sentence. Not only did he increase the number of troops overnight, but he also publicly mocked Li Yueming, "Brat, don't think that no one in this world can cure you. Not only do I want to occupy a large area of your territory in the northeast, I also want to lead the army to attack your northern Ice River town headquarters. I want to see what you can do to me." The words of the emperor of the Great Qi dynasty also brought about a monstrous heat. The dignitaries of the various countries, including many commoners, all focused their attention on this matter, wanting to see how both sides would deal with it. The reason why the higher UPS of the various countries were paying so much attention was that they wanted to find out the bottom line of Northern Glacier Town. As for the commoners, most of them were just listening to it for fun after dinner. Although the world was filled with smoke and chaos. However, it had indeed been many years since 9 regions had been as lively as today. The war brought death, bringing new life to this already lifeless continent. The flowers on the treetops are withering. The seeds buried in the soil were germinating. Da Qi mobilized their troops and set off from 3 roads. The 2 armies went deep into the northeast of Great Zhou and occupied more cities and land. The other main force was heading to the northwest, intending to take advantage of the absence of the Star Moon Legion's main force to break through the defenses of Northern Glacier Town. Although the Emperor of Deoi was furious, he was not a fool. Although Li Yueming's simple ridicule made him furious, the most fundamental reason that prompted him to send troops to gamble on the fate of the country was actually because of benefits. If they could break through North Ice River Town before the Star Moon Army recovered, then the territory of Deqi would expand by a third. This was a temptation that the Emperor of Deqi could not refuse. Such provocation towards Great Qi. Northern Glacier Town was silent. Just as everyone was wondering why Li Yueming had admitted defeat after saying those harsh words. Northern Ice River Town finally made a move and began to mobilize troops to launch a counterattack. All along, the Star Moon Army had been known for their strict discipline and determination. The speed at which they mobilized troops and resources was unparalleled in all countries. In a short month, Northern Ice River Town had recruited 300,000 soldiers. Chapter 649, One Person Suppressing a Country. This group of soldiers could not be considered elites of the Star Moon Army. Strictly speaking, they could not even be considered as the Star Moon Army. They were soldiers trained in the major cities in the northwest. In other words, this hastily assembled army couldn't even be considered as the central regular army of Northern Glacier Town. It could only be considered as a local motley crew. It was such an army that rushed to the front line of Jin City's Wing City without stopping, looking out from the river with the Great Qi army. When Daki Heaven heard the news, he almost laughed out loud. He openly mocked in the hall, "The main force of the Star Moon Army is in Hejing. I thought that Li Yueming would have some ability." In the end, he came up with a motley crew from the North Ice River. It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If the main force of the Star Moon Army dares to not return to defend, our Great Qi will definitely flatten the headquarters of Northern Glacier Town in less than 2 months. The Emperor of Deqi laughed disdainfully, and the officials around him were also very excited. After all, expanding the territory meant expanding the cake. It was also a good thing for them. However, before these words could spread out in the court, a cold voice came from outside the hall. "Oh? Really?" This voice came very suddenly, and it contained a chilling killing intent. The elite soldiers of Deqi who were guarding the hall immediately gripped their weapons tightly. Looking at the godlike voice not far away, they said in horror, "Come, who is it?" "This is the palace of Deqi, no, LF you don't want to die." Before the guard could finish his words, the man who had come waved his hand and exploded like a piece of paper. Fresh blood splattered on the corridor in front of the imperial palace. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone in the imperial court, Li Yueming walked through the exploding blood mist and arrived at the golden hall of the Great Qi imperial palace. He looked around with his cold eyes and finally landed on the Emperor of Deqi who was sitting on the dragon throne. He said indifferently, "Ji Hokan, you asked me what I can do to you." His voice was not loud. But at this moment, the originally peaceful court was completely silent. If it was any other time, someone would have barged into the royal court and injured the guards to question the emperor in public. They were probably about to explode. After all, they could not tolerate such a ridiculous thing happening in such a grand place. But now, everything was different. Because the person who entered the hall was also not an unknown person. It was the Star Moon Army's General Li Yueming, the most powerful existence in the world. Northern Ice River Town had yet to become a king. However, his status was still comparable to any emperor in the world. Moreover, the most important thing was that this guy was in existence above Nirvana. He was the strongest individual in the world. Even the great Zhou Long Jishan died in his hands. Even if they had to queue up and charge forward, they would still be able to do it. He was probably no match for a single finger. All the ministers present had no doubt that as long as they dared to say no in front of Li Yueming, they would be able to do so. The fate of those guards was their fate. Therefore, he saw Li Yueming barging into the meeting hall as if no one was around. All the important officials in the court could only choose to remain silent and protect themselves. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Li Yueming's current power was. As for the emperor, "I'm sorry, you sent the army yourself, and you're the one who caused this mess. Now that the culprit had come to seek revenge, he had to pray for his own good. For many years in the past until now, because of the agreement and checks and balance at the top, the individual power of the 9 provinces of China had always been relatively controllable. Those who walked on the ground were usually void refinement realm and origin returning realm chi refiners. A chi refiner in the divine aperture realm was already able to dominate a region. On the other hand, the heavenly tribulation and nirvana realm experts above the divine aperture might not even show their faces once in thousands of years. It was also because of this that all order was established based on this system. At this moment, Li Yueming's existence became the biggest anomaly. In the absence of the old fogies who set the rules, Li Yueming was at the peak of his personal power, stronger than the others. In other words, his existence could not be restricted by rules. However, Great Qi was still stuck in the mindset that had been imperceptibly fixed for thousands of years, thinking that no matter how strong the Qi practitioners were, they could not control the authority of a country. What Li Yueming was doing now was to show the world what it meant to be strong. Chapter 650, Invincible in the World? Li Yueming swaggered into the throne room through the Meridian Gate and stood in the middle of De Qi's Supreme Hall as if no one else was around. Although he was currently sitting below the Dragon Throne, just from his aura alone, it seemed as if he was the true king of this place. On the other hand, Great Heaven's equal, who was sitting on the Dragon Throne, had become a nondescript clown. On both sides of him, a large group of important ministers of the Qi Kingdom lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word. Li Yueming ignored everyone else and stared coldly at Ji Hokan on the Dragon Throne. He opened his mouth and provoked, "Didn't you ask me what I would do to you? Now that I'm here, what do you want to do?" Seeing how arrogant and domineering he was, he felt that he was insufferably arrogant. Ji Hokan's face turned pale. He had never expected that Li Yueming would actually have the guts to come to the palace after he had just berated him. After all, this was the palace. The most heavily guarded area in the entire duchy. Normally, even a mosquito would be stared at several times when it flew in. But now, Li Yueming completely ignored all of this. And the most ridiculous thing was that this guy was almost in front of him. The aura of a god on his body could even be felt at a close distance, but none of the experts raised in the Great Qi Imperial Palace had sensed it and came to save him. It was only at this moment that the Emperor of Deqi recalled Li Yueming's glorious battle achievements in the Great Zhou dynasty and tasted a trace of bone-chilling coldness. After suppressing the fear in his heart with great difficulty, Ji Hokan reluctantly said, "LF nothing unexpected happens, Zhen's army has already moved to the battlefield of Northern Ice River Town. No matter how powerful you are, you can't stop what has already happened." This was because the core and upper echelons of the 6 nations had jointly maintained order. As a result, for many years, there had been no Qi practitioners who could ignore the rules of the heavenly tribulation and nirvana realm walking in the outside world. The individual power to maintain the balance of power and order in 9 regions was built on the foundation of Qi practitioners under the heavenly tribulation. And now, Li Yueming had broken this order that had been running smoothly for nearly 10,000 years. In the absence of experts of the same realm, a nirvana stage Qi practitioner could safely enter and exit 99% of the world's territory without being surrounded by thousands of troops and horses. This naturally included the royal palace of the Great Qi. After all, Li Yueming had already received the news that the old monsters of the various countries were still in a deep sleep. If the country was not in a crisis like the Great Zhou, they would not have forcefully woken up to suppress them like Ji Tian. Therefore, Li Yueming had completely freed himself from all his restraints. He laughed disdainfully and said, "With just your 3 melons and 2 dates, you dare to have designs on Northern Ice River Town? Are you even worthy? You don't need the Star Moon Troops' main force. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to break through the fortifications from all over the place." As he spoke, his voice paused and revealed a hint of killing intent. "And what makes you think that I can't change anything? As long as I kill all of you, won't everything change?" When it came to killing everyone, Everyone present could feel a sharp killing intent. It was as if an invisible blade was slowly slicing through their bodies. This aura didn't bring any real pain, but he couldn't help but feel a chill in it. This terrifying aura directly frightened a few of the more timid officials. A few of them fell to the ground and trembled, unable to stand up. The expression on their faces was worse than crying. They trembled and said, "Li Yueming, you don't go too far." One had to know that everyone present was the core higher UPS of the entire Great Qi. Without a certain amount of power and influence, it was simply not enough to stand here. But even so, in front of Li Yueming, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, trembling uncontrollably. Hearing that someone still dared to threaten him, Li Yueming narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'm going too far. What do you?" Without any unnecessary movements, with just a glance, that guy immediately exploded into a pool of blood in the crowd. Even the throne room was stained with blood. This Li Yueming was really prepared to fight to the death with Great Qi today. Such a scene really frightened a group of people. The faces of the few high-ranking officials around him were splashed with blood, but it still could not hide the paleness on their faces. Even Jihoken was shocked. Previously, he had killed the guards and stained the stone steps outside the throne room with blood, but now, Li Yueming had actually scattered the core officials of De Qi in front of everyone. Such an action was tantamount to declaring war on Great Qi. However, it was just as Li Yueming had said. So what if he had gone too far? Even if the hundreds of officials present held the supreme power of the Great Qi, they would not be able to do so. However, it was still not worth mentioning in front of Li Yueming. So this was the power of a Nirvana stage expert? He was indeed an existence that transcended all rules in the world. Just as Jihoken was at a loss for what to do, he asked. An old woman suddenly appeared outside the throne room. From her appearance, the old woman, Mo, seemed to be about 100 or 80 years old. She was currently holding a walking stick, her body hunched over as she hobbled over the threshold of the hall. The moment he saw the old woman, Jihoken, who was already panicking, finally seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said, "16th Ancestor, you're finally here.